This one's Manuel Smith's When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. We're on chapter 1 right now, talking about fight, flight, or verbal assertiveness. Why is he on there? Oops. Hey, morning guys. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. I don't normally do these, but what the hey. Rolo's going on at noon. I'm going on at 11. And such a backlog of these things to get through. We figure we might as well get started now. Besides, most of you guys are either hungover or just got up or going to the gym anyway. So why not take this time and learn a little bit about what it means when people say that they're red-pilled. And by say, I mean actually are. So the book, When I Say No, I Feel Guilty by Manuel Smith. It's a second read. Usually go after this one right after Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy. And this one deals less with analyzing and critiquing the nice guy paradigm, which if you've talked about it before with me, it's if I do what I think other people want me to do, then they will love me unconditionally and I'll have a problem-free life. It's essentially dealing with that. Thank you. This one is more on assertiveness training, and I kind of prefer the book, but it's a much denser read. So we're going to try and get through one chapter per thing here, but at the same time, there's a lot to it. So he starts off with our inherited survival responses, coping with other people by flight, flight, or verbal responses. And he gives a bunch of long-winded, mystical explanations, very intriguing, some things literary, but mostly unnecessary. This is where this line came from, where guys complicate their lives without just for the sake of it. Here it is. So as he puts it, the merit of Joe's argument is as compelling now as it was 20 years ago, and I agree with it. Long-winded, technical, or mystical explanations are often intriguing and literary, but not only are they unnecessary, they actually complicate things without adding a jolt to our understanding. To use what psychology does have to offer, it's more important to know what will work and why it will work. He goes through some examples here, but I'm going to skip to something that I learned early on. It was actually before I finished the book, which was nice because then I kind of caught on to the idea of it. It was that why is a really stupid question. And you're going to find most guys do this. I think Carl from Black Label Logic, he calls it stepping on your dick and analyzing the footprint. The old pickup guys used to call it mental masturbation. There's a tons of terms for it, but the key point to realize is our need to systemize things, which has only increased, is making it worse for us. We're so busy looking for details and nuance and the subtext and the second side of the story and looking how the watch is made that we forget what's right in front of us. It's like, is this making you fulfilled or happy? Is this succeeding in ways that you want to win? In which case, so often guys are so blind to that they don't do what they're supposed to do. And obviously, we'll get into the details of that anyway, but it's an obfuscation thing. And I would argue that Glover was onto something where it's an instinctive thing we do to kind of hide the evidence. So it's much easier to do this kind of analytics to complicate your lives than it is to address really hard decisions you have to make. Now, for some guys, I'll bring you an extreme example. I have a video on the channel about the story of True Datness. He was a married red pill guy, about the same kind of class as me. I like referring to him as like classes, but so he had finally kind of red pilled his life. He kind of ended up getting divorced. He and his wife, he sorted that stuff out. He sorted himself out. He started getting new girls. He was very happy, but he never could not apply that same scarcity mentality with his daughter. And so he kept trying to buy her affections, doing the same way that you would want a girl's affection if you were like a horrible, unattractive man trying to buy affections, trying to negotiate desire. He was doing the same thing with his daughter. I don't mean that sexually. I just mean like every dad likes the love of his daughter. And his daughter wasn't putting up with it. She treated him the same way that anybody else getting ghosted because he was too much of a beta male would have been. And he got so mad at it, he kind of lashed out at everybody. He ended up he's the only guy who has had his flare removed. So he caught it, he understood it, he knew what he was doing, and then he removed it. And it's usually because of these same things here. Now, the scarcity, the anxiety over abandonment that Glover talks about here, that's normally a manifestation of the fight or flight response. moving on here. So Manuel found more and more experts in human behavior had the same coping issues as patients did. And this, like I said, I can't really start quoting a lot of stuff from this because this chapter is extremely dense and we're going to be here for like Rolo level hours. So I don't want to do that. I have a couple key parts I want to talk about, but for the most part, I'm just summing it up. Here he talks about a lot of guys who are in therapy as psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health, coaches, consultants, all this kind of stuff. And he notices that a lot of these people that claim to be able to help, that they're experts in relationship material, like they have the same problems as everybody else, which raised his interest because he's like, oh, that's funny. So these guys are experts in how to solve these problems, yet they haven't solved them in their own life. The part that I found it funny is this was within like the accredited medical sphere. So if it's happening here, it's very obvious that you get on your internet all your life coaches and your relationship dating coaches and coaches and all those guys. I have noticed in my tenure here, a couple years now, that most people who are claiming to be a way that they can fix your life, they can fix your relationships, they tend to have the exact same problems that they swear to God they're fixing. I'll use I always rag on her, but I don't want to single her out on this one. It's just an example that comes to mind. But Dr. Taylor Burrows, relationship coach, very good at what she does. She's got the PhD. She's got all the letters after her name. She's got the accreditation. But like that, the Taylor Burrows I know used to go by the name Dr. Babe. And she's never been in a long-term relationship or married. She's like in her 40s now. She was extremely hot. She never took any of the options she had because she was too good for all of them until it was too late. And now we're in this situation. I just find it weird that now you can claim to be an expert. Now, if it's consulting, that's fine. Information's information, but it's the coaching thing. And Manuel kind of noticed this himself. As he puts it here, placing all these experiences in perspective with a naturalistic observation of the thousands of other humans encountered in my lifetime prompts a sounder and more realistic conclusion. Not only is it natural to expect that we will have problems in living, it is also natural to expect that we will have all the ability to cope adequately with these problems. And as that second part there, I think it encapsulates, the red pill better than just about anything could. It's men swapping notes. And that always sounds like it's a nice catchy strategy. We say iron swapping iron 2 really taps into guys who know of it from like its religious connotations, but that's really it. Human beings have not changed that much in the last couple 100,000 years. So every problem that we're having today is a problem that somebody else had. And somebody else has usually solved it by now. And yeah, but they didn't have social media. They didn't have the internet. But I'm sure when the printing press came out, a lot of guys were saying the same thing. These girls are going to read books about Superman and they're not going to want to marry us. I guarantee it. So just take some comfort in knowing that most people made it all the way to the end of their life without too many problems. You'll be fine. That's where he gets into the guilt part of it. So he talks about ways of making us guilty without even knowing it, and constant questioning making us wonder about ourselves. This is the key to the lack of assertiveness in most men, and I would even argue women, but I'm here for men right now. Girls, if you want to listen in, feel free, fill your boots. If something good comes from it, great. But yeah, just don't take the front seats. Assertiveness is based on guilt. Like if you aren't extremely confident about your abilities, you tend to have that small insecurity about it. And when somebody tries to attack you by using guilt for this, it kind of taps into that insecurity, which makes it more likely that you're going to acquiesce on this, that, or the other thing. I'm sure tons of guys in the chat are going to have examples of this in their lives. But that's fine. For most of this stuff, you should be mapping it to your life and see where it does not apply. That's your part of it. So if we did not have an inherited ability to cope with all sorts of problems, human beings as a species would have died out long ago, which is true. For the most part, a lot of stuff we have instinctively internalized at this point. Like how to raise kids. That's an instinctive thing. Pretty much all problems, all psychological problems that people have nowadays, all intersocial problems we have nowadays, isn't nature, it's nurture. It usually involves somebody being taught a completely wrong set of tools. It involves a lot of people gaslighting, all those tools. So that's a good thing. So what can be learned can be unlearned. Now, there's always the argument about looks maxing, and that's off topic, but I'll just say this. Most people are attractive enough to get somewhere, and for those few that aren't, well, I guess you better start making your fortune. I can't help if you're that far along, but most of the people complaining about how far back they are aren't that far back, because the people who are actually truly behind the curve when it comes to like physical appearance, it's they tend to have a more positive attitude about it, because I mean, what else can you have? So dealing back into the coping strategies here, Manuel has a section. If you observe the major coping behaviors of the subhuman species, particularly the vertebrates, whenever there is conflict between two animals of the same species, you can usually see a fight or flight response on the part of at least one of the pair. Both fighting and running are very efficient ways for animals to deal with each other. And people, it's the same thing, but because we're a social species, like we're closer to bonobos than we are with the great apes when it comes to the evolutionary chain, we also developed sociability. And that's where verbal assertiveness comes in. So where normally scarcity, which tends to be fight or flight responses, that anxiety built up, that natural sense of fear or dread when things are happening, when you're going to have loss, a whole bunch of manifestations we can talk about here. But the point is, those fear-based responses, those fight or flight ones, are very crude tools, and they're instinctive on us. But our verbal assertiveness is what allows us to rise above it. So I'll use an example here. Let's say you're one of those guys that talks about logic and rationality. Well, here to tell you, logic and rationality are not actually our tools that we use to observe the objective universe. It's a great research paper that came out of Nature magazine that made a strong case that human beings aren't designed for realistic, like objectivity. We're designed for subjectivity. So long as the subjectivity is easier to calculate than the objectivity, so it takes less energy to come up with, and it's replicatable. So a good enough strategy. We're the horseshoes and hand grenades of the scientific world, which is great. Point of that one is that these tools don't have to be 100% accurate. They only have to be useful. So when we're talking about logic and rationality, they're actually coercive tools. If a girl is threatened by men, and we're physically more imposing, so it stands to reason that generally women have to worry about physical danger in a way that men don't have to. So what they've done is they've developed sophisticated tools, guilt and shame and playing wounded and anger. They tap into our ability to want to be the protector of women. And they use all these tools to be able to carve out a very safe life, which is interesting. So that shows you that the power of verbal intercourse is strong if you're able to use it properly. So we're going to tap more onto this one. He expands further on it with fighting and running away from danger are responses inherited from our pre-human ancestors. Verbally communicating with one another and working out problems in an assertive manner instead of fighting or running away is part of our evolutionary inheritance passed down from early human ancestors. In short, you've inherited fight or flight to survive. You're not instinctively forced to do either. Instead, you have the human option to talk with others in a way to cope with what's bothering you. What you or I try to cope with is conflict in the modern civilized world. I want to preface this too, because I know reading this, most people are thinking, well, this sounds just like the exact stuff you guys have been rallying against forever, where communication doesn't work in a relationship and you talk too much and your feelings are bad. And that's true. That stuff is all true. We're not talking about that though. When he talks about verbal intercourse, I want you to interpret it as communication, but not verbal communication necessarily, because like I said, when it comes to something as simple as boundary enforcement, it's attention, affection, and commitment. You pull them commensurate with the boundary that the other person has crossed. Those send stronger signals than just about anything. So when I say communication, I want you to picture the entirety of your ability to act and speak, not just talking your way out of problems. Now, it's hard for a lot of modern guys because we're kind of taught the exact opposite. As it says here, as a child, I was taught that I should not fight. I should not punch other children in the nose. I was also taught that I should be brave and not openly run away from people who frightened me. Most middle-class children in Western society are similarly taught by their parents. We're trained to cope with conflict in a passive way. Don't fight back, stand there and take it. These are both passive modes. When someone makes us mad, for example, we rarely show it openly. Instead, we silently grit our teeth and make an empty vow of later revenge. There was a typical pattern shown by one of my patients, and he goes into it, but I actually love The Last Psychiatrist. If you haven't read... Actually, it's Hipsters with Food Stamps. Let's go straight to that article. Absolutely wonderful one. Or no, it's the Guinness one. Real Men Drink Guinness. Search for that in your sidebar. Real Men Drink Guinness, Last Psychiatrist. And he catches on to this exact same thing. So I don't know when... I could go look, but I haven't done it now. When the book came out versus when the post came out. But this is all like a decade and some ago. He's talking about how advertising has shown us a reflection of our own psychology modern times. And this one, it's a bunch of guys in a wheelchair playing basketball together. And then at the end of the game, he shows everybody else but one guy gets up out of the wheelchair, then they go get beers. And that's a Guinness ad. Meanwhile, in India, it's the opposite thing. The one guy's like playing basketball with a bunch of guys in wheelchairs, and he's standing, and they all enjoy, so they're having fun. And he mentioned the kind of feminization that men have for this kind of stuff. And the part that I loved about it, where he describes like what kind of man likes the kind of ad where everybody hobbles themselves in order to play fair with their friends. And it's beta males. It's the best of men except for actual men. So what's a beta male? He's the kind of man who anxiously looks for something to identify himself as a man while doing nothing to become a man. For him, there's Guinness. He later goes on to expand that add narcissism to this kind of guy, an unhealthy type of narcissism. And what does he do when he's confronted by a higher power? He seethes quietly and waits, looking for an opportunity to point out hypocrisy. It's so cathartic. And this is it. So these are those same passive assertiveness traits that guys are taught. And I know there's tons. I was the same way myself. I can vaguely remember in elementary school, some guy used to bully me. And then once I actually went and just fought him. I'm like, I'm tired of this. Went in, did it. Both of us got expelled. Essentially, I got punished for defending myself. And from what I understand, things have only gotten worse since then. This is not a good thing for guys, because if you're not able to deal with conflict in positive ways, now I'm not saying everybody needs to go punch out everybody who wrongs them in world. I mean, there's World Star Hip Hop to show you how smart that is. But the fact that you don't even have that in your lexicon of options, like if somebody truly crosses the line with you, yeah, you're completely justified to defend yourself. But instead, guys are taught to be little kiwi birds, no natural predators, openly run away, just sit there, quietly seethe, point out hypocrisy. It's like a very common thing right now that guys will look to point out somebody as a hypocrite as if that sorts out an argument, and it's very, like, that's the way of winning. It's a ridiculous thing to do, and especially if you're losing out on some kind of victory here, like a promotion at work, or a girl turned you down, went after your best friend instead. So anything there where there's like a zero-sum outcome, looking for hypocrisy is not going to get you a win. It's just going to end up making you lose with a little bit of nobility to you, minus the nobility. He again uses a bunch of examples of how this relates. Then adds on to it a couple passive fight or flight responses. And these are the things to be aware of. And this is where he kind of hooks you. It's on page 7 and 8. What kind of passive stances do people have? In this case, sometimes it's dragging their feet, avoiding the other person. He uses an example here about an employee, Diane, working with her boss. And he started having a conflict with her over wanting her to do this, that, or the other thing. And so she would essentially do the slowest, worst job, like malicious compliance. And that was her way of dealing with this kind of conflict, which doesn't help. Obviously, from a company perspective, it just means a lot of people are being subpar. There's an argument you can make as a leadership role that you shouldn't be creating conflict where you don't need to, just to avoid these kind of things. But at the same time, from the employee standpoint, yeah, being passive ends up sabotaging you. Because if you notice this is her job performance. If you're dragging your feet on your job performance to avoid conflict with your boss, well, that comes back to bite you if you're in a position where your job performance matters for bonuses or promotions or your resume. So this stuff's really important outside of just learning not to be a complete simp around women. 100%. And here's the other point. So here's what's going to separate verbal assertiveness from spurging out. And I think this is the part that everybody's going to want to watch. Verbal assertiveness doesn't have the same feelings attached. He elaborates here, so we only interact through aggression or flight. We also feel terrible since these modes of behavior always have unpleasant emotions of anger or fear associated with them. If we cope in these ways, not only do we get angry or afraid, but we usually lose the battle, and there are real battles in life to be won or lost with other people. We get frustrated and eventually sad or depressed. Now, we just did an episode on Friday where we talked about a Twitch streamer, very depressed, not getting any help from those around him, not taking any type of assertiveness in his own, really struggling to find love and belongingness in his life, and eventually he took his own life because of it. It's a very tragic event, but I guarantee you can map this to his situation for people who knew him close, and you're going to see situations where his need for passivity and not asserting himself caused situations where he eventually would lash out with that fight or flight response, eventually feeling sad or depressed because he knew it was an unwanted emotional state and it wasn't something he was under control of. It was dictated by the environment around him. That's something we refer to in this space as letting life happen to you, which is the absolute worst thing. As a guy, you're better off with a miserable life that you're in control of than letting life happen to you and hoping for the best. 100%. All right. Just realized I don't have chat open. I'm sure you guys are just killing it in the chat right now. Yes, you are. Awesome. Anyways, feel free, hit like. We're going to continue moving on here. Now, I said this was dense. So this first chapter so far has summed up the instinctive and not quite instinctive methods that we have for dealing with other humans in conflict. That's fight, that's flight, that's verbal assertiveness. We've mentioned how fight and flight tend to be more instinctive, and verbal assertiveness tends to be more social, so closer to the frontal lobe and not the limbic brain. At the same time, we've also established that communication is good, but communication isn't about talking about your feelings. That's what women and Oprah do. And Dr. Phil, I think, does too. Communication is about your actions as well as your thoughts. It's a whole concept called congruence, which is a key part of frame. At the same time, while fight and flight are instinctive responses that can have a purpose, you don't want to be the kind of guy who gets, bullied and assaulted without defending himself. They also come with certain negative traits. In this case, usually anger or fear or sadness. And a lot of guys who end up using these things when they know there would have been better tools, like instinctively we would, they end up tacking on to it and giving us feeling of depression or sadness afterwards, which ends up meaning that those instinctive tools tend to be very crude and only good when they have to be used. In all other cases, verbal assertiveness is way better as a tool. Next part, depression. Like I said, this guy's really dense. So he goes into this stuff and then he goes straight into depression and the purpose of it. We'll do a quick segue though. So as he writes here, so when you see an unpleasant emotion, you usually sense the physiologic and chemical changes ordered by the primitive animal parts of your brain to ready your whole body for some behavioral response. In the case of anger, you're sensing your body's preparation for an attack. Not only can we feel this preparation of aggression in ourselves, but we also see results in the behavior of other people. For example, how many championship football games have been upset in the big game because some underdog team outplayed them, their traditional rivals, and then after the coach insulted and abused them in the locker room, they tend to do well. Our emotions have a purpose. I know everybody's saying, I always say, you should feel bad for having emotions and, don't have them, but it's not that they're useless. It's that they have a purpose, and if you're not using them for the right purpose, then they are bad. In this case, anger is great as a social emotion to address a grievance. And the nuance here is I'm talking like a serious grievance. Somebody hits you in the face because they don't like you. Yeah, anger exists because it's going to up your adrenaline, allow you to defend yourself, and basically socially signal to other people that if you attack me, I'm going to hit you back, which makes it much less likely that people are going to cross that boundary. Another complimentary read to this one is David Dutton's Wisdom of Psychopath. It's absolutely wonderful read. There's a section in there where he talks about how men, psychopaths, when they go to pick a target, if they were going to mug somebody or assault somebody, and they would show them pictures of or videos of people walking down the street, and it was amazing. Didn't matter who it was, but all the psychopaths picked the exact same targets. And they said that they looked like a guy who I could mug and get away with it. So there's the thing, and a lot of martial arts guys will probably know this one too, that by having control of your anger and understanding its purpose and being willing to use it in places where it matters, like I said, self-defense is the perfect example, you actually make it less likely to have conflict in those areas. Martial arts knew the same thing. A lot of guys will learn, they'll get their black belt in Taekwondo or whatever, and what they found is they usually, like a lot of younger kids, will get bullied, and that's why they want to learn martial arts, so they can learn to defend themselves. And then they find, as they get better, less people mess with them. And it's strictly in the way that you carry yourself. You've just signaled to the world that I am not to be messed with. And that's an interesting thing, because it makes sense why when you would see somebody who you would consider having a preponderance of alpha behaviors that walk soft and carry a big stick thing. It's a great conflict resolution tool, by the way, is just looking like you aren't to be messed with. And the easy thing I can tell you right now to tell if you're one of those guys or not, if you have to tell somebody not to mess with you, then you look like you could be messed with. The guys that don't even say it, those are the ones that you don't want to mess with. They don't get razzled. They don't get frazzled. They don't show anger. And that's the beauty of not showing anger. When you show anger, that shows that somebody's crossed the line. Most people don't. If somebody hasn't crossed the line and you show anger, you show your tolerance for conflict is extremely low, and it makes it more likely for people to experience conflict with you in the future. Moving on to fear, though. So whenever you feel afraid, on the other hand, you sense a physical-chemical change ordered by your primitive brain that automatically prepares your body for running away from danger as fast as possible. Our chances for survival are better if we run away from a danger that cannot be dealt with than by talking. If a mugger approaches you with an open switchblade knife on a dimly lit street, that panicky feeling you sense in your breathing, your gut, and your limbs is not cowardice, but a natural feeling of arousal automatically triggered by your brain centers preparing your body for fight or flight. I always found it very telling how he mentions like cowardice there, because I notice a lot of guys will use the same 3 words in an attempt to shame men into certain behavior. There's honor, cowardice, and courage. Realize that those are kind of container words. They're all just filling emotions. First off, it's usually somebody describing they want you to do something and they don't know how to get you to do that, so they attack you by using guilt. Because you don't want to be a coward. You want to be honorable. You want to be courageous. So yeah, I'm going to do those things. It's like Marty McFly. Call him a chicken and then he'll do whatever you want. It's a very easy way to be manipulated. And so dealing with your insecurities, aka Glover, allows you to better equip yourself to deal with assertiveness in these situations where somebody calls you out with one of these kind of guilt-shaming tactics, where you could either laugh it off or just through your body language know, like, is he really trying to mess with me? Like, does he want to start something? In which case it's something simple like, hey, how far do you want to take this one? And it's like an honest question. You're not mad. It's like, am I having to defend myself here, or are we backing this off, or what's the deal? And that's a nice little face-saving technique you can use to get out of a lot of those kind of situations. I like to, so I put another section in here about anger. So when a dent mysteriously appears in the fender of my brand new car, it doesn't help me to be assertive to someone who isn't there. I get mad as hell no matter what I tell myself. Here's the thing. People have a really bad understanding of anger versus rage. Rage is like a limbic brain thing. Remember that old video of the guy, I can't remember who the kid was, but like his brother deleted his Warcraft account or something like that, and he goes into his bedroom and he starts just like flailing about. He sticks like the remote control up his butt and everything. Absolutely hilarious, old school meme. But that's the difference between anger and rage. Anger is a social emotion. Anger has to have 2 things to it. It has to have a grievance and it has to have purpose. So his example there, if somebody dented his car, he may be irritated, he may be disappointed, but he's not angry. But if he sees somebody take a hammer to his car, he's angry at that guy. Again, that's a social signal saying, I am not putting up with you hammering my car, and this anger is getting me ready to beat the tar out of you so you get the hell away from it. It's a strong social signal. It lets people know not to mess with you. Now, from a sexual standpoint, here's the caveat to it. In co-ed spaces, girls are a little bit jittery. They don't like anger, because anger means violence, and girls don't win in violence. They just don't. problems with anger is when you're in a co-ed space, you're actively signaling a display of lower value. It's not even whether like some wise it could be good. It's that you're signaling unattractiveness. Now I know we got a bunch of examples of guys getting into fights and girls like falling out of love with their boyfriend when he gets knocked out and stuff like that. That's a different thing. So they really don't like violence, but they like somebody who could be violent towards them. So if you end up in a fight, yeah, it's unattractive to be violent, but it's really unattractive to be violent and lose. So just keep that one in mind. Moving down here. So his next point is that the beauty of assertiveness is that it's something you're born with. It has to be trained out of you. Parental techniques are what make us worse. And this is what I was talking about before. People actually have trained us to be worse at life and adulting. And this is like, thank you, boomers. You really solved the problem. Anyways, one last touch on depression, though. So for our early ancestors, depression was a beneficial state for when they had to put up with a period of harsh conditions in their environment. When things got rough, they had to withdraw to retrench. Depression, people talk about it like it's a disease, and it's not. It's not a disease. It's what I would refer to as a form of modern diabetes. I've made the case. I've talked about it a bunch. You guys have probably heard it a dozen times, but as a species, we are hardwired to search out for like simple carbohydrates because we need the energy to hunt lions and tigers and whatever else cave people hunted. Had to chew on a sugarcane for 2-3 hours. We eventually get enough. It was great. People were still jacked. Everybody looked like Mr. Olympia. Hunting went well. Add the Industrial Revolution to it. We're now able to concentrate sugar into small cubes or sugary drinks. People still have that hardwired need to have sugar, but now what it's doing is it's causing problems. You can usually, and this is actually, here's a funny thing. You will always find, and economists and geostrategists, they always find that the difference you can tell when when a nation is developing to when a nation has become developed is the increase in diabetes. It's literally a disease of the well-off. And it's a great example of how our instincts are not necessarily working well for us. In this case, depression. Yeah, if you ended up getting caught in a snowstorm, that's why seasonal affective disorder is a thing. Darkness makes us sad. These things exist because depression takes less energy than being excited. So when you have these things, you're able to slow down, conserve energy, and wait for things to come up. Perfect example, first day of spring. I can always tell when the first day of spring is because I wake up in like an extraordinary good mood, and I don't know why. The dogs wake up in a good mood. They start punching me in the face for 6 for breakfast instead of 6:30. Like, our environment affects us more than we know. And so I would argue for a lot of guys, and this is a little off topic, but for in cases of depression, this is why I constantly say meditation is worthless and working out is much better. First off, it's a change of venue. Secondly, you're getting outside of your own head and letting your environment work on you in a positive way. Thirdly, you have to go outside to go to a gym. You'll get some sunshine. And I know it sounds stupid, and people have built up, like I said very early on, like to complicate their lives, overcomplicate things without having a single bit of understanding. Guys in the chat from that last video I was talking about there, talking about how meditation was wonderful and it worked, and Byron was liking it. I'm like, obviously it didn't work. Like, obviously. Yeah, so this stuff sounds stupid and it sounds simplistic, but sometimes you need to stick to the basics. Cave people didn't have shrinks. Cave people had rocks and sticks that they lifted, and they had Cave Stacy around the way to smash. Stick with what works, and if that doesn't work, well, then we can advance beyond that. So going on, I do like, he always gives like a bunch of examples for this stuff, so that's why you'll see me like skimming a lot here, because we'll get to the point, and he'll mention 2 or 3 anecdotal stories of either his life or a client of his or some way of you interpreting it as a narrative, and it does it in multiple ways, so it's always much easier to understand things that way. It's a good thing to learn about how mental models affect us and how stories are very important. So back to it being trained out of you. Parental techniques are what making it worse. As infants, we're naturally assertive. Your first independent act as a birth was to protest the treatment you were receiving. It's crying is what he's referring to. If something happened which you didn't like, you let others know immediately by verbal assertion. whining, crying, or screaming all hours of the day or night. You were also persistent. You rarely stopped letting everybody know you were displeased until they did something about it. And this is always the good thing. Last Psychiatrist, great part on this one as well. The greatest narcissist is a 2-year-old. Because they literally don't have enough brain development to understand people outside of them as individual people. They just see them as objects in their life. There is nothing outside of his own ego. And like I said, it's something like it's nice to grow out of. You don't need a bunch of people walking around assuming everything else is just, objects around them. But you do lose something when people train that out of you. Same teaching strategies we were talking about before, parental strategies, same thing. And a lot of it's just because, we can narrow down some reasons. I'll give a few, but I don't want to give an exhaustive list. So let's say parents are divorced. Mom gets the kids because dad was working so much. The courts are like, yeah, you clearly don't love your kids because you only work 18 hours a day to support them. So we're going to give them to mom. She hates him, and she does nothing but train her little special boy to be the man of the house and nothing like her ex-husband, her crappy ex-husband. She basically trains all these assertive features out of him because those are the things in the father that for the most part the girl was attracted to. So then you get to we're in like a second generation now. I'd argue millennials are the first. The boomers kind of trained them that way. And now the Gen X trained the Zoomers. And we've had 2 generations now of men that have been completely nutted by failed parenting strategies. It makes sense now when I see things like John doing his body language mastery course or Rollo doing an episode on some of the most basic stuff ever. And there's like a huge demand for it. So I don't even mean this to dunk on other people. That's not where I'm going with it at all. But like I said, some people just weren't given the tools to, all the tools to succeed when they were young, and they're learning it as adults or young or late teenagers, and that's fine. You got to learn it sometime. Better now than never. So as long as somebody is willing to learn, I would argue it's always good to have some patience. It's always the guys that are trying to use it as a crutch or as an excuse or just to constantly analyze things and overcomplicate the process. Those are the ones you really shouldn't waste your time on. That's why we always say this stuff is basically triage. So next part here, back into the parenting strategy. So these feelings are conditioned or learned variations of our basic survival emotions of fear. Once we have learned to feel anxious, ignorant, or guilty, we will do a lot of things to avoid feeling these ways. Our parents train us to feel these negative emotions for 2 important reasons. First, playing upon our negative emotions is a very efficient way of controlling our natural, annoying, and sometimes explosive childhood assertiveness. Yeah, that's mom nagging at you. That's what he's talking about. In using our emotions for controlling behavior, our parents are not necessarily uncaring, lazy, or insensitive to our wants. Instead, our assertiveness at that young age is readily mistaken by them for the innate aggressive fight coping we show them when we're frustrated. Secondly, our parents use this psychological control method because our grandparents taught them to feel angry, ignorant, and guilty. Again, second generation in. And that's the problem. Mom is tired. Mom just wants to get her drink on. She doesn't want to deal with you. So she tells you, a good little boy would sit there quietly. Or, why do you have to be such a little shit? Like Karen always rags about there. These coping strategies are actually horribly detrimental to the kid. But that's the problem, is that they aren't seen as negative. Like if you were to hit a kid with a tire iron, you go to jail for that. And I think you should. But this kind of psychological wearing down, because it's not attached to malicious intentions, it just has malicious outcomes, are way more pernicious right now. And I would argue these failed parenting strategies, this Dr. Spock, let the herd raise your kids, don't be assertive, get the dad out of the house, mom just wants to get her drink on stuff, like that stuff has really contributed to it. To what level, I don't know. I just know it is there. And now that you're aware it's there, you can deal with the fallout of it in your own life and how to, shed them. So to continue here, our parents accomplish this emotional training in a very simple way. They teach us ideas and beliefs about ourselves and the ways people that produce feelings of anxiety, ignorance, and guilt. For example, place yourself in the shoes of a young child, your own perhaps, or yourself when you were young. Take a look at the training you undergo. It's given by both parents, but mom usually has to do most of the dirty work since she is with you much more than dad. See, I love how he very subtle thing here. I know we were talking before about, I've just been talking about how great Glover's work is, but then on our podcast on Saturday, we were talking about how Glover himself, fairly blue-pilled, doesn't really understand a lot of what he's talking about, and this is one of those examples of it where right conclusions, but he misses some obvious glaring things. So mom has to do most of the dirty work. It's like dads tend to be more assertive, so they tend not to put up with this stuff as much. At the same time, divorces run rampant, so it's not that she's with you much more than dad. It's that, we've decided as a system that mom gets to be with you more than dad. Dad has to go to work on the old 2-parent nuclear family model too, so we've essentially removed dad from the home. For economic reasons. I'm not saying they're bad reasons, I'm just saying this is the fallout of that decision. So when you clean up your room and you put all the toys away, mom usually says things like, "That's a good boy." And when she doesn't like the job you do, if you do it at all, she usually says things like, "What kind of kid are you? Only naughty children don't clean up their room." I notice he kept the swearing out of it because, I don't know, my mom cussed like a storm. You soon learn that naughty, whatever that means, applies to you. Whenever it is used, mom's voice and mood tell you that something scary and unpleasant may happen. She also uses words like bad, terrible, awful, dirty, willful, unimaginable, and maybe even words like wicked or evil, but they all describe the same thing. You. What you are, small, helpless, and not knowing much. And what you should feel, dumb, nervous, and frightened, and certainly guilty. Dude, reading this for the first time has blown so many people's minds, you would have no idea how deep that rabbit hole goes. Notice he uses the categorical imperatives there. What you should feel. This is literally your parents filling you with an ideology to allow them to parent you easier. Again, not malicious. This is how it falls out, though. And this is the big difference between like good and bad parenting strategies. Good parents, and you've usually heard decent parenting advice talk about be consistent, have consistent consequences. Again, I'm going to link back to him because these guys are intertwined so much. Last Psychiatrist, he was talking about that tiger mom thing that was around a couple years ago. Remember that? How Asian parents were just like beating their kids and they were end up being like excellent parents. So he brought up a case where the New York Times wanted to vilify this Chinese dad who basically was just, beat his kid constantly, made sure he did the best. If you didn't get an A, time to get the stick, that sort of thing. And it sounded like horrible child abuse. Meanwhile, he put out another example of a tiger mom, like a Western-raised Asian lady who did all the same stuff, the yelling and the nagging, making him learn violin to get him into college, thinking that she was the same toughness that her dad was. But here's the thing. I'm not suggesting this as a strategy. I'm suggesting this to illustrate a point. So putting that caveat out there. When the Asian dad was beating his kids in this example, it was always consistent if it was for poor behavior. So the kids knew what was coming and they knew why it was coming and they had a structure, as horrible as it was. With a structure, kids are able to work their lives. If you take the example of, mom has a bad day at the office and shakes out at her kids, or there was another example of a judge who was basically doing the same thing with his daughter, but he would do it based on his caseload that day. The problem isn't the violence, although the violence is horrible. The problem is the actions and the consequences. You can treat somebody horribly, but if you're consistent with it, at least that gives them enough structure to be able to cope with the things. Like they understand why the things around them are happening. Ideally, they wouldn't, but again, illustrative point here. So for a lot of parents, when they start attacking your character like this, and this is in the military, they taught us this all the time. Don't yell at the person, yell at the action. Always about consequence. So coming back to this point, a lot of these people would have been much better off learning assertiveness if it wasn't somebody doing something bad and like, that is wrong, that's bad, you did something wrong there, go clean it up or have a consequence to it. You didn't finish your dinner, so we're throwing your Xbox out. Like the guy who shot his daughter's laptop, very consistent. Stay off of social media, stop showing your cleavage out there to boys on the internet. And she did, and he shot the laptop. It's consistent. She knew what it was. She knew there was consequences. She's going to get mad about it, but she can work with it. But in these examples where you're talking to somebody and you give them a character attack, you are bad. You are terrible. You are awful. You are dirty. Example, example, example. These establish that men need to treat the important women in their lives as authority figures, which is a huge problem with being a nice guy. Again, very intertwined stuff here. So that's nice guy behavior. That's how it starts. By attacking you as a person. And you as a person are only a good person if you do what I want you to do. It's very, very subtle on that one, but it has large ramifications to it. This is where simping starts. The first simp always simped for his mom. I'll leave it there. So this, and that's the thing as a parenting strategy, it's non-assertiveness, it's controlling behavior. Well, he elaborates here that "that's a good boy" is very efficient, but it's manipulative, under the table control, and not an honest interaction in which mom would assertively, on her own authority, tell you what she wants you to do and stick to it. That's the key, taking responsibility. So I know I've talked before about how women will not hit on guys. They won't be the first to approach. They won't be the first to hit on them, with rare exception, because girls fear rejection. They hate rejection. They are terrified of rejection. Taps into a whole bunch of like caveman DNA in their blood, but that's the point. This manifests in in raising kids way, or raising like young adults, even teenagers. Instead of just saying like, "I'm your parent and you will do this because that's what I want you to do," and taking responsibility for it, they put it on the kid, where it's you're a bad person because this thing isn't done. It has nothing to do with what she wants. It's so weird, by the way, when she treats like the universe as the authority figure. Everybody else is causing me to do this, not me. But the guy ends up interpreting it as treating the girl as her judgment of his character. Yeah, it's one of those interesting things, and I wouldn't mind diving more into it, but at that point, it's not really solving the problem. Key thing to take away from this is just know that it's there. Just know if you map this stuff back to your formative years with teachers, with parents, you're probably going to notice a lot of this stuff, especially if you're the kind of guy having these issues. He elaborates on it with "mom rarely tells you, 'Thank you, I like it very much when you clean up your room,' or even, 'It must really bug you when I make you do your room over, but that's exactly what I want you to do.' With statements like these, mom teaches you that whatever mom wants is important simply because she wants it, not because you have to tie your identity as a human being to it." It's key there. If you notice too, so this is talking about like childhood and psychotherapy stuff. Map this to a girl who says a real man would pay for me and my kid, or a real man would take me out on a nice date, or "you're just trash," like men are trash, like all that stuff. If you notice, it's the exact same thing. The only difference is whether it's coming from a parent or some thought down the street or a single mom across the way. And this is where it's important for you guys to use critical thinking skills, because and this stuff has always been distilled like to very pithy statements we use as like branding things online. Like a lot of this stuff, you'll notice Rich Cooper actually leans, I don't know if he reads this, but he leans heavily on a lot of the wisdom that comes from this with a lot of his statements. And a lot of guys think that sounds really good, that's cool, but you got to really look into it and truly understand where it's coming from to understand the depth in little statements, like when Rich says, put in the work. It's just one of those interesting things. Yeah, the new one. Here's the good one too, is explosive diarrhea. Why would you make that as your name? So explosive butt juice says right here, yeah, it's like, "You're just a fuckboy." That's another one. Totally good example. But there are no implications or unspoken threats that good children are loved and bad ones are not. You don't even have to like what mom wants you to do. You only have to do it. And that's the point. And this is where I would argue leadership as a man comes into play, and this ties into assertiveness training. A lot of guys are like, "How do I get genuine desire?" And we've kind of stoked that fire a bit, so, mea culpa on that. Every guy wants a girl to truly desire them, that sexual energy, that sexual desire. I want her to do this for me because she wants to, and that's inside of her head, and you cannot control that. Where I make the argument is you don't want a girl to pair bond with you. What you want is compliance. You want her to make you happy because you want it. And she wants to make you happy because she wants it. It's not genuine desire. These are active choices. Now, the initial attraction is like a limbic brain response. There's nothing you control on there. But the rest of it is a pretty social thing. So once you're past that stage where you have that initial attraction, that what you would think of as genuine desire is, for the most part, leadership from a man's perspective. He's not saying good girls always go down in the morning, or good girls do this, or don't be like that trash Stacy next door and do that stuff. No, it's, "You know what? I really like when you make me sourdough bread," which I'm going to have in like a couple hours, which is awesome. "I really like when this stuff happens. You're awesome when you do this stuff." You know what I mean? You're basically encouraging behavior based on your own wants and desires. And if the other person truly cares for you, they will do those things, because making a man happy makes a woman happy, if it's a man she's really into. And again, that's that captain, first officer model. Different topic, different video. We'll get back to topic here. Children, unfortunately, are taught to respond to psychological control of their learned emotions of anxiety, ignorance, and guilt in many childhood situations. For example, If you're playing with your dog in the living room and mom wants to take a nap on the couch, she teaches you to respond to manipulative emotional control by saying, "Why are you always playing with Rover?" You then must come up with an answer as to why you're always playing with him in the living room. Chore play. This describes chore play. You know, if you just did more dishes around the house, then maybe I'd be comfortable enough and we could sleep together more than once every 6 months. Like, it's never, and it had nothing to do with that. It's just she didn't feel like doing the dishes, and she thought she could use these guilt-based manipulative techniques to get you to do more dishes. In reality, I mean, I've smashed tons of times while the sink's full of dirty dishes, so nobody really cares about the dirty dishes. It's not about that. And I'm sure you'll get a lot of girls that'll always tell you, no, maybe he's just a lazy POS and this, that, and the other thing. But that's exactly my point. There's no attraction driver there whatsoever. It's strictly a logistical thing. I want free stuff. I want labor for me, and I'm going to get it by telling you you're a bag of hammers until you do it. So part of this, again, stop listening to what women say and watch how they act. In this case, if you're getting true desire from a woman and she needs help with the house, you're going to notice that very clearly because you're going to be smashing, you're going to have so much fun, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I need help with the dishes. See what that means? I need help with the dishes because that's going to make me comfortable right now because I'm just dying. Or, can you give me a hand with this? Or, I need this. That's very... And a part of it is training, because like I said before, girls have a real problem with taking responsibility for their own wants and needs. So in the same way guys are trained to be non-assertive, girls have it more innately. It's like the reverse of autism, I guess. So part of your role as a man in the relationship, and if you're talking about what value does a man bring to a relationship, this is a good one. Basically, you're adding enough assertiveness by making her safe around you. And this is where the beta comfort comes in handy. A lot of guys talk about alpha and beta. You just want to be all alpha. You don't need any beta. Well, beta is just comfort. And you do need it if you're going to be in a relationship. Whether you want one or not, irrelevant. If you're in a one-night stand, go all alpha. It's fine. If you want something past a year, yeah, you're probably going to have to sprinkle some beta into there. And that's fine. It's generally a reward for it. But it creates that certain amount of comfort and safety that allows you to basically train the non-assertiveness out of your girl in the ways that matter. In these small little situations we've mapped out right now. Now, obviously, if you go overboard with that, you kill any sexual attraction. So it's a calibrated tightrope that every guy has to walk for himself. And this is a huge reason why I argue you can't just take what we're saying as sacrosanct. Don't listen to this. Read this for yourself. Apply it for yourself in your own avenues, in your own life experiences. And you're going to see at what point something here is useful and something is not. Let me ask you that. How many guys giving you advice on the internet are telling you don't listen to them? So, and this is the thing. They put a pressure flip on you here. That why are you always playing with him here? Why are you always out so late with your friends? Why do you not love me anymore? Not knowing any reason for the fact, other than the fact that it happened, and maybe you like doing this, or maybe it's fun, or maybe you like your guys. You feel ignorant. Because if she asks for a reason, there must be one. So you guys will hunt and give a post hoc justification, and usually that ends up doing what's called deering. Defend, excuse, explain, rationalize. Those right there are supplicative tools. If you go back to my blog, there's a post on power games, a primer, or a field guide, where you take human interactions, open and closed communication. Open communication, it's like how guys are talking, how I'm talking to you, sharing information. Very surface level, there's no subtext to it. It's literally the words imparted into your brain. Women don't use that. Women use closed communication. And a good way to conceptualize closed communication is put every conversation on an axis, on a 2-scale grid. On one axis is status, am I better or worse than this person? And am I for them or against them? Harmony and status. Deering puts you automatically in supplicative territory. I think of myself as worse than you, and we're on the same team, so you're owed an explanation. It's like Rich says there. Here's the depth of that statement. If you treat a girl like a celebrity, she'll treat you like a fan. And that's exactly what he's referring to there. So in these situations, you're actually falling into traps where you end up making yourself less attractive over time. And it's not like the girl's doing it on purpose. This is just instinct. This is how they were raised. This is part of their DNA. It's part of a conflict averse nature. But it's kind of your job as a guy to just bat that stuff off and continue living in a way that, again, leads to a much better relationship. Hate to say it, like, girls are the gatekeepers of sex. Guys are the gatekeepers of a relationship. Then you add to that Briffault's Law. So long as there's benefit for a girl, she'll stay in the relationship. Part of that is, yeah, you just have to lead. These equality relationships, that's when you hear people say that their relationship is equal and they should be equal, look back on this book and look back at this episode and these points, and you're going to see how evil of a statement that is, how manipulative of a statement it is, and what the outcomes are going to be of it. And it'll kind of let you look at these things in a whole different light. And it's not just like kids being raised up, and it's not just a dude married in a dead bedroom. Like, teachers pick up the slack where mom leaves off. They do the same thing. Because it's less work on their part. They load the kids up with Ritalin. They call them bad students, problem kids. Your own early manipulations, for example, sound like, Mom, how come sis always sits in the room playing when I have to clean up the yard? Critically suggesting that mom is playing favorites. At this young age, you haven't yet learned enough about manipulation to be a match for your mom. She won't be that facile until you're a teenager and want your own car, or the use of one, or to stay out late on dates, or any one of 100 other things. But by then, you're slick enough to play on your parents' learned feelings of anxiety and guilt. That's the same thing. So it's a natural part of human behavior where a lot of teenagers end up doing in this parents, especially divorced parents, where they weaponize mom against dad. Well, dad always gives me this stuff. He's such a better parent than you. Like, that's the chickens coming home to roost on failed parenting strategies on kids who become teenagers. It's just one of those things to realize. But realize at the same time, you're not creating a healthy environment, and your relationships will suffer. God knows I've seen enough girls with daddy issues and enough guys with mommy issues to know that, yeah, this doesn't end well, and it's probably best if you don't do it, even if it gets you what you want in the short term. So, but in the meantime, your first manipulative attempts are quite sufficient to make mom feel defensive or protective about herself. I'm sure a lot of guys here have noticed that too, like with their moms, a lot of guilt trips, especially as they get older. You don't visit enough, this, that, and the other thing. But yeah, teachers pick up the same roles. Go to the principal's office. You've been a bad student. Here's some Ritalin. I just want you to sit there and be quiet. All the stuff Rollo talks about when he talks about men being raised as defective women. Well, it's essentially not assertiveness training that parents have used in their failed parenting strategies picked up by the education system, which again, predominantly staffed by women now because of that whole scare that, male teachers are diddling the kids and they're slowly being edged out of the space. He brings up a bunch of stories afterwards about the moms doing the teaching, doing the same thing. So second, all the mothers erroneously assume that if they decide to assertively take charge, they will only have two options, being tyrannical bastards or indulgent jellyfishes with their kids. I liked this line when he goes into it because this is that boss bitch phenomenon. Girls think that if they want to hang out in a man's world, they have to be prickly and ornery and completely bitchy because that's how you do it. And this goes to show how men and women aren't the same. Like, women, they see men acting assertive and they don't know how to process it. So to them, it just looks like being bitchy, and that's how they act on it. Again, for those same reasons of those risk avoidance, risk tolerance levels of men, the lack of emotions that a man has because of increased testosterone, all that stuff. So when you see most women assume you have two choices, you either be a floor mat or you got to be a boss bitch. That just shows you that they haven't actually developed the certain assertiveness skills that they need. I know we've talked, Peterson talks about it a lot before he went down that whole rabbit hole where he had a lot of female clients when he was in clinical psychology. And assertiveness training was probably the major thing he had to train them. Like, say what you want for the plight of men, and we got it bad, and I'm here for that, but just be aware. From the female perspective, the lack of assertiveness and understanding of what the term even means is like the huge plight of women today, which is why women be bitches is such a common term. And most of them are, because they don't know how to be assertive without being one. Which should help, by the way. Taking this back to what's in it for us. If you're a guy and you're seeing a girl trying to act all bitchy and think she's acting like a weird man, like, why are you so weird? Your natural response then isn't to get aggressive back to her. Those fight or flight responses. It's not very attractive, but at the same time, you're really missing the subtext and you're playing to the surface level, open communication style of it, as opposed to the subtext. When a girl starts chirping off like that, it's not actually a dominance play like you think it is. It's a girl who doesn't know how to be assertive, who's play acting or LARPing it. So what that really tells you is on that status spectrum, she actually thinks of herself as lower status than you, and she's not on the same team, which gives her like that insolent attitude, which is good though. So as a guy, you realize, okay, she thinks she's worse than me, and she's not on my same team, so I can either disengage, which you should. If somebody's not on your team, why are you wasting time with them? But that allows you to do, again, agree and amplify or amuse mastery, which is putting yourself at, I'm on the same team and I'm better than you. The idea here is if you have the stronger frame, you tend to pull the other person into a complementary space, which in this case is submissiveness, or I'm on the same team and you're better than me. That's the beauty. That's why we say frame is so important. These aren't mental games like, chess, or it's not like a game and A equals B and C equals D. It's a very fluid, subjective thing, and the dynamics largely play out subconsciously. So all you need to focus on from a guy's perspective is having a solid set of frame, good assertiveness skills, and then to be aware of what the other person is trying to express past the surface level of just the words. And I guarantee you, all these guys talking about how women ain't shit, if they start looking at this stuff properly and applying the frame in their own life and being enough physically attractive to make a girl think of them as her best option, I guarantee you'll notice the behavior of women changes dramatically. That's why Karen is such a thing. Karen is the middle-aged soccer mom sexually disgusted by the guy she's been saddled with. And that's usually why they end up lashing out at everybody. But it's something for another topic. I think I see it for quotes. Good. I guess we'll sum this one up. So we started off understanding the concepts of fight, flight, or verbal assertiveness, and why verbal assertiveness tends to be a lot better. I would consider verbal assertiveness to be a closer statement to frame than actual verbal assertiveness, because it implies a whole lot of other non-verbal cues. We got into why fight or flight are not necessarily good for all kind of engagements. They come with all kinds of baggage attached to it, including depression afterwards or sadness. There's a physiological need for that stuff in times of crisis, but in this modern age of abundance, it tends to be counteractive to us. Changing your environment tends to be a really good way of dealing with that, as opposed to meditation or pseudoscience or living inside your own head, building it up as a feedback loop. How somebody becomes non-assertive over the years, because you start from a very assertive narcissistic state, and then that's slowly weaned off of you as you get older, largely by women, and the removal of men from children's formative years has increased the propensity for this. It's kind of like what I talk in my article, is Thotrazone right for you? These kind of situations, they don't look at it from the surface, but they have long consequence tails. In this case, removing the father from the home in such massive levels has created a lot of non-assertive boys. Women are raising defective men. Then at the same time, a little bit of empathy there. Understand that girls not only have the same non-assertiveness skills, but they don't even have the mental firmware to be able to understand what assertive means, which allows you to see very aggressive behavior from girls towards you in a much different light. Much less adversarial and much more like watching a tiny little chihuahua barking and yapping at you. Now, if he was a Doberman, you'd be a little freaked out, but it's a chihuahua. Oh, it's adorable. Pet him on the head. He might nip your finger, but you're like, whatever. Just don't take him too seriously. But so that's the sum of this one. I'm going to go through the chat now. I see I missed at least one super chat, and then we're going to call this episode. I'm trying to keep these under an hour. This one went slightly over, but Manuel really is a dense read, so we got, I think, 9 more of these. Adriano, thank you for the $2 super chat. Do you really believe in Briffault's law? I'll put it this way. Whether I believe in it is not the question. Is it a useful framework? Yes. I'll use an example for this one. So if you guys don't know what Briffault's law is, that means that the woman is the deciding factor in the terms of the animal relationship. When there's no benefit for the girl, there is no relationship exists. I'll put 2 scenarios in your head and let you guys come to your own conclusions if it's a good enough analogy or not. Let's say you're in a relationship where the guy doesn't want to be in it and the girl does. What percentage of those marriages will stay together? And alternatively, let's say there's a marriage that the guy's perfectly happy with and a girl's not happy with. What percentage of those will stay together? So that should help answer your question, Adriano. Anyways, thanks guys. Enjoy this one. I'll set up the next one. I'm gonna go for a bike ride enough, so I don't know when I'm setting the next one up, but you'll just keep in tune for it. Smash the like button. At the very least, hit subscribe. I think the notifications icon, so you'll see when I put these things out. The second one's going to be awesome. It's the title of it is Our Prime Assertive Human Right and How Other People Violate It. Basically, a roadmap on how people fuck with you. And I could swear to God that 99% of the people who talk shit on Twitter would probably learn so much more from this than just about anything else they're consuming on the internet. So, on that note, thank you guys. Like I said, I'm going to read through these chats a little later. Sorry I don't have a time to do it while I'm going through the lesson plan here, but on that note, I'll catch you on the next one. All right, let's see what we're working with here. So far, so good. Manuel Smith's When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. We're on chapter 2. You guys are going to really enjoy this part. Violating people's assertive rights. There we go. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining in. What's up, YouTube? Rah! Anyways, I'm just going to get straight into it now. Chapter 2, like I said, if you guys haven't seen it before, go back. Episode 1, definitely a good watch. It builds on Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy, which we went through before this. There's 9 episodes, 1 episode per chapter. The idea is, and I should preface now, this isn't a replacement for actually reading the books. This is more of an augment to it, because for a lot of people, they kind of had to go through it once, twice, sometimes 3 times in order to fully understand the concepts we're getting across here. So what this will do is hopefully save you the trouble of having to read it a second and a third time. But like I said, I skimmed through a lot of the examples they use on how they articulate the points, or a lot of the stuff that really resonates with people here. So I want to make it clear now. Starting on this one, he gets through the idea of how it ends up being non-assertive, like how people end up not pursuing their own assertiveness, essentially. So in situations, and he uses an example at the beginning where somebody has to go drive his mom to the airport. He wants you to do it, and he guilts you into doing it, and you feel really bad about it, but you also hate doing it. So in situations like this, all of us feel like saying, when I say no, I feel guilty, but if I say yes, I'll hate myself. When you say this to yourself, your real desire is in conflict with your childhood training and find yourself without cues. Cues that would prompt you in coping with this conflict. So when you say, if I say no, will my friend he'll feel hurt or rejected? Will he not like me anymore? Will he think I'm self-centered, or at least not very nice? If I don't do it, am I an uncaring son of a bitch? And if I say yes, how come I'm always doing these things? Am I a pussy, or is it the price I have to pay to live with other people? And these internal questions on coping are triggered by an external conflict between ourselves and another person. We want to do one thing, and the other person wants to do another thing and manipulate us into doing something else. So to get to the point of that one, this is essentially like one of the strongest manipulative tools that, now we're looking at this from a relationship standpoint, but I mean, for single guys that are flirting with girls, going out on dates, it's perfectly applicable. But that ability to manipulate based on your feelings of guilt and insecurity are one of the prime ways that guys basically become simps. So it's the last thing you really want. And we're going to get into here about some of the ways it happens, as well as some of the underlying issues that cause it. And we're going to tie it into a bunch of other concepts we've already discussed on our channel. You're going to love it. I guess we're going to skip. Okay, so he does a bunch of anecdotes and stories moving forward. And it's always about, so going back to his example of the friend asking you to pick up his mom from the airport, it's about, in the farce of this manipulative, counter-manipulative interchange, is that who goes to the airport, you or Harry, does not depend on what you want, but whoever can make the other person feel guiltier. And this is where, like, STFU, or to shut up, is such a strong initial strategy for guys. Like red-pilled guys, we're going through their relationship problems, sorting out a dead bedroom, any of that stuff. Because for the most part, people have these tools and they've been built on since childhood. A lot of it really resonates with the same nice guy paradigm that we had talked about before. And when you open your mouth, you can't help but use these tools again because it's all you've really known. It doesn't really help. It doesn't get you the results that you want. You don't end up becoming more assertive. You just become passive aggressive, and it's not very attractive as well as it's not very effective. So what you do generally is just shut up, because while you may not say the right thing, you're definitely not going to say dumb stuff like this. So anyways, he talks about this stuff builds up like resentment, frustration, all kinds of bad feelings. We'll throw a container word in there and call it a simp and leave it at that. So as in a first step of becoming assertive, you have to realize that nobody can manipulate your emotions or behavior if you do not allow it to happen. This is probably one of the keys. And if you've been around this space or one of the other people that are brand influencers in this space, whatever you want to call them, you're going to see a commonality. This piece of wisdom here usually put into a pithy statement. You are your only judge. You have to act without shame or guilt. And there's some truth to it. So we're going to take a step back now. And it's again, I quote The Last Psychiatrist a lot in this, but there's a lot of other sources I could. I just put this one in the description. I thought it'd be nice and it'd be a good reference to use, but feel free to look into other ones. So thanks to the boomer generation and the great generation before them that set those guys up for success, we end up with what he calls societal narcissism. Now, I'm not going to get into too much detail about that because that's going to veer off topic, but just for the sake of it, know that the narcissist doesn't feel guilt, only shame, which means by doing something, they don't actually have an internal barometer of what makes them feel bad. They only have external consequences. Now, if we want to talk about the modern thought apocalypse or dating with girls right now, is that girls have developed higher senses of narcissism than they've had in the past previously. Part of this is like the you go girl thing. Everybody's basically coddling women to the point of absurdity. And you can't help but have somebody eventually build this inflated sense of self-worth and grandiosity that comes with narcissism. So knowing this, you kind of makes sense when you start seeing a lot of girls attacking shame. Oh, you can't fat shame girls. Oh, you can't shame her. You can't shame this. You can't shame that, because shame is the only thing that they know anymore. Guilt is an internal barometer that does not exist. And actually, I guess we can go into that one. So one of the good reasons for this is that everybody has had this whole liberation and progressive push towards all sorts of things being normalized. I know this is going to be kind of a goofy example and it's going to veer into TradCon territory, but people used to be embarrassed about prawn. You know what I mean? Going to the hub. It used to be one of those things that was definitely embarrassing. You had to go to like, they used to have like houses, little film houses where you'd watch, prawn videos and that. But it's been normalized to the point where not only are people not ashamed about watching it or don't feel guilty when they watch it, but there's like OnlyFans accounts going crazy. So right there is your biggest indicator that guilt no longer works. And so all of this, like women should act a certain way or attractive women do act this way, you're appealing to a sense of inner ethics that just doesn't exist anymore. And I don't know if it ever did. I just know it doesn't exist now. So I won't gonna go on to that. But back to the linked article there. So narcissists don't feel guilt, only shame. And since we are a generation of narcissists, we can't see other people's perspectives. So we extrapolate. We assume that nobody else feels guilt either. And that's probably accurate. So if guilt is gone, then there's no internal controls to a person's behavior, only external ones. The problem with being a nice guy or being a guy who's eventually hoodwinked and he's in a dead and dying relationship and a dead bedroom in that is that they tend to have the opposite problem of narcissism. They're missing it. In which case, guilt is a very effective tool. And while we can make the argument about what is the moral and the just way for a group or a society to organize itself, we got to look at this from a point of self-interest. In this case, we're doing what they call in game theory a tit-for-tat strategy. Because if you act with altruism or if you have guilt tempering your behaviors and the other person does not, they're eventually going to roll over you. So for tit for tat, you got to play the game the way it's set up now and not the rules you've been given that may have been applicable 50 years ago, may not have, I don't even know. So the one thing negative I'll say about feminism, I mean, it's easy to do, but I try not to use that as the villain because I don't like the idea of making a 23-year-old thought who's a 5 out of 10 my arch nemesis. You really shouldn't either. But the one thing they're doing very well is having giant nagging PR campaigns, basically de-shaming everything. And as soon as you let those reins off of human behavior, you're getting into a situation where people are on an even footing. Except there's an innate bias towards women. So by making things equal, you're automatically pedestalizing women, which does not work. So we got past that point. And we talk here about childish assumptions. Excuse me. Oh, that's weird. Childish assumptions in this thing, and this delves into a bit of a different thing, but I'll kind of briefly touch on it here. It's a concept called transactional analysis, or the parent, adult, child. What this means is usually the tools we've developed and been trained with in our childhood end up becoming further used in adulthood, which causes all kinds of issues. In this case, the child and the parent. The idea of a child is you can actually remember your past. You remember the things you were done when you were raised, but a child doesn't have the cognitive functions to be able to articulate it. So when we talk about the child framework, that tends to be, how did something make you feel? When your mom called you a bad boy and good boys do this, and your dad is a dick, like all the promise keeper stuff you've probably seen Rational Male, Rollo Tomasi talk about a lot. What we're talking about is the child mental framework. Guilt, shame, all apply to that stuff because you treat the other person as the authority figure and you treat them as your source of validation. So naturally, guilt applies when you think you're going to be having that sense of abandonment coming into it. So what does this mean practically? That, yeah, you think as a child, you're going to act as a child, and your feelings are basically leading your decisions. And not even current feelings, the feelings you used to have in similar scenarios with different people. The parent one is how it's not actually being a parent. It's from the childhood perspective, like how do you see the parents acting and like how do you work out the magic there? I'll use an example for this. Let's say your dad says, no watching TV, it rots your brain. And you don't watch TV, but then that weekend he's busy and he goes, look, I'm busy, just go watch some TV, I got some work to do. Now, from the adult perspective, you don't learn that TV is sometimes good and TV is sometimes bad. You learn that whoever has the most power in the scenario gets to make the rules. So this is why like the parent and the child are very manipulative and kind of detrimental ways of looking at things. Adult, which is funny because once you look into it, and there's a great book for it, we might get into it later. It's like I'm okay, you're okay, as it's called. But you start to find the adult way of looking at things pretty much mirrors the way most guys have told you about the red pill. Swapping notes, watch the world objectively as it is, and then act according to your own best interests, which is essentially the child or the adult. So it's kind of neat. In a way, you could almost say that this red pilling of society is growing boys into men. Like from a psychological standpoint. I'm not saying I'm going to take you out hucking wood. And it leads to all kinds of obfuscation. So the thing about non-assertiveness is it always comes up with very shielded emotions. So many people are afraid to show their true feelings of love and closeness because they think they may be trod upon and have no way to cope with rejection. And in this case, this is exactly what happens. If your wife nags you into doing more dishes and then still not having sex with you, what they're doing is they're using guilt to attach to your feelings or your fear of abandonment. And it's not like a conscious thing. It's not like you're constantly running around with daddy issues, but you have to admit this stuff does have an effect during your formative years. The fact that we have so much more divorce and a lot less men in the house, a lot more women in the house, a lot more women teaching in that, it only stands to reason that you're given a sort of delayed adolescence because you're basically being raised as a defective woman. And this leads to what I think he calls it the Bill of Assertive Rights, which, it's a cute name. I guess it's not as cool as the Iron Rules, but we are where we are. So assertive right 1. You have the right to judge your own behavior, thoughts, and emotions, and to take the responsibility for their initiation and consequences upon yourself. Period. You are your own judge. You know actions, you know consequences. That's a nicer way of saying don't feel guilt, only shame. Is it narcissistic? Yes. Is it unhealthily so? Arguably not. At the very least, your life gets significantly better once you start adopting these mindsets. And there's tons of guys, I'm sure in the chat, will be telling you right now exactly why and how that happened. As much as we use narcissism as a pejorative, just realize in the back of your mind that narcissism is essentially a disorder that describes extreme masculine quality, in the same way that borderline personality disorder does the extreme for extreme female. Now, women are obviously becoming more masculinized. That's the increase in narcissism. That's the increase in all kinds of behaviors. I think we can take this one as like valid for now. If your own personal experience doesn't reflect this, well, then I don't know what to tell you, because I've got 10,000 examples of where it does. So in this case, it's almost an arms race where somebody has to be the most masculine one in any engagement or any relationship or any dating situation. And if you don't take it, she will. And girls have had better tools right now, so we've reached an arms race where guys have to step up. Otherwise, you're just not going to get any, and the little you do get is probably going to be starfish, duty sex, and attached to all kinds of stipulations. So if you want your love life successful, sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. I'm going to blow your mind on the next part here. So the next part is we're shifting gears. What are we on for time? The hell? Oh, good. We're still good. Preview window was set up, and I'm like, why is it still showing the intro video? I see you guys are super busy in chat right now. Like I said, I'm trying my best to glance over, but it's hard because I got a lot of notes to go over here, so I don't want to skip anything. Anyways, this part is going to explain in very articulate terms why that traditional conservative fantasy of men just being men and women being women and the old rules are the good rules and things shouldn't change is really more of closer to the realm of a psychological disorder than a worldview. The same concept of personal insecurity prompting us to invent rules and control behavior applies to other more significant things. What is the right way to have sex? How do you tell your mother to stop bugging your wife? What are the rules and how mothers and daughters-in-law should behave to each other? And how come your wife doesn't take care of this problem herself? Are only sons supposed to deal with mothers? And where did all these arbitrary ways of properly doing things come from? The answer is a simple one. We invent the rules as we go along. We invent the rules as we go along. Think about that. All this TradCon stuff, it's all invented. I'll use a great example of this. I always poke fun. I call it the Norman Rockwell fantasy. If you guys don't know, he was a painter, an artist, a graphic artist in like the 40s, 50s, 60s, I think even as far as the 70s. And he would paint all kinds of advertisements for cigarettes and the GI Bill and all kinds of craziness. He kind of popularized the idea of Americana when you think about that. So you see a lot of guys now talking about, this is the life I want. I just want a barbecue in my yard. And they'll show like a Norman Rockwell ad. This is going to get a bit like cerebral here. I really hate doing it to you, but screw it. We use the Matrix reference with the red pill, black or blue pill thing all the time. So I figured might as well go into it. And I always pronounce his name wrong, but Baudrillard, that simulacra and simulacrum, he always talks about there being a matrix where you can't tell if you're in it or not. And the movie didn't quite get it right, because while there is a false world and a real world, you're either clearly in one or clearly in the other. A more accurate matrix is when you're seeing something that's a copy of something. In this case, the Norman Rockwell ads as a surrogate for 1950s traditional middle-class life. And then liking it because you find it so authentic, because you have no frame of reference for it. That's technically what the Matrix would be. And we're at a place right now where that nostalgia for a time that we never experienced is guiding people's behaviors. So it's essentially a matrix, if you think about it. I don't like talking on these terms too much, though, because it's like, it's got the head up your ass feel to it, and it's really not helping now. Because at the end of this, it's like, why won't my wife touch me? Why is my girlfriend wanting to just be friends? Why did she cheat on me? Like, these are the kind of substantive questions we're trying to answer. But every now and then we got to get into it. Anyways. So that's the thing. And they're making these arbitrary rules as a buffer to prevent that insecurity from manifesting itself. Okay. So the answer is a simple one. We invent the rules as we go along, using the beliefs taught to us in childhood as an outline. Then we manipulatively use them with other people to control their behavior through violation of their assertive rights and hereby relieve our feelings of personal insecurity about not knowing what to do and how to cope. Put a pin in that because we're going to get back to that in a second. But when we act as if we're the ultimate judge of our own behavior and someone's arbitrary rules must first be approved by us before we follow them, we will severely threaten this arbitrary structured order that non-assertive people use to cope with us. Consequently, the non-assertive person will be loath to grant other people any assertive rights and powers to influence their relationship with him. As a self-protective measure, he will psychologically manipulate you with rules and standards of right and wrong, fairness and reason and logic to control the behavior that is in conflict with his own personal wants, likes, and dislikes. Notice he added logic in there. And I think this will help because I've explained it a few times before where I say logic and ration aren't tools that human beings have developed to understand the objective world. They're actually tools, they're communication tools we've developed to persuade people to act one way or another. In this case, it's showing how they can be used as a manipulative technique to imply guilt to get people to do more of what you want. Again, this is how a lot of guys fall for it. I have an article on my old blog. I think I've moved over to the new blog about different types of manipulation. There's essentially 5 broad categories. There's anger. If somebody gets mad, you're risk averse, so you tend to acquiesce. Girl starts yelling at you, you start doing what she wants. Hopefully she'll not abandon you because she's so angry, and then maybe you'll get some. You never do, but it basically scares guys straight. After anger comes crying. A girl will cry, will pick up on your empathic need to protect the woman, and you're very afraid that if you're making her this sad, she's going to abandon you, and so you do what you can to coddle her. Hopefully you'll get some in the process. Never works. What do we got here? Crying. Ego. Ego is the one where someone will appeal to your sense of innate nobility. Oh, you're such a big, strong man to do all this stuff for me. That's great. The white knighting thing essentially piles on with that one. Again, never works, but it taps into those guys' feelings that if they're the nice guy and they do everything that's expected of them, then they'll get a cookie. Never works. But the one here that's important is frame shifting, and this is where logic comes in. Most girls are very good at conversation. They've been doing it since they were 12. They're super social. Meanwhile, you've been sitting in your parents' basement when you were 15 till you're maybe 23 or however old you were, basically talking with people online, dropping F-bombs and N-bombs on the chat and Xbox Live. So you're really about 5 to 7 years behind the curve, which is fine. Some of you may not be, so this stuff may sound like, old hat to you, but that's fine. This frame shifting thing is a way of making sense, making patterns, and allowing the other person to believe, to change the way he thinks of things by having it make sense to him. People are big. We already mentioned it before, where people are actually afraid when they don't have a strict set of rules. Like, how did it put it in there? There we go. Severely threaten his arbitrary structured order that non-assertive people use to cope with us. So if you're not an assertive person, what the problem is with logic and rationality is they provide that structure that gives the person the comfort in allowing himself to be manipulated. It really kind of makes you take a second look at logic and ration, doesn't it? And if it doesn't, it should. That's how they get you. So the tragedy of this manipulative coping is that the manipulator is unaware that the only justification he really needs to make a change in anything is the fact that he wants a change. He does not need external structure or arbitrary rules as a manipulative backup for what he wants. To negotiate his wants with you, all he needs to do is make a judgment that his likes and dislikes are sufficient justification for the effort he will expend in negotiation. Now, what does that mean in pleb terms? That means my way or the highway. And that's essentially it. So many guys attach arbitrary rules around things of behavior, but they're not agreed upon rules. They're covert contracts. Now, the dangerous thing about that is a lot of people have very similar ones, and the internet is only, expanded upon this because everybody talks amongst each other. They build up each other's covert contracts, and they all have kind of this mass delusion. Some examples I'll give you is the waiting before marriage to have sex thing. I mean, we're at a point right now that if you're even going to think about a relationship with a girl, you kind of need to know, like, that's a bare minimum. Everybody's out there, no guilt whatsoever about premarital sex. We can argue about it being right, or we can argue about it being wrong. I'm not here for that. I'm just saying it's a thing. It's here. And if you haven't even gotten that far, you don't have a relationship. And if you start treating it like one, you're basically giving somebody the ammunition to manipulate you. They'll use that as a threat point and as a weapon. And then they will get everything from you. And that's the whole point of like marriage beforehand. I mean, it used to be good because only guys could work on the farm. Only guys could work in the factory. You know, girls kind of need you for financial support. That was their only lever to be able to secure commitment. It was like, yeah, no sex until that. Plus, I mean, medically it was more dangerous. So we can kind of see that. But all those barriers are gone right now. Women earn tons of money. They're good to go. They don't need you. It's actually a question from one of the Patreons I have. I'm probably going to deal with it this week, where he was asking, what did it mean to position yourself as a luxury good? Well, this is part of it. You got to stop treating yourself as a commodity. Part of it is definitely involving understanding. Now, Rollo calls it the old order thinking. I would argue it's not even old order. I would say it's that matrix. It's what we think the old order stuff was like, because we're so detached from it, we don't even know what involved. And that's how we can end up with all kinds of inconsistencies. Like for guys, it's no, I'm saving myself for marriage. But it's actually, he has no idea how to approach women. He uses that as an arbitrary rule to hide his insecurity. Meanwhile, girls are like, yeah, that one didn't count. I'm still a good girl and I'm wearing white to the wedding. Same thing. Everybody's just developing all these kinds of buffers against their true feelings and their true wants and their true desires. And if you take nothing else from this series so far, take this first rule. Like, you're the judge of your own actions and you will suffer the consequences of them yourself. Like, that's it. And you're okay with it. And it forces good behavior, in the sense that if you take it upon yourself to understand, like, the consequences, my fault. I decided on action A, it had consequence B. Well, A was important to me, so whatever, I can live with that. It forces two things. It forces A, for you to start looking into the consequences of your actions more, because a lot of people don't. A lot of people just live by the seat of their pants. They make up stupid rules. That's where you get goofy things like the "Where Have All the Good Men Gone" meme, where it's a bunch of girls that at the tail end of I wasted my 20s talking about now they want a man that they're 32 with 3 kids by 5 baby daddies and all that other nonsense. There's a male equivalent of it too. I'm 35. I've got a good job and I love my mom, and it's kind of the same thing. They're both equally unattractive, and they're these weird arbitrary rules and virtues that don't exist. But you're like, you know what? Yeah, sleeping with that crazy girl, probably not the best idea. Or I need a slump buster. I'm going to go into it. And if she tries to stab you when you leave your house, well, that was the consequences and you accepted it. Best part of that, this is where I get into the second part. It allows you to stop sweating things so much. People are scared about everything. Oh my God, the super flu is out. I'm going to die. Oh no, terrorists are this and feminists are that. And everybody's so scared of everything. Hollywood's being Me Too'd. And I can't even recall what the latest outrage is over whatever. Oh, Epstein. Epstein didn't kill himself. The world's going to hell. But that's the thing. All this is based on fear, essentially. Everybody's so afraid of everything that all these consequences become dire straits. But once you start accepting consequences, there's no fear involved. Like you opted in. And this is a very key point for a lot of guys. All these problems we talk about, they're opt-in problems. Marrying a single mom, opt-in problem. Dating a thought, opt-in problem. Sitting around sulking because there's no good girls anymore like grandmothers were, opt-in problem. All of these things are problems we create for ourselves. And since we create them for ourselves, we can uncreate them for ourselves too. And just simply live according to our own wants and desires, allowing the consequences of those decisions to manifest themselves, and then being okay with it because the juice was worth the squeeze. Figured I'd throw that little jab in there. So I see one of you guys asking about bosses on this. And this is actually good because the next section he gets in is the 3 different types of gross categories of relationships that help you assert yourself. There's commercial or formal relationships, authority relationships, and equality relationships. They go in order of structure. So in this case, a commercial or formal relationship is like a boss and employee. An authority relationship is like a parent to a child, or a cop to a civilian, or a cop to a citizen. and equality relationships, which is basically everything else. He goes through a couple other examples. He had a lot of examples in this one. I forgot. All right, so just know. So with an employee-employer example, there's the most structure there. The rules are known. Everybody knows how to play by the rules. So in the example there, how do you deal with a boss who's doing these guilting tactics? Well, then there's usually redress. I mean, the easy solution is you can just leave your job and go start another one. There's processes there. If your boss is giving you grief, you're allowed to say no. He's allowed to fire you, but you kind of knew that. And then that's the point. If he's guilting you into this stuff and you say no, you know the consequences. You may be losing your job, and you're okay with those consequences. I mean, why? Because you've taken steps to mitigate the damage. In this case, have your resume ready, go look for other jobs, have a strong network, all these things you can build. Now, let's say you don't have these things, and this is literally your only option for a job. You can take steps to kind of work on that problem, but in the meantime then, when your boss guilts you into doing something and you do it, you made it as a conscious choice, saying, okay, so for me, my wants and desires, I want to be in a position where I don't have to accept this stuff again. But in the meantime, I need 6 months to prep everything together. So you make the decision to acquiesce and allow yourself to be manipulated. Again, it becomes more tolerable because there's a light at the end of the tunnel. You're suffering now for future reward later. And this is kind of a very simplistic example, so I'm going to trust you guys to map it to your own personal lives. Second one is the authoritative, and that's like a cop to a guy getting pulled over for a speeding ticket. Now, there's some structure, but not as much. Like a lot of the times, actually, I'll use the military. It's a much better example. So the military always had like a catch-all term when it came to most of its policies and regulations, and that they could all be overridden for operational reasons. Operational reasons was basically saying the captain's word is law regardless of what the policy says, and you can argue it in a grievance process afterwards. So while there was rules around, you could have arbitrary rules that the authority figure would give and you would have to follow. But at the same time, there's consequences attached. Do you want to disobey an order? Well, you can get a summary trial and these are the consequences. But if it is in the legal order and then he pushes you to do this stuff, you can file a grievance with it. You end up getting all this stuff wait from your record and it's sorted out. But the point is there's structure to it, and so it helps mitigate your actions. This stuff obviously not applicable to sexual dynamics. Sexual dynamics, and I think it's a bad choice of words he used, but he used like equality relationships. And all that means is there's no structure to it. Like there is no governing rules to how you're supposed to date somebody. Does that mean you have to take her out for dinner? Does that mean a coffee date? None of it exists. It's all arbitrary and subjective. And that's why I love the PUA stuff. If you guys don't know, I had a history where I was in the military, and because I had such a hard time dating and keeping my work life balanced, I essentially learned pickup because that was the only way I was getting anything. And it created arbitrary rules for me. In this case, it was the mystery method, where there was 3 phases, and each phase had 3 subphases. So 9 steps to go from meeting a girl to smashing. And it was all arbitrary because you learned that as you got good at this, you started to internalize a lot of the concepts. You could skip steps if you didn't need it. It was all based on the other person, how good your rapport is, that sort of thing. And it got to the point that it was training wheels and you no longer needed it, and you understood it was a fairly subjective roadmap. There were certain underlying things you had to understand, and then once you did, it worked. But that's the point. So when they used to sit there arguing whether mystery method was better than real social dynamics, was better than love systems, was better than all those goofy things. And they were all fine because they all didn't matter. Like I said, it was all about the end goals. So back to this one. The thing most important about peer structures is to make sure you're treating your needs as sacrosanct and you're the only one judging your own behavior. Like you have to act without shame, without ego, without any type of investment. It's strictly a value proposition. What is this person offering me that I'm not getting on my own? And is it more valuable than the consequences of having it? If you're dating a girl and she's wasting your time, if she's stringing you along, if she's sending 500 text messages, wants you to send stories home, does she want to do a video conference date? Like, are you sleeping with her? No. Then, yeah, this is not assertive rights. This is guilting you by that promise of poon down the line. Now, I would argue that's probably the one rule that you can kind of take as sacrosanct in these like peer engagements here. And it's that sex is so easy and destigmatized that if you're not getting it, that sends a stronger message than anything else somebody can send. Like sex comes first, and then after that comes the relationship. You can argue whether it's right, but that's where it is. Get you guys. All right. Yeah, then EM's bringing up here, where have all the good men gone is a gold mine. Honestly, I hate that trash. They're not wrong, but it's guys dwelling and just looking for cathartic reasons to blame other people for their horrible decisions. It's funny and it's amusing, and it gets old very quickly, and you're just using it as escapism to hide from the own things that we can deal with. Generally. But I mean, then again, Jerry Springer was super popular because everybody loved watching white trash beat the shit out of each other over whose kid was whose and who did what. So that's chapter 2. We're going to start on chapter 3 probably tomorrow. Just keep an eye on the channel. Again, hit like, hit subscribe, the notification icon, because I sometimes don't give a huge amount of notice on these things. Sometimes I have a good window of opportunity to get things done, and you maybe get an hour and a half notice. So if you want to miss these things, then definitely don't subscribe. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything important in the chat. Oh, I see here, Future MD1. Thank you, $20 super chat. Thanks, Ryan. I just came to grips with my relationships basically existing because I set myself on fire to keep others warm. Now I have to rebuild and cut off the dead wood. Cheers. Yeah, dude, no worries. That's what we're here for. Like, and that's the thing. Here's the thing. So that lighting yourself on fire to keep other warm, like we've been talking about it with the Glover stuff, tons. It's basically stemming from a fear of abandonment. And it's built on those, childhood behaviors, those feelings you had because you don't have a frame of reference. Maybe your mom just went to work every day, but as a child, you don't understand that. To that, it looks like abandonment. And it sounds very subtle, but it slowly kind of builds a situation where a mom can use these manipulative, guilt-ridden tactics. And because the kid is so fearful of abandonment, he'll start behaving right. It's lazy parenting. It's very effective parenting, but it's very lazy. And this is the problem. It's one of those reasons why you kind of need like a man or a mentor in the house, because they tend to shed these from you faster, especially after your formative years when they can cause all kinds of damage. But for a lot of us, we just never had that benefit. Any man that would have been in our life that could have taught us different was scared out of the school system, was divorced by mom, and generally vilified by everybody around him. Because let's face it, during a divorce, the only one who's ever an ass is the guy, right? But that's the way it is. Wear the mask to protect others. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I would argue that since nobody's really doing any research on the efficacy of mask wearing, that's essentially a nice guy behavior. It's a very guilt-ridden, manipulative tactic, and it's doing the exact same thing you see in this other area here. It's just very sad that we're using like a worldwide pandemic to make this point, but it's so effective. Anyways, that's gonna be it for this one. So I'll catch you guys in the next one. Don't forget, by the way, Fuccfiles, it's in the description. Great book, 15 Lessons from a Decade of Women at fine bookstores never. Links are bottom. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Let's do the de-intro stuff. Pling. Gigantic pain. It looks like we got things going. It looks like everything's going well. Third time's the charm. Luckily enough, by this third time going through this, I think I should have this lecture down pat by now. But welcome, Chapter 3. When I say no, I feel guilty. Dr. Manuel Smith. And let's just get to it. Kudos. I notice a lot of people have been very patient with this one. I'm not sure what the problem is. I've gone through a whole bunch of troubleshooting on my end. Basically uninstalled and reinstalled and fiddled with the thoughts of everything, done about everything we can, and looks like we should be good to go. Stream is staying in excellent condition, and as it looks now, things are going well. I'm gonna switch that one to a fade, make it look rather nice. Anyways, guys, welcome in. Hopefully the music levels are good. I see there's 7 people here already, which is awesome. We had 200 of you guys this morning. Again, hopefully we got this one going through this time. Do let me know in the chat if you see the quality or things drop off on this one. So hey guys, How's things? If this drops off, let me know in chat. All right, so let's get to it then. Let's go all the way back to square one. Where did I leave off? Everyday assertive rights, the common ways people manipulate us. I like this chapter. It's a super dense chapter. It's full of a bunch of assertive bills of rights that we've talked about before. And it's funny when you look at this through a red-pilled lens how many examples you can go through, which is good because the examples he uses here are so dated and out of touch that you really have to kind of apply them with a nice modern, younger audience. So we're starting with the assertive right number 2. You have the right to offer no reasons or excuses to justify your behavior. Again, if you are your own ultimate judge, you do not need to explain your behavior for somebody else for them to decide if it's right, wrong, correct, incorrect, or whatever tag they want to use. Of course, other people may have the assertive option to tell you they don't like what you're doing. Well, then you can disregard their preferences or work on a compromise or respect it or change your behavior completely. The childish belief that underlies this type of manipulation goes something like this. You should explain your reasons for your behavior to other people since you are responsible to them for your actions. You should justify your actions to them. This here is what we're getting at. It's a nice acronym. It's called DEAR, or Defend, Excuse, Explain, and Rationalize. Okay, so it's a YouTube issue then. Well, that's good to know that they screwed this up, but that's fine. Third hour into this, we're going to have it nice down pat. Defend, excuse, explain, and rationalize. Guys do this constantly, and they always defer to their wives. And this is a very bad sexual strategy, and I'll explain why. In communication, I've talked about it before, you have open communication and closed communication. Open communication being the sharing of ideas, surface level, the words, and the meanings behind them. Closed communication is usually filled with other things like validation seeking and subtext and power games, and you can put it onto a graph. Take a human interaction. I have an article that talk about it more, by the way, on my blog. It's called Power Games, a field guide. But take an interaction, put it on a grid. On the one side of the grid, you put harmony. Are we on the same team or are we adversarial? And on the other side of the grid, we put our status. Is this person higher status than me or lower status? So when you DEAR or you explain yourself to somebody, what you're doing is you're putting yourself on the lower side of the status there. I'm lower status than you and we're on the same team, which codes for submissiveness. Now, if that sounds like a female quality, it generally is, because when a girl sees a guy as her hypergamous best option, they tend to act more submissive. It's a trait of, in the same way that I say healthy narcissism for men is a good thing, healthy levels of borderline is good for a girl. And in this case, deferring to a prize, as she puts it, is the good thing. And so by you doing this, you're actually displaying female characteristics which become very unattractive. At the same time, doesn't really work too well. And it's extremely common, especially, I always joke around that it's the Redditor thing. It's like everybody else is so stupid. If they only knew the information I would know, they would make the exact choice that I made. And this is that exact same non-assertive behavior. And this is a reason why everybody hates Redditors. And I don't blame them. I've been one for 12 years. In the last 2 years, I'm just like, dudes, you're killing me. What the hell have you done? Why is everybody a communist? You know what I mean? But like examples from this, sometimes it's just the tone of voice when they ask you, what are you doing? Sometimes it's that Karen type of chick that tries to treat everybody around her like she's one of their kids, like they're one of her kids. Like, this stuff manifests in so many different ways, but the rule of thumb and something to keep in mind is when you feel the need to explain yourself because somebody questions you, or defend yourself or excuse it, don't. This is why shutting the F up is one of the key strategies, especially for a guy starting off. Not only with just unattractive behaviors, shedding those, but in this case, non-assertive behaviors, your need to open your mouth and defend yourself is always working against you. And so shutting the F up is a great way of culling that one as well. All right. So the next one is assertive right number 3. You have the right to judge whether you are responsible for finding solutions to other people's problems. Again, is my mouse dead? Look at that. One more thing died off. That's fine. We'll use the touchpad. I'm happy Vice shirt. Oh yeah, I guess you guys haven't seen the shirt all day. It's been a nice summer day and it just started raining right as I did this live stream. Getting back to the point. Okay, so Are you responsible for other people's happiness? And the answer to that is no. Why More Please actually has a great quote on this where he says, happiness is a choice. And it's very true. And it's surprisingly easy to understand, but very hard to map. Like a lot of guys will, when their girl is in a bad mood or giving them the silent treatment, they feel the need to like coddle her or find out what's wrong or try to fix her mood by dancing like a dancing monkey. Same thing with a girl they find they're hitting on at the bar. They find her attractive, but she's not feeling it. So they think they need to dance in front of her, doing parlor tricks, magic tricks. They call it dancing monkey game, and it's never been very good. So each of us is ultimately responsible for our own psychological well-being, happiness, and success. As much as we might wish good things for one another, we really do not have the ability to create mental stability, well-being, or happiness for somebody else. Now, if your first thought to this after hearing that line is about Captain Save-A-Ho, well, then that's exactly what he's talking about. She doesn't want to be saved, bro. Like, she just doesn't. You see examples, tons of it. And anybody here who's had a bit of a rougher upbringing will tell you, we've all seen situations. I remember this at the bar. I would go to this redneck bar at my college all the time. Down. And a girl and a guy would be getting into a fight, and then some white knight would walk on, try and like get up in front of the guy, getting mad at him, telling him leave the girl alone. The guy beats him up, and the girl ends up helping him beat him up. It's basically these situations where a lot of the times, like, girls are just hooked on the feelings, and they like being negative and they like being positive because it's strong. And it's honestly why I've developed the strategy I call the manufactured outrage. Because for some reason, women, when it comes to emotions, it's like a fuel tank for them. They have to refill it every now and again. And this is why they always get in fights with their mothers, or they always get in fights with coworkers. They're very aggressive with this. There's always somebody who's messing with them and some hardship in their life they have to deal with. As a guy, this is very frustrating because you end up being reactive. They get mad one day. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't know it was coming. The kids get this. If mommy had a bad day at work, then they're taking it out on the kids, yelling at them. How do you deal with this stuff? And this is kind of one strategy to do it, where proactively you end up building up those emotions the same way you're like topping up the tank. Starting a fight over something stupid, something you don't care about. You're building it up. You're getting really serious and everybody's getting mad and emotions are going, and then you just drop it and you don't care. It sounds goofy, but it's a nice proactive way of dealing with this. Now, I said earlier that their emotions aren't your problem, and it's right. Here's the thing though. This isn't you taking responsibility for it, because there's no guarantee that you can fix somebody's emotions. All you're doing is you're giving just enough drama in your life that you don't have to deal with it by surprise. How the other person reacts is irrelevant. This is strictly for your well-being. Now you can always, a lot of guys always argue, well, my girl never does this and my girl never does that. And my girl is bland pablum. Thank you very much. And I'm like, you must be blessed, sir. You must be blessed. I wish all of us could find girls like your STEM graduate girl who's even keel and level, and I'm sure the sex life is just great. So for the rest of us, just realize emotions are a thing. Don't take responsibility for them, but at the same time, be aware of how to lead them. It works out better for you in the end anyway. The childish belief underlying this type of manipulation goes something like this. You have an obligation to things and institutions greater than yourself, which groups of others have set up to conduct the business of living. You should sacrifice your own values to keep these systems from falling apart. If they do not always work, you should bend or change, not the system. If any problems occur in dealing with the system, they're your problems and not the responsibility of the system. Again, two big examples for this. I would argue Catholic guilt. Huge example of it. You are a sinner. There's something wrong with you. You should feel guilty, and you come to me for absolution. And this is why a whole bunch of devoutly religious people are the ones that have some of the most serious relationship issues. If you haven't noticed right now, women have kind of invaded the church because women are the ones still showing up, and so the clergy kind of panders to them. So the same ways that guys used to have this confessional and have their priest and have that guilt there, it's now being applied to the women in their life, and it's a very horrible, tragic situation. But just understanding that them being disappointed in you is not your obligation to feel bad about it. They're allowed to feel whatever they want. You're allowed not to care, but that's a different issue. I love this, and this is probably the most Christian-ish like thing I'm going to get at right now, but it's the serenity prayer. God, give me the strength to change the things I can, the courage to accept the things I can't, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that's part of it too. Some things you just can't change, and It's not my job to fix the world. And I'd argue this is where Jordan Peterson gets things wrong, where he says that the reason guys are struggling right now is because they don't have enough responsibility. And I think that's the absolute worst thing he could have said, because responsibility only works with authority. And if there's no authority, this extra responsibility, again, is just taking the responsibility for other people's feelings and problems and basically propping up the system. And I think it's a horrible thing. Like, what you're seeing right now is basically boomers and Gen Xers berating 23-year-old men for the world going into hell in a handbasket, and it's their job to fix it. It's like, dude, they didn't create this world. You did. And you're not even asking them to fix it for themselves. You're asking them to fix it for your children, so that way your children don't have to live through it. It's like, no, man. It ain't working, cuz. But next one is assertive right 4. You have the right to change your mind. Now, I'm going to kind of bounce back and forth between these two because there's a point about marriage I want to address that kind of touches on both of them. So if you change your mind, other people may resist the new choice by manipulation based on any of the childish beliefs we have seen. The most common one goes something like this. You should not change your mind after you've committed yourself. If you change it, something is wrong. You should justify your new choice or admit that you were in error. If you were in error, you have shown that you are irresponsible, likely to be wrong again, cause problems, therefore, you are not capable of making decisions by yourself. Right there is perfection and why it sucks in a nutshell. Now, this is another person manipulating you, but a lot of times we do this to ourselves. Think of the guy, and I don't know if any of you guys have had this problem. I used to have this problem. The need to be perfect. And I was really good, so it was very easy for me to like go along with perfection. I think I even talk about it in one of my book, in the book there, chapter 2 maybe. But if you think that being perfect is what the other person expects from you, it's that nice guy paradigm. If I do what I think other people want me to do, they will love me forever and I'll have a problem-free life. In this case, perfection is that surrogate in there. But here's the problem. Humans are fallible. Sometimes things fail even when we do all the right decisions. But just because you make a mistake, just because you change your mind, just because you've decided that something is better or worse, does not mean that you get to be judged for it. Now, I know it sounds like a chick thing. It's like a girl gets to change her mind whenever she wants. And yeah, that is a female strategy for sure. But here's the thing. You're going to find a lot of red pill strategies are just female strategies adopted to male sensibilities. Hey, Marty. Female strategies adapt to male sensibilities. Dread, perfect example of that. What is Dread game? But it's essentially a female branch swing. 6 months before the marriage is over, she checks out of it, starts working out, getting hot, getting fit, flirting with a bunch of dudes. She ends the marriage when she has another guy lined up. Dread is essentially that, but with an olive branch. On the understanding that the girl gets her act together and starts fighting to keep you around, well, then that's still on the table. And that's the nice thing about a lot of this stuff. It's whatever works. So jumping back then, we're talking about mind changing in that, as well as before about taking the responsibility for other people. Dalrock, great article called Threat Point. I'm going to put it in the chat right now so you guys can see it. I think I did this the first time too. So bear with me here. We're going to take a little bit of a meander. So in the literature on the economics of the family, there has been growing consensus on the need to take bargaining and distribution within marriage seriously. Such models of the family rely on a threat point to determine distribution within the household. The switch to a unilateral divorce regime redistributes power in a marriage, giving power to the person who wants out and reducing it held by the partner interested in preserving it. So what they're talking about is how it used to be at-fault divorce. Both people had to agree. There had to be something there to cause the divorce. Now, for a bunch of reasons, it switched to no-fault divorce. And this is where I'm just going to sum up the things here. You guys you should already know this speech by now. So, to see how divorce laws affect the external threat point, note that prior to unilateral divorce, a partner wishing to dissolve the marriage could leave without their spouse's consent. However, in such a situation, a legal divorce is not guaranteed, and as such, the right to remarry is forfeited. Under unilateral divorce, the value of an exit threat increases for the unsatisfied spouse, as the right to remarry is retained regardless of positions. Thus, the exit threat model predicts that changes in divorce regimes will have real effects. If the divorce threat is sufficiently credible, it may directly affect intrafamilial bargaining outcomes without the option ever being exercised. And this is what we're talking about. A lot of this stuff now with assertiveness is that guys are so worried about divorce rape that they are actually given a cooling off where they don't act assertive. because they're worried that as long as they, supplicate, play dead, then maybe they won't try and divorce and take all their kids and half their money. But that's the thing. Counterintuitively, by being more assertive, by not letting these things weaponize you, you actually become less likely to have them used against you. David Dutton, Wisdom of Psychopaths, great book. He actually had a section in there where he interviewed a bunch of psychopaths just by showing them videos of people, asking them which one they would mug. And they all picked the same guys. So people actually know who soft targets are. Intuitively, we just kind of know. So if you look like a simp, you're going to get simped. To attach onto this one, which is going to lead into the next point. So it's very easy to talk about this stuff. Let's talk about like weaponized sex and weaponized relationships. That's usually what happens. The girl will say, no sex unless you do more dishes, or if you did more dishes, maybe I'd be comfortable, so I would want to sleep with you more. That's one way of like weaponizing it. Second one is like, well, if you don't do this, we're getting a divorce. I'm done. Those are very easy to convince a guy that they're in his best interest not to negotiate with terrorists. For the sex one, if it's a girl, demote her to plate, soft next her, go find yourself somebody else. That's abundance. That works perfectly. For a marriage, obviously those same rules are there because infidelity is no longer illegal. So really the only thing keeping you there is the understanding that the other person is giving it their all. But here's one that's a little harder to understand, but also more important to visualize for yourself why it's important. Everybody here who's over the age of 35, possibly some kids, will know a story of a guy who stuck with a girl. Maybe she had a surprise baby and he stuck it around for the kids to be noble. Maybe she churned after they got married, whatever. But you know it. There's this guy who's absolutely miserable, cannot stand and hates his wife, but he loves his kids. His wife treats him like crap, and he sticks around for them, and he's absolutely miserable. So, from this threat point perspective, I want you to consider the options here. You can either be 100% dad 50% of the time, or a 0% dad 100% of the time. Which one do you think raises better kids? And this is a lot harder for guys to understand. I have a relationship breakdown where I talk about true dadness, the only guy from Married Red Pill ever to lose his flair, by the way, where he had a one-itis to his children like that, to the point that he actively sabotaged the relationships from this lack of assertiveness. He would always use, he would try bribery, he would try gifts, he would try manipulation, and the wife would try that too, holding the kids back until he does this and he does that. Again, these things only have power if you give it to them. And the one way you can tell when somebody's truly hardcore understood the concept of like his own rational egoism or his own self-interest is when he's no longer able to have his kids weaponized against him like this. And it's a hard pill for guys to swallow. Very hard. And I'm not surprised, and I'm very empathic to the kind of guy who can't make that choice. So leaving it there though, that's something for you guys to mull over as you read through this. Anyways, we're going to slip onto the assertive right number 5. You have the right to make mistakes and be responsible for them. Our assertive right to make errors and be responsible simply describes part of the reality of being human. I love this line. I love this line because it goes to show there's like a problem. Everybody always kind of feels there's like a problem with, we'll use example, the conservative argument of big daddy government taking care of everything, or the guy doesn't want to be coddled or pampered by his girl. Like there's something there, never articulate, but you kind of feel it. But the idea that you're not in control of your own life and that you're no longer responsible for the consequences of your actions, it's a very off-putting thing. It's also a very unassertive thing, or a non-assertive thing. But the childish belief underlying this manipulation is approximately as followed. You must not make errors. Errors are wrong and cause problems to other people. If you make errors, you should feel guilty. You are likely to make errors and problems, and therefore you cannot cope properly or make proper decisions. Other people should control your behavior and decisions so you will not cause problems. In this way, you can make up for the wrong you have done to them. Right there, you can kind of see the problems with it. It's a very childish belief, the idea that you need to be taken care of because you can't be trusted with your own agency. Now, this is kind of beyond just flirting with girls. This is beyond getting attracted with wife. This is about self-actualization and self-determination. This stuff, put a pin in this, because this is going to come in handy later on when we start talking about hypothetical and categorical imperatives. But the example he uses here is actually a gender-swift one. It's about a wife who's being non-assertive and should be. The idea is she screwed up, cost the husband a whole bunch of extra work. And so when they talk about when the wife is non-assertive enough to let her husband make judgments about her behavior for her, she is likely to deny the behavior, give reasons why she should not or she could not make the entry, hand wave the importance of the error, forcing her husband to either suppress his feelings about her error, thereby resenting her, or to escalate the conflict into a fight to express his non-assertive, angry feelings, or apologize for making an error that inconvenienced him and feel resentfully obligated to make it up to him. On the other hand, if his wife is assertive enough to make her own judgment about her errors, she would likely reply to the raising of the issue by saying, "You're right, that was dumb, mistakes happened." And this ties into apologies. As far as we get to like a hard and fast red pill rule is the one of never apologizing. And never apologize. Again, back to what I was talking about before with the power and harmony in close conversation. An apology is automatically putting somebody as higher status than you. And it also puts them in an unknown position. They can either forgive you and be on the same team, or not forgive you or put more hurdles on you and be against you. So either way, it does not work out in your best interest from power games perspective. At the same time, actions matter more than words. We had a lot of field reports where guys were constantly feeling the need to apologize to their wife, or she was constantly demanding it. They would build up this justification as to why it was warranted. And we would just ask one question. Well, a few questions, but the big one was, okay, did you actually screw up? Is she right? And a lot of times the guy's like, okay, maybe from her perspective, but I don't think so. I was like, all right, so it's not then. So then why the hell are you apologizing? Or maybe it's a case where he's like, yeah, I screwed up big. Like, all right, well, fix it. So then what about the apology? Like, well, fixing it was the apology. I want you an apology. Look, I already fixed it, all right? I already told you I screwed up. That's it. It's done with. By not supplicating, you're keeping your status high, you're keeping that hypergamous instinct intact, and you're generally over the long term making yourself have a healthier, more attractive relationship over the long haul. Again, it's never just big events, it's like hundreds and hundreds of these little things over the course of a decade, or 2 decades, or 3 decades that all matter. So when I talk about each of these ones, it's hard to say, like, none of them are going to be the keystone to a happy and healthy relationship, but 1,000 of these together will equal the difference between, Chad relationship and, virgin relationship. Get what I'm saying? Should find a link for it. It was a great post actually by Royce Chateau Artiste who talked about apologies. It's like, if something doesn't die, then don't even worry about it. Or you get 2 in your lifetime. Use them sparingly. Chad Worthington. I know Rollo has an article on him called Alpha Buddha, and Royce's is I'm sorry. Actually, you know what? I'll pull that one up. There she is. So for further reading, if you guys want to see this, I'm going to put it in the live stream now. We got Rational Males with his post on Alpha, and I'm hoping there she is. And Chateau Artiste on I'm Sorry. This puts a really good damper on this idea. Yeah, hey Pepsi, I see you on here. Yeah, it turns out YouTube was having some problems with their streaming service, so we've had to do a couple cold starts, but we're back on the go right now. We're good to go. Where did I leave off? All right, so far so good. So here's the thing, like, your ability to handle your own mistakes and take ownership of them is a really human part of your life. It's what separates you from being a child. And there's nothing attractive about being a child. There's no dignity in it. So I would argue, there's 2 main principles of guys who talk about the red pill. It's sexual strategy for men and a positive male identity. And I would argue this one does both. It both keeps your status high within a relationship as well as salvages that little bit of dignity that men have nowadays and allows you to thrive in ways that other men can't. Segueing into assertive right number 6, you have the right to say, I don't know. And it's based on the childhood belief that you should have answers to any question about the possible consequences of your actions, because if you don't have them, you're unaware of the problems you will cause and therefore are irresponsible and must be controlled. Again, it's a very manipulative technique. We talk about unintended consequences a lot, and there's some merit to it. Now, from a political standpoint, obviously, you should be wary of making large changes because you're not aware of the unintended consequences. But we're going under the assumption that the person reading this knows what they're doing and they're not otherwise incompetent. We're not fortune tellers. We're all fallible humans. We will make mistakes. We're already going to be willing to own up to them in the ways that matter to us, not in the ways of apologizing and asking for placation by other people. At the same time, we also have to trust in our ability, and this is where self-improvement comes in. We have to trust in our ability to solve the problems as they come up. Like, aren't you worried about this? Aren't you worried about that? Yeah, I am, but you know what? I can handle it. I'm a smart guy. I always said, it was like a joke I used to say in my life way before all this stuff where, you know what? It sounded like I knew what I was doing when I made the decision, so I'm sure I can help that guy follow through. Got me through a lot of things. You'd be surprised how many issues are non-issues and very solvable. And a lot of the time, those consequences, those unintended consequences, are things you can live with anyway, so they're not a reason not to do something. In fact, one of the easiest ways you can tell if somebody is just risk averse is if they start trying to find any convoluted reason to not do something. Basically, instead of the assertive right number 6, they're actively going against it and using it not to act on something. And it lets you know right there that you're dealing with non-assertive behavior. Next one up is number 7. So you have the right to be independent of the goodwill of others before coping with them. No matter what you or I do, someone is not going to like it. Someone may even get his feelings hurt as a result. If you assume that in order to adequately cope with somebody, you must first need his goodwill, and as a brother or a friend, you leave yourself open to as much manipulative leverage as you need for goodwill dictates. Contrary to this common assumption, you do not need the goodwill of other people to deal with them effectively and assertively. This is so true if for no other reason than you don't need a girl to like you to sleep with you. Got tons of examples of this. If you really wanted to get in the weeds, there's Dr. David Buss and Cindy Vincent's Why Women Have Sex, and they show the motivations for there. Almost none of it is based on being friends with a guy. Being friend zoned does not in a way in a girl's pants. Sexual attraction and friendship and comfort are two separate topics. It's, as Rollo would put it, the alpha fucks and the beta bucks. The need for people to be on friendly terms before you can start making your wants known is a very non-assertive behavior, and it makes it very easy to manipulate you, because whether girls, and like I've asked girls and I can't tell if they're lying or they really don't know, but they know the friend zone is a manipulative thing. There's some part of them that knows, whether they know and they won't say or they just don't know, but they kind of know. They know. The idea that somebody wants to sleep with you and they want you to like them first, they can use that validation to get just about as much validation from you as they possibly want without having to give you anything. It's basically the business model of a Twitch streamer. Yeah, you'll never be loved if you can't risk being disliked. It's a good example for this. Now, here's the thing. It's not just relationships either. From a brand perspective or a dating perspective, OkCupid had a great article on why you should be going after that weird girl. And they brought up two types of women that they found on there. There was some that every guy would say was like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Very cute girl, not hot, but cute. They would actually get less messages than these very polarizing girls. Tattoos, goofy hair, all those standard things. They would find that it was a much more divisive, polarizing thing. They would find that 5 guys would call them a 9 and 5 guys would call them a 2. But they ended up getting more messaging and higher engagement. And this is by not waiting and not trying to be liked by as many people as possible. And the same goes for if you're in a business of branding. Being polarizing to a certain extent is a great way of helping niche your market segment to the point where you can actually have a good relationship with your customers or clients or fans or whatever. The point is, our childish belief, which uses people as the basis for this type of manipulation, expresses itself like this. You must have the goodwill of people you relate to, or they can prevent you from doing anything. You need the cooperation of other people in order to survive. It's very important that they like you. And examples of manipulation based on this belief are everyday occurrences, particularly in close relationships, but also the authority of relationships of work and school. Jumping back, for those who are here for the No More Mr. Nice Guy stuff, again, go back and check it out after this if you haven't. Talks a lot about errant parenting strategies. Key point being a lot of moms, what they do when they're raising kids, instead of being consistent with punishment and being assertive in the way that I want you to clean your room because I'm your mom and that's what I want. It's always good boys do this or good boys do that. And then she goes to the husband, well, a real man would do this and a real man would do that. She's basically attacking these guys' insecurity through identity. And it's these types of things here that make insecure people and non-assertive people extremely easily manipulate. I would argue a huge portion of guys, so long as they stop letting the judgment of women get to them, stop thinking that they need to be liked before they get anything, that you'd be a lot further along and I'd probably be out of a job. The next one is assertive rate 9, one of my favorites. You have the right to be illogical in making decisions. Now he says you have the right to be, I would almost say you have the obligation to be. So he says many people will use logic to manipulate us into doing what they want us to do. The basis for this manipulation is our childish belief which says you must follow logic because it makes better judgments than any of us can make. Examples of logic-bred manipulation are seen in everyday relationships. This is what I call frame shifting, and it's in my article on manipulation. I think there's also an animated video on it, which is really cool. But here's the thing. Guys are systemizers. We like things to make sense. We like to spot patterns. We like the world to make sense. We think of logic, and this is a bad understanding of logic. We think of logic as a tool that humans use to observe the outside world and objectively come to a truth. It's not what it's for. Logic is there as a persuasive tool to allow us to persuade people who have that need for closure and patterns and everything to be wrapped up in a nice, neat bow. Here's the thing. It actually is worse now because everybody seems to have a spot of autism now. So if you're one of those kids that had to have all your trains aligned when you were playing or all your M&Ms and Smarties organized by color, well then yeah, these logical arguments will manipulate you much easier because it has to make sense. So by acting illogically, acting more irrationally, acting more impulsively, acting more spontaneously, you actually make yourself not only more attractive, only because it's more of a challenge. You can't manipulate somebody who can be impulsive. It also makes you less likely to be manipulated, more attractive in the end, like I said before, and you stop trusting in logic as the primary means of which you need to observe the world, because logic is only good as the axioms you put into it. If it's garbage in, it's going to be garbage out. In fact, just about every crappy worldview you see right now, the other person has an airtight case as to why it's the perfect thing. But if you look at their underlying assumptions, they're ridiculous. In fact, let's shit on the second wave MGTOWs again. Women are evil. They're going to take your role, and your only thing you need to do is go your own way. And they'll give you stats and figures and charts and anecdotes and everything. And it's an airtight case. Well, geez, at this rate, women are the absolute worst. So I need to go my own way and buy a sex doll or whatever it is they want to do. Sounds great, right? But you go back to the underlying assumptions on there and you realize it's based on a childhood tool of insecurity being manifested in adult justification. Now, this is going to get a bit off topic, but bear with me on this one. It's called transactional analysis, or the parent-adult-child theory of interactions. So in every interaction, there's going to be two people, and they're going to manifest either the parent, the adult, or the child. Now, some of these ones are stable, some of these pairings are unstable. What child means is during your formative years, you were given a certain set of tools based on how you see other people around you behave and how they treat you. How did you react as a child to the stimulus around you? These give you a base set of tools that after your development years, you start using as an adult, and they create what you would call mental models. Now, the problem comes if you're given errant ones by that parent I talked about before that was using identity as a threat point in order to manipulate you and to act the way they want. It's very lazy parenting, also very common. Single parent households notorious for it. And by single parent, I mean mom. That's where promise keepers came from. That's where hyper masculine guys come from. They're raised with nothing around women, and so they go 10 out of 10 what they think a man is, and they act like gangster thugs because that's what a man is, hyper aggressive. All these things are kind of manifest in the same way. And so here's the problem. when you end up in these interactions and you think of the child interaction, the child can't actually analyze things because they didn't have the developmental tools. So it's mostly pulling up memories of the feelings of these situations. What did it feel like when mom abandoned you, even though she was just going to work that day? But you're a kid, you don't know what work means. So these child ones, and this is why, and the way it manifests now is you see how guys, like, have you ever seen a guy who's afraid to approach a girl? And you ask him, why not? Just approach her. It's like, and he kind of makes excuses and he dances around it. And he's like, she's gonna, and they always like point to these consequences. But we did this thing in the Married Red Pill where we would ask a guy, okay, walk me through, what's the worst case scenario here of what happens? And 9 times out of 10, the guy had no idea. Like, he couldn't articulate the consequences. It was just a really bad negative feeling he had. In which case I would always respond, your feelings are bad and you feel bad for having them. But you realize this is those child interactions manifesting. If you cannot articulate the actual threat, the risk, or the fear or aversion that you have in a situation, that's a child thing. Now, you would automatically think, well, that must mean parent is the better one. Not so much. Parent is your perspective from a child, same thing, and seeing how parents would act towards you. And in the same way I talked about that gangster thug being hyper masculine, it's the same thing. Okay, so this is what adults act like. I got it. And it's more articulated than the childhood, which is feelings. This one's more about thoughts and process and actions. But then the problem is, again, they're from the perspective of you have garbage parents coming in, you have garbage solutions coming out for the parent thing. What you want to move is to adult. And adult is essentially observing the world around you and making objective comparisons based on other things and making your own choices. In fact, here's the part that'll blow your mind. If you ever start getting into transaction analysis, and a great book to get started is something called I'm Okay and You're Okay. You'll find that when you talk about the praxeology of a red pill, it's essentially advocating for the adult in the PAC model of transactional analysis. So it's very cool. It's nice to know too that there's it's something called convergence theory. Basically, multiple people are making making studies on their own independently, and they're finding that, like, obviously red pill, there's no scientific journals. The soft science, there's not a lot of hard science on it. Everybody's kind of got fuzziness to it. There's no certainty, but everybody's kind of leading in the same direction. So it kind of gives you a certain confidence that that direction's a proper one if multiple people in different places are able to get to a same destination. So what does this mean for being illogical? Yeah, well, that's a game theory thing. It's a better strategy. It works out well for everybody. It makes you more attractive. And at the same time, you're able to shed a lot of these stupid models that you've justified over the years. So like those childhood fears, they end up getting built up over the years with all kinds of random rationalizations after the fact that have perfect logical consistencies to them, but horrible inputs. And that consistency and that predictability makes you easily manipulatable. So not only are you non-assertive, but you're also getting simped on. You don't want that. The next one here is assertive rate 9. You have the right to say, I don't understand. The childish belief we've been trained to hold, and which makes sense in this type of manipulation, goes like this. You must anticipate and be sensitive to the needs of other people if we are all to live together without discord. You are expected to understand what those needs are without causing problems by making other people spell out their needs to you. If you don't understand without constantly being told what other people want, you are not capable of living in harmony with others and are just being irresponsible or ignorant. What does that sound like to you? I'll give you a hint. Women just want a man who gets it. No, we did not. Abba, I saw your question there. But that's a topic for a different show. We'll save that for a Q&A episode or a Patreon question. So 2 places where I find this is most telling. One is in a corporate environment. I know anybody here has worked in an office, especially in a technical role. I remember sitting in many meetings where I'm running a project and I see a bunch of business analysts talking about cloud this and cloud this and cloud that and cloud. Nobody knew what anybody was talking about. But since everybody was so non-assertive, nobody was willing to say, wait, could you clarify terms? And here's a great assertive thing. Okay, so look, I get it. You guys are talking about cloud because it's a cool buzzword. No such thing as a cloud. It's cloud services. It's basically offloading your own internal networks. But, like, guys, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about here. Which cloud service you're going for? Can you let me know the possible, like, what the actual implementation you're looking for is, so then I can actually structure something that works for you? And just by admitting you don't know, that becomes assertive, and that can actually solve problems in the office. Now, at home, Same thing here. What are you thinking right now? Nothing. Well, why are you mad? No reason. Oh, it's the silent treatment. And then the guys need to constantly prod and poke and like, well, you should know what I'm thinking. It's like, well, look, I don't know. But that's the thing. A girl is manipulating your need for validation by withholding information and expecting you to be a mind reader. Now, again, what's going to happen is most guys will end up like suckling up to the teat, trying to make her feel better, taking responsibility for her emotions in hopes of learning what it is they should already know. But as an assertive technique, just, I don't know what you're on about. And if you're going to give me the silent treatment, I'm just going fishing because I actually like fishing when it's quiet. It's probably a great thing for men is to understand that the silent treatment isn't a punishment. It's actually kind of a reward. You're going to love it. Try it. I have mine on occasion. It's actually great. I love it. So having the understanding that you're not meant to know everything, that even though you can't anticipate somebody's needs, maybe you're being insensitive sometime, maybe you don't care, but that's going to be the next point, and that's my favorite one of all these ones. Assertive right number 10. You have the right to say, I don't care. So if you verbalize this belief, it would sound something like this. Because of your human condition, you are base and have many flaws. You must try to make up for this humanness by striving to improve until you're perfect in all things. Being human, you will probably fail in this obligation, but you still must want to improve. If somebody else points out how you can improve yourself, you are really obliged to follow his direction. If you don't, you're corrupt, lazy, degenerate, and worthless, and therefore unworthy of respect from anybody, including yourself. This belief, in my opinion, is the ultimate sucker's play. If you set yourself up to be perfect in anything, even being assertive, you will get disappointed and frustrated. You have the assertive right, however, to say you don't care to be perfect according to anybody's definition, including your own, since one man's perfection is likely another man's perversion. And I'm going to segue into dunking on the tradcons, because this is exactly what you get with this crap. Again, putting a pin in this one too for that hypothetical and categorical imperatives that I'm going to talk about later. What do they say? Well, a real man would do this, and a man should do this, and a man should this, and a man should that, and a real man this, and the wife will say, well, a real man will do this, and if you were really a good husband, you would do this, and a good boy would clean his room, and you just sit there and it's like, I don't care. If they can't appeal to your best interests, you're allowed not to give a shit about their problems. In fact, it almost is obliged to, because if they can't even tailor something to be beneficial for you, what good are they? They're just demanding from you. And a very non-assertive person is easily manipulatable by that because they want the validation from somebody else. They want somebody to judge them as AKA a good man or AKA a good boy. And so these things tend to work and they build resentment. So not only are you a whipping boy, not only are you lighting yourself on fire to keep others warm, but you're also massively unattractive, and she's probably going to go schlup the gardener anyway. So the only way you can surely halt this manipulation is to ask yourself if you're really satisfied with your own performance on yourself, and then make your own judgment on whether or not you wish to make a change. Again, did you screw up? That's up to you. So using a quick rule of thumb to help clarify what you're doing, I often ask people to phrase their internal conflict with any of these categories. I want, I have to, or I should. The I want category is easy. I want to have steak for dinner 3 times a week. I want to go to the movies instead of watching TV. I want this, I want that. So from these wants, you have certain have-tos or the contingencies that follow. For example, if I want steak 3 times a week, I need to earn X amount of dollars and buy a barbecue. Many people, however, mistakes the have-tos with the shoulds. So in his example here, it muddies the clear waters of thinking. Shoulds, as a rule of thumb, should be categorized as manipulative structure used to get you to do what somebody else wants, or an arbitrary structure you have imposed upon yourself to deal with your own insecurity concerning what you can or cannot do. Sound like the tradcons now? You shouldn't cheat on your wife. Yeah, okay, fatty, I don't see them dropping you at your door. Anyways, for instance, I should work because everybody should be productive, not just because I want to earn X amount of money. I should get out in the evening because I shouldn't watch TV all the time. I shouldn't go to Tahiti because no one should be a beach bum. Whenever you hear yourself or somebody else say should, extend your anti-manipulative antenna as far up as it can go and listen carefully, because in all likelihood, some message that says you're not your own judge will follow. This is where I'm going to get into Immanuel Kant. Came up with the terms hypothetical, categorical imperatives. An imperative is something urgent that needs to be treated seriously. In this case, a hypothetical one is if you want something, you do something. This is where the I wants and I have tos. What do you want? Well, I want a steak. Well, that means I have to go buy a steak and I have to earn enough money to pay for the steak. There you have a goal. The goal is your want, and then the imperatives, or what you should do, what you have to do, end up filling the things. Now, if you're a vegan, that one makes no sense to you, but you have your own set. All right, I need to get the right proteins, this, that, and the other thing. Let's use it from a sexual standpoint. If you want to sleep with more girls, well then I have to physically make myself more attractive, mentally make myself less unattractive, become more assertive, stop being a nice guy, be honest with my desires to sleep with a girl, not try and be her friends first. Everything we've talked to on here. But those are all hypotheticals. If you don't want to sleep with girls, then you don't need any of these ones. So they aren't something you have to do. Categorical ones, on the other hand, are rules of the universe that are supposed to be good no matter what. And that's that real man should bullshit. So when somebody's telling you what you should do, they're not offering you incentive. They're just telling you that you have to want this, and they have no way of telling you why you should want it. Again, strictly 100% manipulative. And there's a reason why thou shalt not is like the terms from the Bible. That kind of manipulation is the kind of stuff that the church used to give you all the time, which if you're a follower of Christ and it's providing you a good life, that's fine. But at least then it's providing a value for you. What I'm finding in a lot of cases, a lot of guys going to church and their church is just running roughshod over them. Their college are, their businesses, their relationships are, and they're telling you all these things you should do, but they're not things you actually want to do. And they're not things that further your own agenda and your own positive movement and your own direction in life that you want to take. Now, part of you has to be cold. If something is not providing value to you, if something is weaponizing you, well then it behooves you as a man to shed that shit from your life instantly. Like I said before, it's very easy when we're talking about dating a thought for 2 weeks. You try it again when you got a wife and 3 kids and a life that you just want to suck on an exhaust pipe for 12 hours. And you get back to me on how easy this stuff is. Like I'm saying, it's not easy, but it's damn serious. So that's it for this chapter. We're going to start the next one tomorrow. Hopefully then we won't have those same streaming issues. Again, smash the like button. Thanks guys for sticking around for, I guess, 2 or 3 hours of this. Yeah, plain Jane. This is actually the 4th time I've gone through this now, so it's about 3 straight hours of me doing this, but it's good. I'm getting pretty practiced at it. Not that I mind. Smash the like button. Feel free to subscribe, hit the like button, pass this on to any friends, especially if you have non-assertive friends that need this. Give them the book. Again, When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. The articles inside, check the live chat. You're going to find the ones about Dalrock, about Rollo, and about Chateau Artiste, and I will catch you guys on the next one. So far, so good. It looks like we made it through the entire episode, guys. I'm very proud of you. David's right, though. You should smash the like. And yeah, I got no problems with Turd Flinging Monkey. He's a only name I know of in the sex doll sphere, so I don't really know who else to talk about, but we're going to leave it there anyway. I guess this is where the end card goes. All right, later, fellas. If I didn't know any better, I would say this one's going to go all the way. None of this 8-second stuff like yesterday. See you guys in the chat. Thanks for sticking around. Looks like whatever streaming issues YouTube had last time wasn't quite working. Ooh, I just realized that's the wrong thumbnail. Let's make it proper. There we are. Episode 4, Persistence. Look, this one's awesome. You're going to love it. Ah, I love the fade too. As you can see, we're playing with the color correction here. Give you guys a little bit of visual interest for these things. Anyways, welcome back. When I Say No, I Feel Guilty, Dr. Manuel Smith. The counterpart to When I Say No, counterpart to No More Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. Robert Glover. Awesome guy. Anyways, guess getting started. I've also added, as you can see right now, the hard covers of my book are out. You can see, right there. Feel free, check it out. Links in the description. Like I said, Jordan Peterson made you pay $24 for 12 rules to life. I added 3 more rules and charged $15 less. So it's great bang for your buck. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll cringe, and you'll see some of your own successes and failures in mine. Because let's face it, most guys are about the same. But let's cut right to it. I see in the chat somebody named Stardust. No, don't know, don't care. We're busy. So we're busy fixing problems. We're busy unscrewing up men's lives, and we are busy teaching guys how to use better strategies in the sexual marketplace. So from a relationship standpoint, and this one, it's not just relationships. This kind of matters just for like, it codes for general humanity. Like one thing you'll notice if I talked about the last episode, at least I'm pretty sure I did, I had to repeat it 4 times because of YouTube issues, was that a lot of this stuff, while the assertiveness training is a good thing, it codes almost too simply for man. It kind of codes for the human condition. And a lot of the times when guys are missing these assertive traits, it's kind of like a bit of their humanity is taken away. So part of this is that using these strategies to become less unattractive over time actually helps build, you know, a little bit of humanity in you so you're less of an NPC. Not saying you guys are, I'm just talking. Hey, what's up, guys? All right, cutting back to it here. So the first thing to learn in being assertive is persistence. And this is something that a lot of guys kind of learn the hard way. They'll come into, for example, like the married red pill, and they'll be told about sidebar books. They give their one victim puke talking about how crappy their wife is and how they're putting up with it. And the guys will sit there and call them a bundle of sticks and all kinds of random nonsense. They read through the nice guy activities. It blows their mind how well it codes to them in their life. Then they get into when I say no, I feel guilty. And they're like, yeah, I don't get it. I started using these things and nobody cares. So to preface the chapter before we even get started, I often, and I'm going to use the analogy here of boundary enforcement. So when you're enforcing a boundary, you only have 3 tools right now, especially when it comes to women. You have your attention, your affection, and your commitment. You have to pull them commensurate with whatever boundary they've crossed. If you're a single guy and it's a Twitch thought wanting money and berating you for that, well, you pull your attention. If it's a girl that you've been casually dating for a couple weeks now and then she does something stupid like sleep with your brother, well, then you pull your commitment. If it's a wife of 10 years and she's got 2 kids and she's weaponizing you and threatened divorce, well, sometimes it's just an easy matter of pulling your affection and pulling your attention. Now, what I talked about before was a lot of guys are like, I don't get it. She didn't care. Well, that's because these tools really only have teeth to them if you have a high SMV or sexual market value. Basically, people respect the boundaries of attractive people. I don't just mean physically attractive, because you can be ugly in the soul too. So it's more than just, actually, I guess I'm not really listening to anything. Why am I even putting these in? It's more than just being attractive as in like the solid jawline, physically fit, all that crap. A lot of this removing your unattractive parts here really weighs into it. While they may not make you attractive enough to be able to pick up any girl you want at any time, they are going to prevent you from sabotaging yourself, whether it's a girl you just meet at the bar, you just meet at a coffee house, you've been in a relationship for a month, or even married for a year or longer. That's kind of the point of all this stuff. And after digesting all of the material about your assertive human rights, you may find yourself in a position of a learner who said, I've secretly felt this way about myself and other people all my life, but whenever I expressed it, I was always told that way of thinking was wrong, that I shouldn't feel that way, and I'm glad that other people think I have a right to my own thoughts and ways of doing things. So this one, I think it codes to men more so, because like when I was a kid, there were still places for guys to talk about guy things. There was television shows, there was entertainment, there was literature, there was still like masculine writers, masculine cartoons. Say what you will about G.I. Joe, but it was definitely like masculine themed. Honor and courage and lasers and yeah, here's a good message, eat your Wheaties. And that stuff's kind of gone now for multiple reasons. Part of it is the institutions that were tasked with curating them have been infested in various ways by, you know, female empowerment. And it's not, and here's the thing, it wasn't even an evil thing. It was just, you know, as you're going up, you're growing up, and yeah, women and men are basically good people, so why wouldn't you bring girls in on this locker room? And then they bring a girl in, and if you've read it before, there's a post called Welcome to the Sandbox, or the Sandbox, the Male Social Matrix, and they talk about these male social structures and how they're designed. Essentially, initial fitness testing and then wholehearted acceptance. Think of it like the military. You go through basic training, and as long as you pass, you're in the military. Unless you do something especially egregious, in which case they'll kick you out. But for the most part, it's like internal conflicts are handled internally. Women don't do that. Again, Ian Ironwood, same post, flip side. He called it swing sets, the side of solipsism, or the female social matrix, which is initial wholehearted acceptance and then constant undermining and drama. Twitch, great example of that. If you watch a lot of those co-ed spaces, the girls are essentially undermining everybody. I think Rollo just had a tweet where he described how there's a whisper network in the comics industry, which has been typically a male industry for 80 some years. Turns out a couple girls ended up in it. They created their own little clique within it, and they use that to undermine people on the outside for gain on their own. It's just the way it works. Guys have a physicality to them that has us think of violence as our way of solving problems. Women don't have that, so they tend to be very cunning and Machiavellian. Now, because we're a civilized society, obviously that's the stuff it's not only legal to do, but it's almost encouraged. So unfortunately, in the modern life, we have to kind of understand that bit of female nature and either learn to thrive with it or learn to adopt it to our own sensibilities. But back to the topic. So a significant part of this ability in our assertive verbal behavior is, what do we do when we assert ourselves? Just talking about our assertive rights is insufficient to enforce them. That your assertive rights exist, that you accept them as part of yourself, does not mean that other people will either respect or understand them or change their manipulative behavior. How can she slap, basically? Looking in, you're going to develop a strategy here, and it's a very simple one. It's called broken record, and we're going to talk about that a bit. But let me make sure there's no reading before I get into that part. Okay, here. So enforcing your assertive rights and to halt the manipulation of your behavior, you seek to change your own behavior in response to manipulation, the behavior that allows you to be manipulated. So I've already talked about boundary enforcement, which is exactly what that is. Changing your own behavior in response to manipulation. And simply put, if you could sum all of this up, it's that your time, your attention, your commitment, your engagement, those are all contingent on somebody else being more valuable to you than some alternative. It's, in economic terms, they call it opportunity cost. And you're just applying this to other people. If a girl's wasting your time, well, you don't waste your time on her. You don't simp for a girl that's trying to friend zone you, in other words. Before I get started on broken record, or maybe after. Actually, no, we're going to go through the broken record part first. So what is broken record? For those of you who may be Zoomers and have never heard what the hell a record is before, which I doubt because, Macintosh Plus just came out on vinyl, so I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of audio files out there. Oftentimes, guys lose these manipulative games because you give up too easily. So, but I can't do that. I can't ignore somebody when he tells me no. My response, what do you mean you can't? I don't see any handcuffs or a ball and chain that keeps you from doing anything. I'll respect that you don't want to, but I won't respect that you can't. This goes both ways. If you're unable to enforce your own boundaries, it's not that you can't enforce them, it's that you won't. And I know it's that personal responsibility thing, which everybody loves talking about. Oh, I'm personally responsible, extreme ownership. Funnily enough, once you map it to like actual situations, it's surprising how much of it is just people LARPing and not actually following through on what they preach. So when you say, I can't get this, I can't do that, I can't get her to love me, I can't break my dead bedroom, I can't leave her and the kids, there's nothing physically stopping for you. And in fact, the way the legality of disillusioning in a relationship goes, it's never been easier. You could have 5 kids, a wife of 15 years, and then just get up and leave one day. And the only legal ramifications of that are the separation of assets that come through. So it's not even a legal hurdle, it's a logistical hurdle. So part of this goes, now this is going to be a little bit of a tangent, but I'm getting back to it. So if you're in the case that you're leaving a relationship, well then you just have to take stock with what can you get away with, what can you not get away with, what do you have to learn to leave, how much effort are you willing to put in to minimize your exposure, I guess. So from a marriage, there's an easy thing to do there. If you know the way divorce law is set up in your area, then let's say it's just like a calculation that this assets will be split up this way regardless of who did what and when. Doesn't matter who cheated, doesn't matter who left, doesn't matter if there's kids, whatever. You look at that pot and you're like, okay, so I see this and what's left? You do some mental math. Okay, so how do I live with this much? And then you do what you can to get that to a state where you can live with the worst case scenario. At that point, you're free to make any decision you want. So there's no can't involved. When it comes to enforcing your boundaries, when it comes to being assertive, sometimes just saying, I'm out of here and going out to get a pack of smokes and not coming back, it becomes as easy as the logistical confidence in knowing that whatever has happened, you've taken a look into what the consequences are and you can live with them. Easy as that. Sometimes there's child support payments. Again, those are becoming, for the most part, standardized, especially among, like, Ontario's a little bar behind, but I know a lot of the states have essentially switched to saving the court's time and all these arguments that they're like, look, punch their incomes into the formula. There's child support payments based on custody. And a lot of guys find, and they usually find it after the fact, because most guys don't actually research this stuff when they're with somebody that they like, because they think, well, why would I jinx it by looking into what separation is like? But then by the time she leaves, it's too late. But taking a proactive stance on this, a lot of guys find, and even in reactively, they find afterwards that even though they're paying all this money in child support or alimony or losing their assets, they tend to have more disposable income. So it's a weird thing. That cheaper to keeper thing doesn't exist. But we're going to get back to broken record now. So there's no such thing as can't. There's only won't. The technique was developed by one of his colleagues, Dr. Zev Wanderer. He calls it broken record. So keep saying what we want to say and ignore all side issues brought up by the person we assert ourselves to. In using broken record, you, the learner, are not deterred by anything the other person may say, but keep saying it in a calm, repetitive voice, what you want to say, until the other person ascends or accedes to your request or agrees to a compromise. Now, there's going to be a lot of caveats on this, and that's going to be the majority of the episode, because this is a fairly short chapter. Broken record, in this case, now he underlines like calm, repetitive voice, and I would argue most of the time when a guy gives me a field report and he talks about, I just calmly stated, and they always add that adjective in there, the one thing you can take as a truism is that they definitely were not calm. Their body language betrayed their lack of calmness, and this is a way of them coping afterwards with their inexperience with asserting boundaries. So I have a post actually on my old blog, and I gotta update it. It's called "She Already Knows You Were an F." So what did you expect? Or she already knows you're going to be butthurt or butt mad. And this is one of the common times when you start to engage people and tell them, like, bro, it's time for broken record. Well, they go, well, won't she think I'm butthurt? Or won't she think I'm butt mad? Or won't she think I'm crying or a big baby? It's like, if you're at the point where you have to learn from a bunch of guys on the internet about enforcing the boundaries and being more attractive, she already thinks that. So you don't have to worry about, don't cry over spilled milk. So now that you know she already thinks you're a schlub, and even if you're not, she thinks you are. So what are you going to do? Basically broken record. Just repeat yourself. You don't want to get emotional about it. When they say like be calm and repetitive, all they're saying is that don't end up screaming like a little child, because that's a lack of control thing. The idea is you want to have control over your own emotions. You're allowed to be angry. Like we said before, you're allowed to be illogical. You're allowed to change your mind. We've heard all of this stuff before in the last 2 episodes. So since you're already allowed to be all this stuff, then there's no reason to emote about it. It's just the law of the universe. And instead of acting calm, it actually makes you calm, because it's just the way it is. Just keep repeating yourself. Well, you did this and you did this and you did that. And that's usually how these conversations go with assertive, manipulative people and non-assertive, passive people, is that the instant you bring up any grievance, the other person will try and change the subject to make it so that way you equally have some grievance and you can just swap them out. Nothing changes. If you're bad and I'm bad, then nobody's really bad. These are tangents. These are deflective tactics. And if you go back to the No More Mr. Nice Guy series, I talk a lot about this Teflon Man. This is Teflon Man applied to somebody else. So you're actually receiving nice guy behaviors back, which again, not cool. And you can see why it's unattractive when you do it. So the idea of here is just staying on point, stay in the box. I mean, Bill Burr, he had a great sketch on this where he talks about arguments and how girls argue. And he goes, you know, if you have an argument and she's right and she sticks to the point and she's in that pocket, I can totally respect that. But when you're right and she's wrong, they go rogue. They concoct this whole crazy story just to get you to call them a C word. And then nothing else matters. that's exactly what he's talking about here. It's a great bit, and I totally butchered it, but whatever. I'm not a comedian. The point is, you have to ignore all this outside stuff. You have to ignore these deflections. You ignore the Teflon approach. You ignore everything. If there's something you need to assert on your own, we use an example here of like a girl's night out, because that's a common one for guys. The idea being a girl who's no longer seeing her man as her best option will check out of a marriage or check out of a relationship, but she doesn't like being alone either. So for 6 months, she kind of pulls her attraction, she pulls her attention. She starts making herself attractive again, losing weight, dressing sexier, putting herself out there more so she can find somebody else and branch swing. Usually what happens at some point is the girl will out of nowhere, as a complete change of behavior, want to have a girls' night out with her girls. Rollo has a great article on this one too, where it's one of those, and it's another thing that we've stolen from transactional analysis. It's a double bind, because if you say no, then you're a controlling beast, and that gives her an excuse to go find somebody else because you're horrible. And if you say yes, well, then she gets to go out and have her fun and hopefully land herself a new man. It just happened. So in general, the only way to play this one is to not to play. Just broken record. Yeah, I don't date girls who do girls' night outs with that slut Cindy. I just don't. And that's the key to this, is you're doing broken record. But in a specific example, you're not telling her what to do. That just creates conflict unnecessarily. And this is what's going to get into my whole caveat with the broken record. You're not telling her what to do. Don't go out there. You can't go out with your friend. She's a slut. Girl's going to say, you can't tell me what to do. Screw you. And she goes out anyway. And you're that controlling ass. And now she's glad to be rid of you as an abuser. Instead, I don't date girls who do that. Or, have fun. With the understanding that she goes out to do this stuff, well, that you've made this boundary, and if she crosses it, you enforce it. In this case, if you're done and you're like, all right, have fun. She decides to cross that boundary, well, you enforce it. You pull your commitment. That is essentially what you established, is that's a boundary for you. What I would suggest then for guys doing broken record, and one of the reasons they have a lot of failure on this is because they aren't prepared to enforce their boundaries. They use broken record, and it's kind of like a LARPing tool. I don't think that's a good idea. What do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. You're just an abuser, blah, blah. I don't think that's a good idea. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't date girls that do that. And you just that's on the point. I don't like the idea of being in a relationship with a girl that's going to go out with her slutty friends to the bar. You repeat it. Broken record. Very assertive. You asserted yourself. She gets mad, in a huff, goes out. Well, that's why broken record didn't work, because you weren't prepared to enforce it, or you didn't have the ability to. Now, that's one example. There's going to be 100 different examples this comes up. The one thing to keep in mind is the time to use broken record and the time to enforce boundaries and become assertive are times when you can actually enforce the consequences. Sometimes you just have to take an L. And I think he gets into that later on here. Yeah, he has some supermarket clerk story. It's kind of ridiculous, whatever. Supermarket clerk. Do those even exist anymore? Holy cow, he had a lot of them. There it is. So it's not very realistic to be assertive in some situations. In situations where you have little control on what is going to happen, it is foolish and possibly dangerous, unless you're a trained professional, to assert yourself in the systematic manner outlined in this text. The situations where you have to limit your assertiveness are those that involve legal and physical factors. Like, not all members of our federal, state, county, and municipal judiciary or law enforcement are assertive themselves. Some of these professions, unfortunately, cloak their own personal bias on how people should behave with their robes of office and have real, if not absolute, legal authority to act out on their personal feelings. Again, end of last episode, we talked about hypothetical versus categorical imperatives. Now, from a relationship standpoint, from interpersonal standpoint, that's easy. Very unstructured environment, and you're able to assert yourself as you see fit. But if you remember, we talked about the 3 different types of engagements. So the first one was, I think it was called formal. And then the second one was authority. And then the third one was interpersonal. I probably got the names mixed up, but it's generally the categories. So formal ones, like with your boss, obviously there's a structure put in place and you have to play by it. You can use broken record, but at the end of the day, the best you're going to be able to do is walk away. Because that's really the only boundary you have from a workplace environment. And then there's the understanding that it costs a lot to replace you. and you may have expertise that's hard to find. You may be at a discount compared to what other people in the industry are using. The point is, you have just as much leeway as it costs to replace you. So with this broken record, you really have to pick the proper battles. Additionally, sometimes it's just a pain in the ass to replace somebody and they don't want to do it. You're a good fit. You having the options to go to another place, like you have an offer in hand, gives you leverage to act stronger with your boundaries, because you not only know the consequences, but in some cases they may end up being better. A company wants you for 20 grand more a year. Well, at that point, what boundaries do you have to enforce? I love this. It's my favorite example. So in the military, when I first joined, the main engagement would give you had 20 years of service. And then after that, they called it the 20-20-20 rule. So after 20 years of service, 20 seconds to piss me off, 20 days I'm out of there. And you would watch, these guys had a level of autonomy that's unheard of in the military, because they could literally just retire anytime they want to. There was no incentive for them to stay. There's no contractual obligations. There's nothing. And so when you watch these guys, and even when they retire and they start working in the workplace, like, they got a pension. They don't care. They're probably, if you can ever find a veteran, like a recently retired veteran with a full pension, they're going to be some of the strongest people that you can learn boundary enforcement from and broken record stuff. It's just absolutely amazing. But to get back to the point on times when this stuff is and is not applicable, when you can use broken record effectively, and when you really are just, I don't know, LARPing, I guess, for lack of a better word. Two concepts, stuff we learned in the military as well: soft power and hard power. Hard power is authority. So in the case of the modern relationships, women have a lot of hard power. They just have to, the way, for example, domestic violence laws have been set up, all they have to do is an accusation. And then for the safety of the women, you're automatically removed, restraining orders put on, and they'll sort it out after the fact. Remember what I talked before about the article threat point and how there is a cooling effect? So understanding here that hard power exists obviously puts a certain onus on you to understand the situations where you do have the ability to influence from a hard power standpoint, and those times when you don't. Arguably, most times you don't. Most of the times, like I said, the women got it pretty good right now, and that's fine. What we do have, though, in abundance is soft power. So soft power is what you would think of as persuasion, as incentives, everything that... Actually, a good way to think of it is the difference between leading and managing. I'm sure you guys have all seen that meme where manager is standing behind people with a whip, and the leader is the one standing in front pulling the cart with them. It's essentially like that. Hypergamy in this case actually works in our best interests. So when you're a girl's best option, when you're a top tier man, top 20%, whatever you want to refer to it as, basically when you're worth a damn, people actually treat losing you like a punishment. Very risky. No girl wants to leave somebody who's at the top of his game. They just don't. That's why so many marriages never get past the passive dread stage, where a guy just makes himself more attractive and sheds some unattractive behaviors that we're talking about here. Because there's something that a girl can use for social cred. Like I said, everything is based on her ego. Now she can leave a man who was socially frowned upon. Oh, he was just some creep. He was kind of creepy. Oh, he did this, he did that. He's a beta male, whatever. However they word it. That stuff's a story that a girl can live with. But you left him? That's probably dead ass the most terrifying thing a girl will hear in her whole life. You left that guy? As in, like, are you stupid? Girls will put up with all kinds of nonsense if it's considered like socially, like a social status marker to be with you in a relationship. And that's why status matters so much. Other people wanting what she's got actually makes her want what she has even more. And that's how pre-selection works. It's a very strong thing. So I don't want to minimize how much being attractive and being high status as possible will help you mitigate those hard powers that the girls have. And this is where MGTOWs and red pill guys, for the most part, have a giant disagreement. And the MRAs and all the other guys, all the other crappy guys, they will sit there and say, don't do anything with women because they have this power and this power and this power, and you're wrong and you're dead, and they can nuke you in a heartbeat. And yes, they can. But the beauty of it is They only do that. They only bully the soft targets. Again, I'll reference Dutton's work, Wisdom of Psychopaths, when I talked about how he had an interview with a bunch of psychopaths. He showed them videos of people walking down the street, asked them which one of these ones would you mug. They all said the same people because they could just see the soft targets. It is amazing, and I cannot understate how important it is to have status and attractiveness and frame and strong boundaries, and how all of these things make it way less likely for the stuff to be weaponized against you. Now, that's not to say that's a case for marriage, because I mean, not being screwed over isn't an incentive for that. But you're eventually going to be in some sort of relationship with another girl. I mean, I don't care if you're a playboy. One night stands are still 8-hour relationships. Which I think in the Muslim world, they actually marry you for 8 hours and then they divorce you right afterwards. But anyways, the point is, you're gonna, as long as you're engaged with the human race, these interactions are gonna come up. And so it's best to put yourself on a strong footing to begin with. You don't have to be the shape built like The Rock, as rich as Donald Trump, with as much power as the president. Like, none of that stuff. A lot of the times, just being the best damn manager at Best Buy who wasn't fat, sometimes stuff like that is enough. Like, you got to look to your social matrix. Who's around you? Who's your social circles? Being top 20% in those is sometimes all it takes. And if you're in crappier circles, well, then it's much easier. If you're in multiple circles, then all you have to do is be top 20% in the ones that matter to you most. And luckily enough, the things we're good at are the stuff that tends to matter to us. So that gets soft and hard power out of the way. So obviously, if you're going to try asserting boundaries with the cops, not the place to do it. I mean, I know this is a contentious issue right now, but the time to assert your rights with the cops is at the court hearing. If they decide that you're breaking a law, then there's really no power you have in that situation. You can't really make your case because all they're doing is looking, they already have the suspicion and they're looking for the reason to arrest you and charge you. So you keep your mouth shut, you don't say anything. See, this is more than just about sleeping with girls. And at the same time, then time to assert your boundaries with the lawyer, at the law, at the court case. Let's say something especially egregious happened, there's damages happening, you can sue. If you'll notice, a lot of these guys, like the dude that got accused by Mattress Girl, that Rolling Stone article about how the guy got Title IX, completely expelled, his life basically ruined. He won a lawsuit, multi-million-dollar. You want to talk about college being an investment? Well, just have a girl accuse you of something and then sue her afterwards and you're set for life. Awesome. It's a horrible place to be. Like, I don't want to make light of it either because, I mean, I've been on the other end of like investigations. It's not a pretty thing. It's not a good sight, but if you're already going through that much pain, you better make sure you get yours out of it. And that's kind of where I'm going with this. Pick your battles. Again, a second one, huge, that guys do this with is they try to out-alpha the divorce courts process, and you don't. There's a reason that in the Married Red Pill, we call it the Better Betas Divorce Guide. This is one of those tactical retreat things. If you go in there with bravado, if you go in there trying to be the biggest alpha that ever alphaed, if you try acting like, a digital pimp in there, you're going to get slapped down because you don't have that hard power. So a lot of times what you do is you actually, on purpose, de-emphasize your boundaries and assertiveness because you want to look like a soft target. So that way when you do have the law on your side, the law is generally impartial. How we approach it may not be impartial to start with, but the laws apply to everybody. If you're able to come at this from that perspective, then once you can actually have a monetary or substantial legal gain from it, that's when you do your assertiveness. And the law ends up being that force behind you that allows it to happen. Military, great example. East Coast, not so much. It was kind of more feminized this way, but the West Coast, you would get in an argument with the chief. And this is how you were like trained to have this tactical assertiveness. You got into an argument with the chief or an officer and they told you to do something and you know it's the wrong thing to do. You mention it once, they still say it. All right, yes, sir, gotta get back on it. So you go back, grab the references, grab the policies, grab the ship standing orders, grab whatever legal documentation you have that shows that it's either against policy or an illegal thing to do. You bring it back. You're like, yes, it can't be done. This section, this thing here. Sorry, sir. And then that's it. That's a tactical enforcement of boundaries. And you can repeat it as much as you want. Now, here's the thing. If that guy still tries to get his personality going through there, I'll charge you, you little bastard, blah, blah, blah. Well, see you at the summary trial, sir. As you say, You don't do it, they bring you to the summary trial, you bring up how you were following the law, and legally you're obliged to disobey illegal orders. So if you have, and the beauty of things like ship standing orders at the time, those are ones that are orders signed by the captain. So if you go against those, you're essentially going against the captain's orders. So when somebody orders you something that's against it, you end up having the equivalent of saying, are you telling me I should disobey him? And those captains tend not to look kindly upon it, which is why this situation never comes up because of that process. So do try to be mindful of who has the authority in the situation, where the soft power points are, where the hard power points are, and be very tactical on boundary assertion and use them when you can achieve something. At the end, a lot of guys talk about what's in it for me. And a lot of guys can't answer that. They just want to win some weird battle. Like, I just want to beat the bitch in this and establish a boundary and do broken record. But they win, and what happens? Nothing. A lot of feelings were had, and nobody's any better or any worse. Part of what makes a Muse Mastery a wonderful complement to broken record is you don't sweat things if there's nothing to gain by you acting on them. Again, assertive right, number, what is it, 9 or 10? Like, I don't care. You just don't care. And that's a Muse Mastery. Your assertive right to not care. When you use broken record, it's because it's something that you can change. It's something that you care about. And it's something you have the soft or hard power to influence. So when we're talking about these things, I don't want anybody to think that it's a magic wand that it gets you into and out of every situation by being more alpha. That's not how it works. And as much as all the bravado-laden accounts on Twitter or YouTube talk about what an alpha male would do, I guarantee they've either never been in a position against somebody who's got hard power over them, or they have, and they probably have a bunch of records and warrants out on them. Either way, it's really crappy advice. There's a reason why that kind of bravado stuff only works with like the under 30 crowd, because by that time, guys have run up against hard power a couple times in their life, and so they understand the idea of tactical boundary enforcement. So if you learn nothing else from this and the persistence and broken record, learn how to apply it judiciously. Remember, if there's nothing in it for you, why are you wasting your time? And granted, this is coming from a guy who argues on the internet professionally, so like, I get it. None of us are perfect, but you know what? Learn from my mistake. Don't argue with people about wearing masks on the internet. Anyways, hey guys, so this one's a shorter episode. We're almost done here. Thanks for sticking it out. It looks like the stream's managed to stay up the entire time, which is awesome. Don't forget, by the way, like button, subscribe. We've actually had a huge chunk of subscribers coming in the last little bit, so deeply humbled. Thank you guys for putting your faith in me to entertain and inform you over here over the next God knows how many years I'm doing this. But again, show me the support, show me the likes. It makes a huge difference, and it lets me know that I'm definitely on track on delivering real value to you guys. So next part is, there are also situations that no matter how assertively and persistent you are going to lose. You are not going to achieve your material goal. No set of skills or procedures can guarantee 100% success in getting what you want in every situation. To be specific, failure is more likely in situations where you try to use systematic assertive techniques, especially in commercial and formal interactions, to renegotiate a priori structures. All this means is that if you're negotiating with something in a corporate environment or a formal business environment, broken record's not there, and that's not going to help you. The idea there, and I hate to say it, but like, boundary enforcement to not get hoodwinked is good, but you can't use it as an offensive tool to get what you want. So now that we've put all this aside, and that's it for the chapter, there's a couple other points that I want to map to this, so that way guys are better able to articulate this. Because, yeah, from a single guy, understanding boundaries, your walk away point, that stuff's all well and good. But let's tie it into parenting strategies. I can't remember if it was this series or the No More Mr. Nice Guy. There was a great Last Psychologist article about Tiger Mom. And the idea of the girl that's there's two people. There was a guy who beat his kid mercilessly, and he wanted them to succeed, and he sacrificed a lot for them. And they used that to contrapose against this lawyer from New York City that was second generation immigrant from China. She had that same Tiger Mom attitudes, and she was using this example of how they were bad at it and she was good at it. Essentially, man as hard parent is bad, woman as hard parent is good. The things that were different though, for the guy, it was always consistent. Now, I'm not suggesting that, corporal punishment is good for raising kids. Not at all. I'm not knowledgeable enough to say that one way or the other, but my gut instinct tells me you probably don't need it. But because he was consistent, the kids always knew what the problem was. It was always about performance, getting better grades, getting into a good school, making sure that when he worked 16 hours a day in a laundromat to be able to pay for them to go do these things, that they weren't wasting his time and they weren't wasting their time. The fact that it was consistent meant the kids were able to build good mental models around it. So in other words, their child transactional analysis, they were built on the feelings of disappointment. Can't do this, it'll disappoint my dad. They don't remember the physicality of it. All they remember is the emotion of disappointment and hurt. It was not angry, it was dispassionate. From the parent side of the transactional analysis, they see it as that hard but fair attitude. And it's one of the ones, my teaching style in the military was that. I was extremely lenient, but I expected like the absolute best from everybody around me. I'm like, I'm putting in 100%, I expect at least 95 from you. Ended up being very hard, very difficult, but it always confused them the first time, because the one time when they actually did screw up, I wasn't angry or hard-assed like I used to be. I actually got very soft, very quiet, very calm, and just went through the motions there. And apparently a lot of the guys came back after, like during course parties and that, like, dude, that messed me up more than anything and you've ever yelled at me for in the class. And I was like, yeah, it's supposed to. I really was disappointed in you. So then they understand, and then from your parental model, you see it, that hard but fair. And then you eventually develop into adult skill sets, where you don't even have to do any of this theater. But when you're in a situation when you're dealing with women and you're dealing with children, a lot of them just don't have the development capabilities or experience yet to be able to handle these things on an adult level. And so sometimes you have to adopt these more parental type strategies. Now, when I say consistency, there's a reason for it. Without consistency, your boundaries are way more difficult to enforce. An example for you. My dog, Hitchens, he can get up on my counters and reach about 4 or 5 inches in. So if I leave food within 5 inches of the edge of the counter, he can steal it when we're sleeping, and he always will. So one time we always put the stuff in behind. He never can reach it. He tries, but he can't reach it. We catch him, we tell him no, we tell him to get down. But there's that one time out of 100 attempts that he actually manages to get something, steals a loaf of bread, or steals a sandwich, or steals that piece of cheese we had just too close on the cutting board. And that one time out of 100 empowers him to do this again forever. Like, I'm never going to be able to train it out of him because we just have not had that ruthless level of consistency to never make a mistake on this. And that's, it's a failure as a dog owner on my part. I'll own that. Again, nobody's perfect. A lot of this boundary enforcement is the same thing. Like, if you buckle one time out of every 4, well, then the next 3 times you have to enforce a boundary, but you have to be assertive, you have to use broken record, you're actually going to get worse behavior. It's something we always tell guys, like, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Why? Because you've buckled on your boundary so many times that they think, well, if this doesn't work, I'm just going to amp up my crappy behavior, and then that'll work. They always keep trying, they double down. So for guys, they find the hardest time to learn to run their map, to run dread, and to enforce their boundaries is early on, because it has not been established that you're an authority, you're an assertive person, and that it just seems like an act. It's like I said earlier, they always think you're a piece of shit, so they always think you're going to be butt mad, so just get past that. Just realize that consistency matters much more at the beginning. A lot of guys will find that. So once you get it, and sometimes you'll get to something called the main event, and I'll discuss that in a different episode, but you get to that point in a relationship, they'll notice these things all of a sudden become remarkably easy. And they're going, did I just become like super alpha man because now all of a sudden boundaries are easy to enforce? It's like, no, you've just established your boundaries, and so they're being tested less. It's kind of like Atlas. Don't ask me for a heavier load, or don't ask me for a lighter load, just ask for stronger shoulders. In that case, it's just, I just need more reps. Once they know it's going to happen all the time, it's going to happen all the time, and they fight less. And this is where you're going to notice you're in a good red-pilled, male-dominated relationship when nagging, whining, getting angry, all these things start to dwindle. You'll get them a lot less. Now, you're not going to get rid of them. Girls are still emotional creatures, and part of it is managing those emotions in a proactive way, like I've discussed before, manufactured outrage, whatever. But you'll notice the volume is turned down on them. And a lot of the times when sometimes just an errant eyebrow or a that's not on, or just a small statement like that can like establish and snap people out of it. Snap people out of their unconscious mental models, their childlike behavior against you, thinking you're going to respond as a parent. Instead, it's just like an adult. Dude, we're not children here. Come on. You know what I mean? So that's Broken Record in a nutshell, with a whole bunch of exterior stuff surrounding it. I think it's a great read and a great chapter on this topic. We're going to get to the next one probably, I guess, tomorrow, because tomorrow's Patreon. By the way, if you guys haven't yet, got a Patreon community. Link to that's in the description. Come check it out. Every week we spend a couple hours on field reports, private time together. We take off the filter and we talk to each other just as men. You guys send in your field reports, and for those that end up being paid members, which I've got to get you guys access to now. So once you've done it for like 3 weeks or whatever, beginning of the month comes around, everybody becomes a paid member, and then I give you access to our locker room forums, which is like a private, discreet space where guys can talk about this stuff without a filter. I would hate for somebody to get banned off of social media. Like Facebook doesn't even allow this stuff anymore. So there's really not many places that guys can talk about it. So I like to think it's nice that we can add those. Anyways, I see a lot of you guys in chat here. Sorry I didn't get a chance to chit chat with you more. These things are a little more structured, but don't worry, we'll make it up to you. NL Wilson, is this a safe space? Well, I'm not gonna rob you, so I think you can consider yourself safe for that. I don't coddle people. I don't worry about feelings, but as long as you're willing to learn and as long as you're willing to shut aside your ego, I think you're going to find great value at this place. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't. Again, shout out to Shadi Ramadan. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Just started listening recently. Love the content. Thank you. Oh, dude, you've got a huge binge watching experience to go through now. Wait till you get to the cooking videos, man. Anyways, guys, I'll check you on the next one. Don't forget, Saturday, Red Morning, we're going to have S-Curve Much back on again. It's going to be a good time. We're going to talk about dying alone, and I can't remember who's hosting Rule 0. So you'll have to stay tuned. Follow us on Twitter. We'll find out then and there. I think it might be Rich this time, possibly Rolo. Maybe it's Troy. I don't know. You tell me. Anyways, catch you guys on the next one. Episode 5. Can't believe it's been 5 hours of this already, along with 9 hours of No More Mr. Nice Guy, but whatever. A couple of you guys may be coming here now that I've started streaming on Twitch. Recommended this thing. Come on in, check it out if you want to. Let's go back to... No, not this one. This one. What's going on, everybody? When I say no, I feel guilty. So if you've been watching this, you've probably seen the last 4 episodes, which are about verbal assertiveness, the reasons that you're not assertive, reasons you should be assertive, ways people you manipulate you and that you don't put up with it because of your non-assertiveness. This one, actionable advice, conversational techniques, and it's a short chapter, but there's a lot of supplementary material around it that I think is going to be very worthwhile for you guys. So it starts off, assertive social conversation and communication. In both my general psychotherapeutic practice and in teaching people to be assertive, I have observed that to the degree which they are assertive, they are also socially adept. I have also observed that people who benefit from learning to be systematically assertive usually require some help in improving social skills. God knows I've talked to enough guys, and you've heard me talk about enough how a spot of the tism is the thing. A lot of guys are just not able to be social in a way that even a generation ago we had. Like, just use games as an example. Video games used to be something you had to go to a building. You had to go to an arcade to play. When you were at the arcade, you would go with your friends, 2 players side by side. You had to stand there. You had to play together. It was a very social experience. Nowadays, it's sitting at home on your console, sitting there staring at your 1-player, extremely good narrative game, 0 social interaction. So repeat this in like 100, 200, 300 little things that happen over a lifetime. And you're getting guys that just aren't able to socialize in the way they used to. Set up for failure, essentially. Not everybody. but it does raise the numbers a bit. So the answer for this is a simple one, but its implications to each of us in our important or even in potentially important relationships with other people. Communication is the glue that keeps people together, and while it grows and strengthens into a channel of mutual support, counsel, productivity, excitation, and satisfaction. Again, I don't entirely agree with this and I get it, he's a shrink. So they're always going to come at this from the perspective of men and women being equal, responding to the same triggers, thinking about things the same way. And of course they're on the same team. They're married, right? Well, we kind of know better by now. It's about self-interest for the most part. I'm going to do a new blog post on this one. It's something I've kind of talked about in a while. It's like how the trolley problem and girls picking up stray cats is kind of tied into the male situation here. So it'll be a good one. But back to the topic. He talks about two important concepts: free information and self-disclosure. And when it comes to being better in conversation or more able to practice those social skills to be more assertive, these are the two key points. So free information is, in order to become an assertive communicator in a social setting, you must master two skills. First, you have to practice to listening to other people's cues that they'll give you about themselves. Following up on this is free information people tell you and offer, which you have not asked about or commented on. It accomplishes two things in a social setting. The free information gives you something to talk about besides the weather and avoids those awkward silences in which you ask yourself, what do I say now? So we're going to get to, I'll start off with like a pickup angle. Something that was very common when it first started was called the opinion opener. The idea is you are walking up to a stranger for the first time. You want to establish a couple things. First off, that you're not going to be a time sink on the person. The bar was a sexually energized atmosphere. Girls are jockeying for status. A lot of guys walk up that they would consider losers that end up wasting their time talking about themselves, and it just bores a person. So the first thing that they would do is come up with like something to say that I'm not here to waste your time. Put them off. Get that immediate like guard out of the way. Then afterwards, you would bring up an opinion about something. And the idea was you're basically fishing for free information. I have to get back to my friends in a minute, So we're having an argument right now. He's saying it doesn't count as cheating when you're in a different zip code. I say it does. What do you think? Basically, it's free information, whatever they talk about. And whenever they talk about, you're able to leverage that into a conversation and move it forward. Now, it doesn't have to be that, and it doesn't have to follow this particular structure. But key points to follow are about free information. You can have just any conversation. This is why it's like a meme at this point, that if you're going to pick up a girl on social media, the worst thing you can say is just, hey in the chat, because that does nothing. That offers zero information, and you're putting the onus on you approaching somebody or you messaging somebody for the first time on them to just freely give you information with zero topics. If you want to see how bad that works, talk to an artist and tell him, paint me a painting. He's going to stare at you like you got three effing heads. He's not going to know what to do. It's like, what do you want me to paint? I don't know, just whatever. They're not going to know what to do, and so they're either going to drag their feet or tell you to pound sand. On the other hand, you tell them, here, could you paint me a picture of my car? Well, that's something they can work with. And like, oh, okay, well, just so you know, my style is watercolor, so it's going to look like this. And that's when a conversation starts. It's something you'll learn too, and I've suggested it to guys since the start. If you're very bad at communication skills, a good thing to do is take an improv class, because they'll teach you this, opening a conversation. For example, there's an exercise that every class will go through, and I was doing it in high school, college, afterwards, through the military, whatever, that anytime somebody gives you something, you have to agree with it with an and. Never use but. But is a closer of a conversation. But shuts things down. No shuts things down. No's closes the communication. So whatever they send you, say and say yes. And it's a good way to practice taking any clues from another person's communication styles. And some people are good at communicating back. Some people it's like pulling teeth. I'm going under the assumption that women are generally better socializers than men. So this opening thing allows her skills to reflect well on you. Again, same thing. She could ask, what are you? Just some creepy dude off the internet? Of course I am. I'm actually the creepiest one. But that's that what I mean? That agree and amplify is a way of opening up the communication. That amuse mastery is a way of opening up the communication. And then the idea is you keep it open for a length of time, and then you're start getting free information back. And that free information you get back tailors how you drive the conversation moving forward. The second part, though, is self-disclosure. Assertively disclosing information about yourself, how you think, feel, and react to another person's free information allows the social communication to flow both ways. So without self-disclosure, the following of free information would make a conversation stilted, give the impression that you're playing the role of interrogator or district attorney, or simply prying into the other person's life without sharing your own experience. One sec. This is why, again, back to the pickup root of things, there was something called the cube. If you guys look it up, it's still up online. It's a nice routine you build when you want to build rapport with somebody, but the self-disclosure in this one is pretty clever. It's, hey, I have a shrink friend of mine from school, and she showed me this thing. It was absolutely amazing. It's like she figured out my innermost secrets. Do you want, I'm dying to try it on somebody. Do you want me to try it on you? Again, there's self-disclosure. I have a friend. They're in this program. There's this mental magic trick that they taught me that's absolutely insane, and it freaked me out. Then the girl can open up, and that's, again, what do they offer on this one? Oh, yeah, I love those kind of games. Or, I'm not really into psychology and that, but that's the thing. Your self-disclosure allows them to give you free information that you can tailor it. Now, I've never seen anybody turn it down because, being able to read minds, it's too interesting for somebody. Like, they're not going to believe you, and they shouldn't because it's a flat-out lie, but it's made so obvious a lie that you're actually practicing the skills of conversation as opposed to focusing on the details of a conversation. And that's why a lot of guys have trouble with this. Because they're like, why would I talk to somebody if I'm just making stuff up, if I'm just telling a story, or if this is obviously not true? It's like, yeah, girls don't care about that. They're not at a bar. They're not being picked up. They're not having a conversation because they want to learn. They're having a conversation so they can get better at having conversations. And they're very good at it. And you're simply getting with the program and becoming what you would call socially adept and what girls would call having a high EQ. It's not really an EQ or an emotional, quotient because it's not a genetic thing. It's a practiced thing. So in that way, it's not EQ at all, but whatever. So if you've just been introduced to somebody new at a social function, better yet, you introduced yourself, you might ask that person, for example, do you live near here, Mary? And if Mary replies no, she's given you zero free information about yourself. But if, on the other hand, she replies, no, I live in Santa Monica right near the beach, she's given you 2 bits of information that you didn't ask for. First, that she lives in Santa Monica, and second, in all likelihood, she likes the beach and goes there often. You might also get free information that she's married, has 3 kids, 2 dogs, and is simply waiting at the thing for her husband to arrive. In any case, what do you do with the free information when you're given it? And this is why I love the conversation of subtext. Right there, perfect example. I mean, I talk about it in my book as well, where there was one of the chapters, the later ones, I think it's chapter 8, but the guys who have read it have been reading it more recently than me, so I sometimes get the chapters mixed up. But it was a section where if you're on a date with a girl and things are going well, then all of a sudden, out of the blue, she looks at you and says, we're not having sex tonight. You know this, right? Right there, most guys get disheartened. It's like, it's whatever. I respect you as a person. I would actually wait till marriage myself. I'm a good guy. And again, that's that nice guy paradigm. If I do what I think she wants me to do, then I'll have a nice, problem-free life. And if guys aren't good at communication, they just take that at a surface level. They don't realize the purpose of that statement. And they just say, I think she wants me to not want her for sex. And then they say that, and it turns out it hurts the girl's feelings. She never calls him back, and she never takes his calls because she's embarrassed by that. Now, once you start understanding these purposes of free information and self-disclosure, what does that tell you? Well, why did she say that? And like he said here with the example of Mary, she gave you free information right there. A, she's thinking about sex, and B, she wants to make sure you know she's not a slutty girl. Now, whether she is or not is irrelevant. Doesn't matter. The point is, those 2 pieces of information allow you to self-disclose in a more socially adept or high EQ way. So in this case, yeah, of course, I'm always like a save it till I'm married kind of guy, with the understanding, and then she gets the information back from your self-disclosure. Okay, he doesn't think I'm that kind of girl, but he said that kind of in an over-the-top way, so he's still, I'm still able to get validation from him, carry on, and then you smash later and everybody wins. Other examples, you're making a new friend. He says, yeah, normally I don't invite brand new guys to my squash party after work here. And you're like, yeah, that's fine. I'm actually not a huge squash fan anyway, but I do bowl on the weekends if you're there. But you see what I mean? Understanding the subtext of it. And in his case, it's, I don't know enough about you to bring you to my close-knit social circle in which you can say, yeah, that's fine. Here's another like low investment activity partner type of thing. Let's find out if we jive as buddies, and then maybe you'll talk to your squash thing later. But that's the whole point. In teaching people to recognize free information, following up on it, and use self-disclosure, Dr. Smith here uses two practical exercises that he developed in the spring of 1970 at the Spevalda VA hospital. The first exercise is to pair off with an arbitrary partner and simply practice following up with free information the partner gives. In this case, it's a good example of the no more Mr. Nice Guy breaking free exercises. Like if you have a friend, somebody else is doing it, practice this stuff. If you don't have a friend who's doing this or don't have somebody you can trust with it, there's like a subreddit, like the acronym NMMNG. One of my buddies does the moderation there. So if you start bringing when I say no, I feel guilty stuff, he'll know exactly what's going on and you're perfectly able to practice this stuff. But I find a nicer one, especially for guys that have this fear of rejection of approaching people, is to go practice this with day game. It's a wonderful purpose of day game when we say, go up, start a conversation, 5 conversations a day, 5 a week, whatever number. Do the Seymour Skinner thing. And every day I want you to break that record. Just like you did with the basketball in the newspapers. But that's just it. Okay, so I'm going to go in this conversation. You want to systemize it. Okay, I'm going to go there. I'm going to give a self-disclosure and then keep giving self-disclosures until I get 2 pieces of free information back. And you're going to learn something real quick. First thing you're going to learn is a lot of women really suck at conversation. Yeah, they've had a head start on us and they tend to be more social creatures. But spotitism knows no gendered boundaries, especially today. Some women give one-word answers. Maybe they're not interested. Maybe they don't know how to be interested. Maybe they just suck at talking. Second thing you're going to learn is the power of assumptions. So these free disclosures, instead of using your free disclosure as asking them questions and building in this whole yes or no question thing, you're going to learn how to properly prepare a question. Or better yet, make an accusation. This is one of those, and I can't remember where it's from. I want to say mystery, but whatever. The point is, walk up and say something. Old Man Conversation from Roos talks about this. Think of it like, you look like one of those girls that probably has an iMac in her backpack. One of those hipster types, aren't you? But that's the point. It doesn't really matter how awkward it sounds, whatever. You look at a girl, make a surface level accusation, make it obviously not the kind of thing that somebody would be proud of, but also not too harmful. It's like a nag, sort of. But not nag in the way that feminists think about it, where you're trying to gaslight a girl. It's just more a playful way to get somebody to open themselves up. And it's because of this very simple human need to correct people. If you don't believe me how it works, say something wrong on the internet and say something right on the internet. See which 2 of those statements get more engagement, and I guarantee you it's the wrong statement. So by you go leading forward with something that's obviously wrong and not too hurtful. Like, don't say, oh, you look like one of those, sluts that just sleeps with the guy on Tinder and never calls him back. That's just going to throw somebody off. That's being very socially uncalibrated and essentially leading with meanness. And you don't want that. You're trying to make acquaintances here, friends, or smash later. So yeah, you look like one of those hipsters that own an iMac. Is that your thing? Oh, no, that's not me. And then, I'm definitely an Android user. Or for some reason, she's one of the girls that uses a Windows phone. Don't ask me why. Or that's the point. You're reading books? Oh, that book's nice. I take it you're one of those 50 Shades of Grey kind of people. Again, it's not insulting. It's not offensive, but it's the kind of thing that is probably wrong. And even if a girl does like 50 Shades of Grey, she's more than happy to correct you on it. No. I'm more of like a, science fiction fan. This is actually Dune. I don't think any girl's ever going to say that, but you get the point. Now you're getting free information. And then you can practice on this for your communication skills. So you want to practice one element of disclosure, be very good at it to be able to get a piece of information, a free disclosure from somebody else. This is where that opening the communication starts. Never disagree, never argue, never say but say and. So for example, you could get information you don't agree with. You could say, oh, what's that book? Are you reading like Dune by Frank Herbert? Oh, no. This is actually Hillary Clinton's autobiography. I've been reading it ever since the election because I hate Trump. Most guys are going to start arguing, well, what are you talking about? He's making America great again and blah, blah, blah. right there, that guy's going home sexless. He's going to end up having a jerk around in his living room. You know what I mean? The point isn't the conversation topic. The point is conversation as a skill set. Oh, Hillary is president. That's awesome. Were you like one of those Bernie guys? Like I used to be one of those Bernie guys, and then I had to switch over because obviously, I mean, you only have one or two choices. You're making it up. You don't really care. But that's the point. Nobody cares who you voted for in that example. But then she goes, I know, me too. I would have rather Bernie won. And then, now politics isn't the greatest example of this, but that's the point. It's something we can all understand intuitively here, that you give a self-disclosure, in this case, like an accusation. Questions I don't like because questions are too easy for one-word answers. But wrong information is corrected with free information. So then you get that, you get free information back. You pick, if you get more than one piece of free information, pick the element that you know best. And if you don't know, then just pick one randomly, whichever's like seems more important for the other person. So, for example, I'm pretty good with art. I've got a degree in graphic design with art history. That's my first degree. So if I start talking to somebody about, you know, a book they're reading and they'll talk about it, and I notice that Frank Frazetta has the cover of the book, she goes, yeah, I'm actually a really fan of this book. My ex-boyfriend left it at my place and I decided to start reading it. So right there, I know she's single. She's in between relationships, so she's probably just going to want to rebound. She's totally fun and DTF. That's my initial assumptions, but I can flesh that out. So what do I want to talk about? Well, we just met. I don't want to talk about smashing right away. She doesn't even know who I am. I'm just at the opener right now. And you kind of learn that from before with like the mystery method and setting your stuff inside like a structure. So you're like, oh yeah, I love the artist on this one. That's Frank Fazetta's work. And then I can talk at length about that. And that's self-disclosure to the other person. Oh, so he's an artist type. He's creative. He's socially not awkward enough to jump on me with like a hey as soon as I talk about an ex-boyfriend. Or if she says she has a boyfriend, which could be a lie. Every girl says that. It just shows I'm not fazed by it. So I'm not here to be like a creepy guy and only out there for sex, even though you kind of are. But you're able to answer. It's like that preemptive, you know, we're not having sex tonight, right? Where you're able to preemptively show social awareness enough that when that situation comes up, she's comfortable enough to even have that conversation. And these things here are huge. Not only are they good assertive tactics and assertive strategies, they're good from a game standpoint. Again, you could do all the scripted stuff. You can do the rote routines, and they're kind of old and they're kind of dated and they're not very authentic. But here's the thing. Once you understand the principles, it's a very easy system. Ask somebody questions or make an accusation. Out of that, you're going to get free information so long as you didn't make it a yes or no question, because yes and no don't say anything. You want somebody to articulate on the answer. And if they do end up giving like a one-word answer, make an assumption on that one. Oh, you're a big fan of that book? No. Well, that makes sense because I normally meet a lot of people who read books they aren't interested in. I guess that must be the problem when you're having to be a professional book reviewer. Well, actually, I'm not a book reviewer. I just, reading it because a friend suggested it and I got nothing else to do right now. Bam, free information. Person's bored. They have nothing to do. And so you being a source of entertainment just by being there, that's a shot right in your arm right there of confidence. Awesome. So here, I'm actually much more interesting than this book here. So tell me about something. And you know what I mean? Then you kind of it's a back and forth process. You get better at communication. You don't actually have to agree with or enjoy any part of the communication. Now we can make a grander picture about how right now it's very hard for people to talk to each other. Like there's very hard lines drawn between tribes. You can't talk about controversial topics. Cancel culture is real. Arguably, this skill is the way to kind of broach that. And I'm not going to say you're going to save the West from that, but being able to have a conversation with somebody you're diametrically opposed to while still keeping it light enough and not to that point of escalation is a superpower. Like I still talk with people that I don't agree with when it comes to like politics. For us, it's like, are you pro-Trudeau or are you anti-Trudeau? And I kind of have a nuanced opinion on that. Not that it's important for this, but the point is I can talk with people that I disagree with on a very large amount of topics. But you learn through the skills of free information and self-disclosure, you can kind of work out where the good places are, where the bad places are, to touch subjects and back off from them. So that way you're able to navigate a conversation and come out from it a better person. Whether it's about smashing, more enlightened, or just avoiding being canceled because you want to have a topic at work to talk about that's very important. Carrying on then. So far, I have mostly talked about our verbal behavior with other people. The aim of systematic assertive practices is to present a person who is self-assured and adept in dealing with other people in conflict and confidence. Your assertive impact upon other people will likely be ineffective if at the same time you show them observable anxiety cues. We all know people who say one thing and whose body language says another. So while others may not be able to put their finger on the cues that tell them we're anxious, that we're still able to interpret them correctly. The most obvious cue that you're nervous in dealing somebody is a lack of eye-to-eye contact. That's a huge thing, by the way. Making eye contact when you're talking. Again, my girl actually makes fun of me because she sees I still kind of do it sometimes, where if she's telling me a story and I have zero interest in it, I have like a eye contact, 2, 3, all right, break eye contact. Eye contact, 2, 3, break eye contact. It's just because if I just show my real intentions of being bored as hell with this conversation, she gets mad, it can escalate to a fight, and I'm just not in the mood for it. So in this case, she's been really good to me, so I see no reason not to have her like as a springboard to whatever, stuff she wants to talk about. She has friends for that, but as a guy, sometimes you just got to be there as the yoke. And this is one of those like leading conversation things. So she can tell what I'm doing it now, and she always pokes fun. I'm like, look, you're awesome right now. I'm giving you the best I can do with the conversation because I really don't care about Cindy from accounting. So just go. She's like, all right, fine. And she rambles on about it. It just shows you care. And if somebody earns it, why not? The body language part on here. So for further reading on this, I mean, obviously, if you haven't been on it, John from the Rule Zero group there, Modern Life Dating, he's doing his body language course right now where he actually has a nice video series on how to pick up on like a sexual subset of body language cues. If you want to expand on it more, Joe Navarro has a book, What Every Body is Thinking, and he talks about it in a more general sense as far as like interrogation techniques. What does somebody have when they have anxiety? What does somebody have when they're hiding something? What do they have when they're confrontational? When you're using those first two skills of of disclosure and free information, a lot of the time somebody might just be being polite with you. We'll use an example here. A lot of guys, when they first run Dread Game, because they're in a sexless relationship and they're going to work on it, they start practicing game and they'll hit on the waitress from the restaurant. Like, hey, I showed my wife how alpha I was. This girl at Applebee's, she smiled at me, Now, had they paid attention to this eye contact part, this body language part, which the wife is girls are naturally good at body language cues because they've had their whole life to practice where you've only had the last 6 months. They'll notice that the waitress is just being polite because that's her job. Freezing up if the guy starts flirting when she didn't ask for it, that sort of stuff. And part of practicing this stuff, if you're not good at it, is understanding these body language cues. Now, it's a lot to take in. You can't just sit somebody down, give them Joe Navarro's group in 2 weeks of John's body language mastery course, and there you go practice a conversation. Guys are going to screw everything up because it's too many things to keep in your head at once. So what you generally do is break it down. And that's why we have the approach anxiety desensitization things where walk up and ask 50 people for the time. And that's just getting you used to making eye contact and talking to somebody for 30 seconds. Expanding on it to where I'm going to give somebody a self-disclosure in a conversation through a question and try and get free information back. You're going to fail a bunch, get some yes or no answers. It's going to be a struggle, a bit of a slog. Eventually learn the accusations work better or non-binary questions. And then you're going to get free information back. All right, so I did it once. Now I'm going to try and do it, take that one free information and turn it into a second self-disclosure, and then we have a conversation. Awesome. Now I'm going to see if I can keep it going for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes. I'm going to try getting a number afterwards. I'm going to try seeing if she wants to go on an instant date afterwards. All these kind of things build up. And as you're doing this, so when you're going from, for example, okay, first full disclosure to free information worked. Now I'm going to start watching body language. I want to do the example here, but I'm going to aim for getting indicators of interest or positive body language. And that's making sure yourself, okay, shoulders back, eyes straight, make the eye contact, be smiling and friendly, non-aggressive. And then you get signs from the other back, a positive feedback loop. So you're doing that same back and forth progress, but you're now doing it with body language because you've practiced this conversation technique enough that you don't have to particularly think about it. And then sure, over 6 months to a year, depending on how far behind you are. I mean, most guys don't come at this from a 0 out of 10 position. Most guys understand, like, to a good extent, let's say 7 out of 10, how to hold a conversation with people. And so with these things, these steps largely, you'll skip certain steps, you'll do other things that you do them out of order, but that's the point. You're shoring up your weaknesses. You're no longer being unattractive. And that's generally the rule for attraction. Be attractive, don't be unattractive. Lifting, working out is great, but learning how not to be unattractive and holding in the gym, also great. So he has learners practice this exercise on their own with friends, spouses, or whoever you can get sit down with you for a couple times a week for 3 weeks. In class, immediately after this exercise, I have the same partners practice eye-to-eye contact with repeating the last part of the social conversation exercise. Most people find it difficult to look somebody in the eye when they're answering a question or making a verbal statement. They find it difficult to concentrate, but that's the thing. Building on these things piecemeal are how you end up building these skills to the point where you can have a seamless conversation and you look just like a natural. Instead of learning it at 10 years old like social Bobby from down the street learned, you're learning at 26-year-old as a STEM graduate. No shame in that. You had to learn sometime, and it's better late than never. So a couple things. So from a red pill lens, this doesn't quite go as well as he does there with that men and women are equal thing. So I've added some links in the description here. The first one we're going to talk about is one from Ian Ironwood, one of the old married guys. He calls him an OMG type. Wrote about the female social matrix. Now he contraposes that the male social matrix is about initial fitness testing and then wholehearted acceptance. You meet a guy, let's go squash for the squash example. You meet a guy at the squash club, you're playing squash together, you're good at squash. That's your initial fitness test. You can play the game that you're there to play. So wholehearted acceptance. Awesome. Let's play a couple games together. That's how it works. And then maybe you join a squash club. At the squash club, they're like, yeah, you just got to make sure you pay your fees, show up on time. And when somebody has a match, if you have to cancel, give them 24 hours notice. You meet that very simple entrance exam, and now you're part of the club. And that's how males bond. Women aren't quite the same. In this one, he talks about how women automatically accept themselves. Oh, you should join the squash club with Cindy. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. And then it's constant status jockeying and subterfuge, power games, that sort of thing. Maybe she's, and I shouldn't have to explain this. Anybody, even watch reality TV, you're watching the female social matrix in action. Even though it's artificial, it's like a hyper version of it. So that's a good read for it. Another thing to add here, and here's a good thing to know about the difference between men and women when it comes to communication and how this stuff is applied. Second one is the tangled chains on the swing set of solipsism. Now, let me pull up the part I'm looking for here. There it is. So this is how women converse. I've said it a bunch. Everything a woman said is through her ego. And a lot of guys take that to mean women equal narcissist. And that's not entirely true. Obviously more so than they used to be, but that's not what we're talking about here. To quote, in other words, women have a greater sense of self-importance and sensitivity to their personal actions than men. Signs of solipsism. Remember, solipsism isn't selfishness as many manospherians mistakenly believe. It's more akin to self-involvement. And that can be a positive or a negative thing. A woman can be completely giving to the people in her life, sacrificing much, and still be utterly solipsistic. By putting nearly every issue in terms of how does this affect me, or how do my actions affect others, the female solipsistically maintains the frame that she has herself at the center of the picture. She might be selfless, but she still has the self in front and center. The example he uses here is of charities, where if you're put in a situation like maybe you're doing cleanup after a natural disaster, maybe you're in a charity, a guy will generally approach that on, okay, what needs to be done? So the charity is the center of attention. What actions need to go to accomplish this goal? And that's our mission-driven mindset. That's the initial fitness testing. What actions here do I need to do for that initial fitness testing? And we could be part of this charity group. When a girl will generally approach it from, what can I do? And that's solipsism in a nutshell. They're very perceptive to that. So this is, again, two good supplementary reads on this. Now, how does this apply to conversations? Well, it matters a lot. So first off, you learn how to communicate, like understand womanese, but speak in manlish is the term. or Manglish. So you understand how women talk to their girlfriends, that wholehearted acceptance and constant status jockeying. Now, guys who become emotional tampons and listen too much to how the women talk, this is how they end up becoming friend zoned and put into the girlfriend zone. It's they start communicating from these female social matrix rules. And wholehearted acceptedness. Automatically falling for a girl instantly is wholehearted acceptedness. You don't know her name, you don't know her flaws, you don't know her phone number. You don't know what she's like at her worst or at her best. And that's the point. You don't know any of this stuff. And then all of a sudden you're acting as if you're besties right away. Right there, that gives a girl in the same way I said you got to pay attention to self-disclosure that you're giving. You're self-disclosing here that I'm going to talk to you like a woman and you need to talk to and treat me like a woman. Ergo, I don't want to smash. I'm your gay best friend. Not what you want to do. Again, so the more you understand about the female communication matrix, the more you can start acting like a man, which in this case is you're not wholeheartedly accepting her. There is a certain fitness testing involved. And this is where things like negging and pressure flips and negative inquiries come in handy. So for example, you start asking a question, she gives you kind of like a really snide answer because, well, he wholeheartedly accepted me, so I'm going to like undermine him here by acting like I'm higher status than him. This is where you laugh it off and you're like, look, I don't know you, lady, but you know what I mean? Some kind of amuse mastery, some kind of agree and amplify, some kind of fogging. The purpose of this then establishes on that hierarchy, are you better than me, than worse than me? She acts better than you, you laugh it off. You're not playing a posturing game with her because you don't have to, because you're above her. Again, you're playing the game, but you're playing to win. Oh, that's cute, little girl. You want a piece of this? All right. And that's where self-deprecation can come in handy. So for example, if she's like, yeah, I'm just not illiterate like some of you guys out there. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty illiterate. I bang rocks and sticks together. But that's the point. It shows it's not a threat. It's not a status game, which automatically and counterintuitively sometimes places you as higher status. Because if you're insecure, remember when I said before how the people love to correct information? Well, here's an example. If she's wrong and guessed you as a simp, if you're insecure about that, even a little bit, the first thing you're going to do is defend your honor. I'm not a simp. I'm a real man. And they pick up on that and like, oh, okay. Insecure guy. I'm already above him on some hierarchy. I win. I win the social matrix for women. Totally shot yourself in the foot. Again, a man's side, I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to see if you're worth more of my time. And that's the subtext. And that's the frame walking into an interaction. I don't care if it's a wife. I don't care if it's a girlfriend, a coworker, or a complete stranger that maybe you want to smash later. Each time you walk into it with that irrational confidence to know that this conversation is going well. If she starts giving you those tests as a female social matrix thing to pull you into her frame of that validation seeking frame, no, I'm speaking man terms. If she acts really complaining, it's like, do you always treat people like this? Or are you generally like a pleasant person if you want to be? And then whatever, that's a disclosure. And then you're going to get free information. And then she may bring up like, sorry, I'm having a bad day. My ex dumped me today, or, you know, whatever the story is. But then again, there's your self-disclosure. There's your free information. You've used the tools that we've already learned. Like we've gone over Amuse Mastery in previous episodes. No More Mr. Nice Guy. We've gone over Agree and Amplify. We've gone over fogging. If you really want a primer on it, I got a salsa video where I talk about this stuff. I got a pancake video. I got French toast video. Watch them all. They're 10 minutes a piece and they'll get you on one of these concepts. And then once you understand it, okay, so now I know I'm playing on my rules. I'm playing with my frame. I understand she's trying to pull me into a female social matrix and I need to do a guy one. Now, this sounds super autistic, and it kind of is. But ideally, when this stuff happens, it should be kind of subconscious. You're not going to have to think about it. It's just intuitive. And that's with anything. Anything you do for a long period of time, you start with the training wheels, left foot, right foot. That's how you pedal. Turn this way, don't turn that way. Faster keeps you upright. When you stop, put your leg down before you crash. But now you're just pointing your bike and steering in a direction. But that's how, he says 3 weeks. I would argue anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, depending on who you're talking to. Now, to expand on this one again, there's another guide by Blarg Risen. I put the link in that description to this one as well. A Complete Idiot's Guide to Conversation. And he's expanding on another post, which we'll end this on, which is pretty interesting. So he talks about, like, even before saying hi, there's a whole host of situational and social awareness that you can cue in on to determine if a conversation with somebody is going to be worth it for you and worth it for them. They're things you usually don't notice because in your head, you're thinking about this bundle of thoughts about how to converse and what to talk about, and things can go wrong that you don't actually pay attention to what's going on. You're in a fog and you miss these signs. And this is why you need to practice this stuff. So that way you don't have to focus on left foot, right foot. I say this, then I say that. A plus B equals C. It's just look at the situation, read the room, go in and have your conversation. Are they ready for a conversation? Girl at the gym with the headset in, sweating her ass off, not wearing any makeup, probably has a giant shield up saying, "Don't approach me." So walking up to her and saying, "Hey, do you mind holding my protein shake for me?" is probably not going to go well. And it takes an understanding of body language and those social cues to understand that. But at the same time, if you want to work in on the equipment she's in, a tap on the shoulder, "Hey, can I work in with you? Or are you done here in a set or two?" And that's a simple conversation. Now, this one is just going to be, acquaintances. You're not going to be able to get an F close off of that in the gym, but that's the point. You're not there to try and sleep with her. You're there to have a conversation of meaning. You want to do bench press, and she's hogging the bench. So you ask her if you can work in between sets. Now, there's a way you can do it while being socially aware enough to know that she has that "I don't want to talk." So right there, you got your time constraint, same as you would any other opener. "Here, can I work in with you here? Or do you only have, how many more sets do you have?" Or something like that. Just say, "I got one more set, then it's all yours." "Perfect, thanks." Then that's easy enough for you. You go do your workout. She does hers, maybe later on. You walk by each other as you're leaving. "Hey, thanks a lot for that later," or that thing, by the way. And then you can have a conversation. You build a rapport. Bam, you've got an acquaintance. An acquaintance may be a friend. She has a friend who's single. You guys meet afterwards at the pub, or you see her downtown when you're just shopping. And that's how these things happen. There's hundreds of these interactions throughout the day. And you don't know which one's going to blossom and which one isn't. So you're casting a giant net with these conversational techniques to build your social circle. Again, 60 Days of Dread. It's a wonderful resource. Go through the host of them on here. He makes a link to it here. And he kind of, again, very systematic on this one. And this is what's going to go to the other link, the week 8 social life of the 60 Days of Dread. This one is good too, because it really lays it out. You can tell this guy's a lawyer. So first off, he makes the case about, and here's, a lot of guys will say, "Well, why do I need to learn all this stuff for this? I don't feel like it. I'm an introvert. I'm ENTJ or INTP or FUC off." You know what I mean? And they'll bang, "I don't want to be this super social guy. I just want to go on online dating, swipe right, and then we go on a date." It's he makes the case for it. The loneliness epidemic. As a person, we're a social species. So if you don't want this stuff, this is like the guy telling you sex isn't important or "I don't feel like eating this month." They're lying to you, and it's a coping strategy. Understand, part of the human condition is being a social creature. The most alpha people, in fact, in the social environment aren't the strongest men, aren't the biggest men, aren't the guys who can throw the strongest punch. It's the guys that are best able to build up a network of men who are good enough in those alpha characteristics. A band has 5 people in it. All 5 of them, they're not the most alpha men you've seen. They're probably lanky guys. They're probably nerds in high school. But between the 5 of them, they built up a nice hierarchy, a nice status, and now they're all the top of the F pile at their thing. But that's the point. Those guys are going to do much better than the gym cell who thinks, "I'm just going to work out, be big, be swole, and the girls are going to flock to me." It's that's not how they work. They'll flock to you if you have muscles, if you have the status and pre-selection that goes with it, and you make the effort to have a conversation with them, and you do that burden of performance from the guy's side. So he makes a good case for that. Talks about the assumptions that you make and why they're ridiculous. It's definitely a good one for it. He talks about relationships and networks and building your network. Now, I like this because people talk about networking all wrong. And they talk about it you just want to meet as many people and have as many people know your name as possible. When in reality, it's no, it's about building relationships because those are the ones that carry forward. He mentions in his law practice, a lot of guys that kind of know him as acquaintances, they know his name, but when they know somebody who needs a lawyer, they don't think to mention him. So he takes those acquaintances to as close to friends as he can by actively working to build a lot of acquaintance nodes. It's what I don't know if I talked about it before or not, but your squash buddy, go out drinking, that's 2 nodes. You get a 3rd node, maybe you also, whatever it is you do, as long as there's 3 activities that you associate with the same acquaintance, they're kind of moved up into a relationship, a friend of some sort, low-key friends. Those are the people that, "Hey, I got a lawyer friend you should probably talk to," and that's real networking. Again, we could talk about day game, we can talk about night game, we can talk about online dating. All of their success rates are abysmal. Every day gamer will tell you, even if you're top of the pile, top tier man, 100% on game with the perfect openers, 10% max. Probably more like 5%. Online dating for a lot of guys is even less sometimes. Sometimes I've heard 2% thrown around. Night game, same thing. You're going to get 20, 30 rejections in a night, but by that 31st, maybe. Here's the thing though. It's all moving towards social circle game, because social circle game has a crazy closure rate. Especially if you're with a group of friends that's socially active, there'll be guys in your social circle that have slept with all the girls in your social circle. And you want to be one of those guys. And that's the thing. You just build a large social circle and you're getting 20, 30% closure rates there because you've already come with your pre-selection. You've gone through the dance. Your communication skills are good. You're top tier. You work out. You look good. You smell good. Maybe you taste good too. Let's find out. This stuff all builds on each other. And it's not just sex. It's not just relationships. One of those guys, I just got a job at Deloitte. We have an opening for a consultant in your field. Dude, come on over. We need to work together. That would be awesome. Bam. $20,000 raise, sweet contracting job. But that's the point. And he talks here. Here's the part I love where he actually brings back the male and the female social matrix to it, where he shows the female social matrix terms and then their male equivalents. So in this case, women, crabs in a bucket. And that's that constant jockeying for position. It's a reference from fishing where people who catch crab for a living, they put them in a bucket once they catch the crabs, and they find you don't even have to put a lid on it because all the crabs are trying to get out of the bucket. So when one crab claws above everybody else, they claw at them to try and crawl above them. And so they all pull themselves back in, and they actually don't need any kind of restraint to keep them in the bucket. And that's the idea of the girls sabotaging everybody else around them to feel better, but everybody's doing it so they all have this middling level of quality. Again, men encouraging social ascent. That's the male way of doing it. Build everybody up. A rising tide lifts all boats. I think that's the Reagan term for it. Women are all about equality. Men are all about competition. Women progress beyond the group dynamic. Men spur on progress. Are you happy for your buddy for doing better, or are you jealous and try and shoot him down? Social niceties, pleasant demeanor, female thing. For men, ribbing each other, critiquing each other, busting their balls. Focused on the group or focused on the role within the group, just like I talked about before. What can I do versus what needs to be done? Plausible deniability versus overt expression. Girls say what gets them in the least amount of responsibility. Guys say what they mean and mean what they say. And then you kind of learn these differences between Manglish and womanese. Women are about being fair. Guys are about being efficient. Girls, consensus and democracy. Men are about hierarchy. Women are about everybody involvement. Everybody gets a trophy. Guys are about achievement. Best man take all. Again, take these supplementary reads, go through them along with, and you're going to find these skills help you not only in dating, but in just generally being more of a top tier man. And all those social ramifications, your increases in business, your increases in friends, those actually have a feedback loop because that pre-selection now makes you more attractive with women, and it all builds on each other. So that's the episode here. I noticed you guys have been super busy in the chat. Don't forget, by the way, smash the like button if you like this content, subscribe, share it with your buddies on social media. You know the drill. I see a bunch of guys from the Patreon group in there, by the way. If you haven't gone, link for that one's in the description. Come check it out. I don't charge. It's only like $5 a month, like a fancy coffee. I don't charge until the end of the month because I'm confident when guys come in there, they start seeing the rewards, the Q&As we do, the very private chats where we kind of let all the filters off. We don't worry about language filter or topics. The locker room, like I said, the online forum space we have where guys can swap notes about stuff that's rather private with some discretion, because obviously you can't be 100% open on the internet because God knows who's listening. So all these things add together. And then I see you guys in there trying to jerk me around, calling me coach. You sons of... Anyways, so that's the episode. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Next one is going to be assertively coping with the great manipulator, criticism. So remember before when I said nothing makes somebody more engaging than correcting wrong information? Well, this criticism part is going to focus on a lot. We're probably going to do it tomorrow at same day. Again, probably beforehand, I'm going to do a little pre-show thing. Today I was on Twitch playing Mega Man 2, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Anyways, come check that one out too, but I'll catch you guys on the next one. Let's do the intro. Ah. All right, enjoy your lunch. Enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers, fellas. Thanks for liking the camera, by the way. I've started adding LUTs to it, so we're doing like color correction. Like I said, I want to give you guys the quality. But anyways, we're ending the stream, so you do what you do. So far, so good. We're live, fellas. Dude, this is going to be an awesome chapter. You're going to love it. I guarantee you'll love it. We're doing fogging and negative inquiries. What are we on now? Chapter 6. Don't forget, smash the like button, hit subscribe, hit that notification icon. You're going to get more of these, because I'm not going to lie, I keep coming fast and furious, and I notice a lot of you guys are missing out. Maybe you don't have the time for it. That's fine. Have it on your evening commute. I like this one. Anyways, let's cut to it. Slow things down. Chill them out just a touch. How's it going, everybody? Nice. 11 guys managed to catch me right at the start. 9 likes. You guys are awesome. French Spice has the right point. Smash the like button. Okay. Part 6. Assertively coping with the great manipulator. Criticism. There are 2 major results when we systematically assert ourselves using the verbal skills I call fogging, negative assertion, and negative inquiry. First and most important, for the therapeutic goal of becoming whole, fully effective human beings, the practice of these skills can minimize our typical negative emotional response to anxiety to criticism, whether it's real, self-imagined, self-directed, or from somebody else. This internal change in our emotional reaction and attitude occurs with repeated practice of these skills. This is a clinically observed fact and not a theoretical assumption. I put a pause in this one because a lot of guys don't understand. Like, you want to go back to the pickup guys where they talk about canned routines. It's kind of corny. Yeah, of course it's corny. And for a lot of the strategies we tell brand new guys who are in relationships and red pilling themselves, or just single guys working on shedding their unattractive behaviors. You're like, what do you mean? If I have approach anxiety, I walk up to 50 people and ask them the time that's supposed to help? It's like, yeah. Practicing this stuff desensitizes you to your own stupid emotions about it, and then you'll have less stupid emotions about it. Again, as he says here, observed fact and not a theoretical assumption. I guarantee if you have approach anxiety, approaching 1,000 people will kill any anxiety you have in your head. And the same thing goes for all this stuff. We already talked before about shedding your nice guy behaviors, the breaking free exercises in the previous series. Again, it's all in the sidebar playlist that I have on there. Feel free to check it out when you got time. Hours and hours of straight up good content, by the way. Same thing with this. Practicing fogging, especially in situations where the stakes aren't too high, allow you to instinctively do it when the time comes. So where do we leave off? So second, the practiced use of fogging, negative assertion, and negative inquiry cuts our learned emotional puppet strings. These, which makes us automatically react, perhaps even panic to criticism from other people. The learned anxiety triggered by criticism, which allows us to be manipulated and defending what we want to do instead of actually doing it. Great example for this that you can think of. If you end up in an argument with a woman, and I don't know why you would, but whatever. The first thing a guy will do, or the first thing a guy will hear, is a girl telling him that he's an incel, or that nobody will love him, or that there's something deficient about his ability to attract women. They use this because it works. Because so many guys are completely insecure and they have a scarcity mindset. They're like, I don't know if I can attract women. I'm not very confident in my abilities. So when they're called out on it, the guy automatically starts defending himself. And that's the worst thing you can do. Because all you're doing is allowing yourself to be manipulated. Now, from a relationship standpoint, insert nagging here. If you can't think of an example from your relationship, and I don't care if you're the alphaist alpha that ever alphaed on Alpha Continent in Alpha Nation, guaranteed your girl's testing you on this stuff. If you're saying otherwise, then you're probably trying to sell me something. That's all I'm saying. So I observed, almost without exception, the person being criticized becomes defensive and denies the criticism. This manipulative criticism occurs in the first place because the nagging wife, for example, has been taught that her wants have to be justified. Again, Girls act as crappy as you let them. This here, and here's a good meeting somebody in the middle. Girls aren't these supernatural Machiavellian master manipulators that do whatever they want with impunity. A lot of this stuff that you're getting, a lot of this nagging, a lot of this shaming, all this stuff, it's basically based on a girl's own insecurities. So while you're shedding these insecurities and you're making this non-assertive behavior into assertive behavior, realize it's not because you're extremely deficient in assertiveness and everybody else is super assertive and you're playing catch up. In this case, it's a bunch of kids bobbleheading around who don't know their head from their ass. And you, in this point, are just making the effort to fix yourself. It's one of those things to think about. Not everybody is red pilled. Not everybody is super far along. And a lot of this strategy is learning not to join the crabs in the bucket of negative emotions and sadness and whatever nonsense you want to attach to it. So in the situation of non-assertive criticism, some other coping styles beside defensiveness or denial, real or imaginary, or suggested error is required the relationship to be less destructive to both partners. A kind of behavior that would effectively, assertively, and non-manipulatively cope with the criticism would contain the following elements. Now I'm going to get to those in a second, but I want to deal with, like, this stuff is amazing. If you guys check it out, there's a great book by Vox Day. It's called Social Justice Warriors Always Lie. This stuff is more than just about sleeping with your wife or smashing a random thought. This has cancel culture repercussions to it. Consider, is it Tim Hunt? Yeah, Tim Hunt. That scientist a couple years back was like, girls don't belong in the laboratory because they fall in love with their instructor and they're too emotional. It was kind of like a tongue-in-cheek joke. The mob went after him. And that's the thing. Insulting him, shaming him, you're a misogynist, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. This, on a macro level, is exactly what a nagging wife or a chick that thinks you're not man enough at the bar to sleep with her is doing. They're attacking you, they're giving you these insults, and they're not true. So what are these guys doing? Well, they're defending themselves. Well, I'm not a misogynist. I'm actually the most woke man that ever met. And they make all these platitudes, and they basically sit here begging for forgiveness. Now, here's the problem. By supplicating to the cancel culture mob, you're giving them all the power in the situation. Like I've talked about it before. You picture these closed interactions on a scale or on a chart. You have a status. Am I higher status or lower status? Or harmony? Are we on the same team or is it adversarial? You think in that position, if somebody's throwing out these insults, calling you a misogynist for saying an errant thing on Twitter 6 years ago, yeah, they're not on your team. And they think they're better. Well, technically they think they're worse than you, and that's why they're doing the attacks. And so what you're getting in return is indignation. Now, if a guy sees this, he's thinking, oh, well, we're on the same team. We're all good people. Nobody here's bad, evil misogynists. But he doesn't think of himself as better or worse. It's kind of neutral. And that's where this justification comes in, or deering, or replying to these elements of criticism with, like he says, what are the coping styles? Defensiveness. No. You're totally wrong. You're totally wrong. Anyways, the other person takes that as supplicative, and that emboldens them to think, well, actually, I'm higher status because I made this powerful guy just start kissing my ass. And all you've done is validate the criticism towards you. So like I said, when I'm talking about this stuff, it's more than just about smashing the wife on the weekends. This has real ramifications. And this, if you want to have the courage to survive in social media or just the world at large without having to be constantly in fear of, divorce rape or cancel culture or any of that nonsense, these are the tools you're going to use, and these are the tools you're going to need. Of course, at the same time, you're going to be confident enough that you're not arguing with plebs on the internet, so that's going to probably protect you as well. Again, come here for the sex, you leave with self-actualization. You're welcome, fellas. But anyway, so the other coping behaviors. They would train you to distinguish between truths that other people tell you about your behavior, or the arbitrary right and wrong that people may tack onto the truths about your right and behavior. Maybe your girl's like, you play video games all day. Well, that's just a statement that she doesn't like it when you play video games all day. But there's also that inference where you get playing video games all day is wrong because you should be out working or rubbing my feet. And that's the thing. There's these two subtleties to it. And when you start getting defensive, you're addressing those inferred rightness or wrongness about it, those categorical imperatives. I remember talking about that one before. If you don't remember, it's a hypothetical imperative is something that you must do or treat moral if you want a certain result. Well, if you want to be more productive in a day, then stop playing video games all day. That's an obvious one. But playing video games all day is inherently a bad thing and it makes you a bad person. That's a categorical imperative. Now, those are generally manipulative. So when you get these attacks giving you an accusation, well, when you infer the moral right and wrong from it as a categorical expense, then you start seeing how manipulative this stuff can be. Connect the dots, you'll see how it works, and you're going to understand why mental point of origin, being your own judge, is not only important, I would argue it's vital from a survival standpoint, especially in the modern economy here. So the coping behavior would train you to feel comfortable when you are told the truth about your behavior in a critical fashion and the other person does not openly spell out the right and wrong involved in your behavior, but only implies it through his or her critical tone that your behavior is wrong. And that's like that seedy snake-like part of it. They don't actually take the assertive stance of saying that you're a bad person because of this stuff. They infer it, they insinuate it, so that if you call them on it, I didn't say you were a bad person, I just said you shouldn't have been playing video games all day. Do you see how weaselly that is? Again, very subtle power games, and most guys have too much tism to actually pick up on it, but you're here now, you're gonna get it. Trust me, you're smart and switched on that way. Additionally, that coping behavior would train you to feel comfortable when a truth about your behavior is openly interpreted as wrongdoing within the other person's arbitrary structuring of his or own life, or her own life. Again, sometimes people actually do flat out say you're bad for doing this. But the whole point of these things, you are your own judge. You've made your decision. You understand the consequences. You have your hypothetical imperatives. I know what I want. I know this gets me there. Back to the video games all day one. Look, I just got back from a deployment. If I want to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare all day, I'm going to do that and you're going to be okay with it. But that's your decision. And that's just it. So you're comfortable when somebody calls you a bag of hammers or completely lazy because of this. You're like, you weren't there when I had to haul garbage 12 hours a day. So, get bent. So 4 is kind of a repeat of things. So the last one, so the coping behavior would train you to feel comfortable about your errors. And while errors and mistakes are inefficient, wasteful, usually but not always unproductive, stupid, and maybe in need of revision, nevertheless, in reality, they have nothing to do with right or wrong. So there's always the position. Manipulation isn't always about lies and subterfuge. Sometimes she's calling you lazy and you actually are lazy. Let's go back to that playing video games all day. Let's say she had to go to the hospital to get some surgery and your job was to watch the kids. You were playing video games all day, so the kids are sticking forks in electric sockets. Yeah, if she calls it wrong behavior, hypothetically, imperative-wise, she's right. But here's the thing. Even if she is right, you're still not getting manipulated. Yeah, fair enough. That's a screw up on my part. You don't apologize, but you fog it, and then you make the corrections you need to make. Again, you are the judge of your own behavior. And even if you did screw up, even if you flat out know in your heart of hearts that critique you're getting is right, yeah, you got a point there, and you move on from it. And that's where negative inquiries and negative assertions for the most part are going to be really good on this. But first, we're going to talk fogging. On that note, don't forget, hit the like button, smash the like button, subscribe. You guys know the deal at this point. The support really matters. And honestly, we get those likes up. It helps us engage and we reach a lot more guys with this stuff. I'm doing my best. I'm not swearing and breaking the language filter. You guys do your best. Get that high engagement numbers up and we can save the West. Anyways, a quick break here for Chris Johnson's $2 super chat. Is Bill Burr a beta? Purple pill, if anything. You know what? We're going to deal with that one at the end. It's a good question, and I'll get to that, and there's a pretty good thought on it. But right now, we're going to focus on this, because somebody's going to be watching this 6 months from now. No idea what we're talking about. We want to keep to the content. So, in teaching people to cope with criticism, I instruct them not to deny any criticism, not to get defensive, and not attack with criticism of their own. And that's fogging. He's used other labels with it, agreeing with truth, agreeing in principle, agreeing with the odds, but fogging is the one that resonated the most. They use some examples about mothers being adversarial and manipulative with daughters. Again, this is actually a good book. If you're with your wife and your mom or her mom runs roughshod over her, this stuff might be good for her too. Give it to her for a read, or maybe just show her examples. Could be worthwhile. So again, what is fogging? You basically, somebody is emoting to you. They're using their manipulation to attack you, to criticize you. And all you have to do is agree with the emotion, but don't validate the criticism. The easy example here, the mom says, Sally, do you know how important looking good is to a young girl who wants to meet a nice man and get married? You can tell these are like 1950s examples or 1970s examples, but they're cute enough. If you keep staying out so late often the time, you don't get enough sleep, you're not going to look good. You don't want that to happen, do you? And then, the response, yeah, you're right, Mom. What you said, it makes perfect sense. So when I feel the need, I'll get in early enough. But that's just it. Okay, yeah, you're right. If I stay out late at night, it's probably going to give me bags under my eyes, but yeah, I'll make the effort. I'll make the effort when I think it's important. Got it. So you're not saying her critique is right. She's not saying you're a bad person. She's not inferring you're a bad person. She gave a critique. If you stay up late at night, don't get any sleep, you're going to start showing signs of age. Yeah, I probably will. Probably something I should do something about someday. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. That's just it. It's fogging. The reason they call it fogging is because you're not attacking, you're not defending, you're not excusing, you're not explaining, you're not rationalizing. There's nothing for them to grab onto. There's no ability to escalate this into a full-blown argument. Again, an argument takes two people. It's like a fog. You can throw a rock in it, you can call the fog names. The fog doesn't respond. Nothing affects it. And it's being aloof. So as he expands on it here, you can see in this training dialogue the practice of fogging does several things. First, it forces the listener to listen to exactly what the critic says. For example, if the critic says, you sound like, and the learner replies, you're right, I do sound like, a jerk, a misogynist. You sound like a misogynist. Yeah, I probably do sound like a misogynist. End of story. If he says, I think that you hate women, and you reply, yeah, I can see why you'd think I look like I hate women. Or you can understand why you would think that. The novice learns to respond to only what the critic actually says and not what is implied or what the novice think the criticism implies. It teaches the novice to be a good listener, and it's active listening, to listen to what is actually said, not to read minds by the critic, and instead of interpreting what is to conform to the novice's own self-doubts and insecurities. This is why projection is perception. You would be amazed if you're sitting there and some chode on the internet is insulting you with something. The first thing they insult you with, if your need is to defend it, then you're obviously letting them know that's a sore spot. But instead, what you understand with fogging is the person insulting you insults you with things that would be an insecurity towards them. Well, this hurts me, it must hurt them. It's a very low IQ move, but when you insult people, you don't know enough about them, especially if they're somebody you just met. Internet fights, great example of this. So they're going to hit you where it hurts them because that's all they know. They know themselves. They don't know you. So right there, we talked before about conversation techniques. That's free information right there. If a girl says, little dick and you're never going to get a woman, you're going to be alone and die alone. Right there, it tells you a huge insecurity on their part. It also lets you know, don't take it personally. They're just mad and you've said something that got past their comfort zone. Yeah, I guess you're right. If I go this route, I'm probably going to end up alone and dead somewhere. See what I mean? That's like agree and amplify, kind of fogging, but you can play around with it. Just get rid of the amplifying, and then you basically got fogging. Here's the thing too. You're also a good listener, but you're a good listener to the surface level conversation, and you're completely ignoring the subtext. I've talked before about, understand womanese, but speak in Manglish. This is what I'm talking about. Let's say the girl is saying this stuff in an accusatory tone, and she's inferring that you're a bad person from this. That's the subtext. Girls all understand that. You're acting right now like a big gronk. I don't understand any of that subtext. I'm not acknowledging that subtext. My frame does not acknowledge that subtext. So you're just dealing with the surface stuff. You're just an evil misogynist. Well, I wouldn't say I'm evil. See, that's fogging. But you're not implying you're a bad person. You're not implying you should feel bad. You're not thirsting over a girl because you think that girls should think you're not a bad person. So you're completely ignoring any of her subtext and you're not getting pulled into her frame. And that's a perfect example of getting pulled into somebody's frame. Are you making inferences based on the stuff they're trying to get you to infer or the stuff that you're insecurely allowing yourself to be inferred by? That's either not having a frame or getting pulled into somebody else's frame. By just ignoring the topic and fogging, you skirt the entire issue. It's a wonderful assertive technique. At the same time, at least one sensitive student is going to ask, though, how can I agree with somebody who tells me something that is not true? I'm not going to lie to myself. Again, and he ties into like, is this an insecurity on your part? Is it just them making guesswork? Is it them physically lying or trying to gaslight you? A lot of chicks love talking about how gaslighting is bad for you, but they never talk about what to do about it. And in this case, fogging. Perfect. I normally don't like the specific examples in here, but they're so old. But I just love this one because it deals with IQ, and I love the Stefan Molly heads when they're talking about their crap. Do you know your IQ in specific numbers? And yeah, of course. Is it normal? Is it above 100? Yeah. Well, then how do you fog and say your IQ is so far below normal that half a moron could replace you? And then me, it's just simple. I'd say, I'm not surprised you feel that way. Sometimes my brain works so poorly that I wonder if the IQ guy didn't make a mistake. See that? Like, it doesn't bother you. You're actually agreeing with the guy because you find it so absurd and funny that he's making up these random stories about you to feel better about himself that you're playing along with it. It's like a story. Again, tying this back to pickup. A lot of guys are worried, like, oh, I don't want to lie to get women. I just want to be myself. I'm like, dude, girls aren't stupid. They know you're lying when you talk about what do you do for a living? And I'm like, I'm an accountant. That was I always made up a job. I was a sailor at the time, but I'm like, I'm an accountant. They're looking at me. I don't look like an accountant. I don't act like an accountant. They ask me accounting questions near tax season. I'm like, I don't like talking about work. It is very clear I'm not an accountant. Same as that golf pro's not a golf pro. The alpha male is not an alpha male. Like, none of this stuff is real. It's all a joke, but it's so obvious and absurd. It's a game. It's like wrestling. Is wrestling real? Is wrestling fake? Who cares? You're entertained and you want Hulk Hogan to beat the Ultimate Warrior, or you want the Ultimate Warrior to beat the Macho Man. See what I'm saying here? It's all theater and it doesn't matter. So if it doesn't matter, somebody can make up this stuff about you and it doesn't faze you. You can just fog it. Yeah. I could see why you'd think I'm low IQ. I haven't responded with 20,000 words. Fair point. Another occasional comment I get after I demonstrate fogging by having them criticize my teaching style is, but were you sincere in agreeing with my criticism of fogging? And he answers this question with two hopefully thought-provoking questions, and I'll pass this on to you guys. Well, aren't you supposed to be sincere in this? Like you're just lying to the person or totally dismissing them? So his question is, how sincere is a probability? Or does it really matter? Again, you're such a low IQ chode. Yeah, I can see why you'd think that. Yeah, I probably am. How sincere do you have to be in a probability? And if he thinks you're low IQ, does it really matter? Mull those ones over. So somebody who is neither sincere nor insincere wasn't capable of being moved by logic. And that's the thing. If somebody makes this argument, girls love logic because they know guys like a just world. They like everything to make the sense. They like all the pieces to fit in. So when they manipulate you with this logical rhetoric, they're hoping that if they can make things not make sense and then offer you a way to do what they want in order for the world to make sense, you'll do it. But you're not being sincere. You're not being insincere. You're just fogging them. So you don't really care about their logic because I'm still not going to do it. Well, I took out the dishes 5. If you're not doing the dishes, I'm doing half the work. You need to do half the work. The universe is fair then. Yeah, I can see the universe being fair that way. Luckily, it's constantly expanding, isn't it? Or like, yeah, don't even have to go in that second part. Just agree. Sure. It's probably not fair when you do it that way now that you mention it. And I'll probably do an episode on chore play later because there's a lot to unpack from it. But so your response to these, I call it frame shifting manipulation, is, hey, I'm not manipulatable. I don't fit into your game plan. If you don't like that, fine. Find somebody you're more comfortable with. Again, work as a contractor, work as like a lawyer, work in all these positions where people have to deal with you, and imagine how useful this is. Hey, I paid you. My tax dollars pay your salary. Yeah, I can see how you feel that way, but if you're really raw about this, go find somebody else and just fire the client. It is amazing how when you aren't manipulated like this, your workload gets better, you pick on better clients, you filter for people who are worth your time. Again, this is more than just about getting laid. This is about being a fully functioning, self-actualized human being. A man. A real man would fog. A real man uses negative assertions. You get what I'm saying? Look at you guys. Busy in the chat. Again, another shout out. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. Get into negative assertion. So negative assertion and negative inquiry, they kind of muddle together here. I would strongly suggest you be reading this chapter on your own. So I'm going to kind of blur the lines on this one. Just go with it. So if you're non-assertive in coping with your mistakes, you could be manipulated by other non-assertive people through your feelings of guilt and anxiety into seeking forgiveness for making the error and somehow making up for it, or denying the error through defensiveness and counter-criticism, which provides your hostile critic with a verbal punching bag to aggressively work out his own feelings of frustration. In either case, you cope poorly and feel worse. So we talked before about your Bill of Assertive Rights. Remember that one? You're allowed to make mistakes and you're allowed to just not care. So this is how you're applying those. If somebody gives you a legit criticism, which is true, and it definitely hits you, and even if it hits you in insecurity, well, that is still manipulation because they're trying to make themselves the authority in your life, the one that you're seeking forgiveness from. Again, remember, harmony. Are we on the same team or are we against each other? Who's higher status? Who's lower status? Keep this in the back of your mind. If somebody's trying to flex on you, if they're trying to manipulate to get a higher status in this interaction, just don't play the game. A lot of times when people hear this about how power games are structured, they think, well, how do I win? Do I do this move and it's 4D chess? It's like, no. Sometimes you just flip the board and say, I'd rather play Monopoly. Screw it. And this is how negative inquiry works. Or is it negative inquiry? Negative assertion. Negative assertion works. My mistake. So how then do you cope assertively with your errors? In the simplest manner, you verbally cope with your errors as if they're exactly that. No more and no less. They're just errors. My God, I left the thing on the counter. Oh, we forgot to go out. Oh, you're such an idiot. You always do that. You never do anything right. Yeah, I screwed that one up, didn't I? If you want to watch, actually here. After watching this, if you want a good example of that, go watch that episode of The Simpsons with Grimes. Do you guys remember that one where Homer was like the perfect guy and Grimes had to fight for everything? He was always beaten down. Watch when Grimes is trying to manipulate Homer. You went into space? You're an idiot, though. Yeah, they're letting anybody up there. Yeah, that's me with President Ford. Your son has a factory? Yeah, can you believe that? Homer is using a perfect example of negative assertions. And it's just wonderful. You may think of it as playing dumb, by the way. And it sort of is playing dumb, but at the same time, you're not playing dumb as a cudgel. You're just agreeing. Oh, you screwed that up, didn't you? Pretty much did. And that's as far as it has to go. What are they going to do with that? You're such an idiot. Yeah, kind of am. Oh, I can't believe you're the worst guy on earth. I don't know about the worst. Definitely up there. Anyways, we're past it now. Whatever. I've already forgotten about it. Maybe you should just leave it. Maybe you should just leave it now. But that's just the point. Like you're establishing you're not taking the bait. So although it may seem paradoxical at first glance, those of us who cannot cope assertively with criticism also seem incapable of coping with compliments. So we're going to do this. A lot of people can't take compliments. And when somebody says a general nice thing about you, if your first instinct is to argue with them about it, realize it's the same concept. In this case, instead of negative inquiry, positive inquiry. Man, you're looking really swole today. You're like, I haven't had a chance to work because the COVID and that. No, instead it's just, yeah, thanks. I thought so too. That's just it. You're taking the compliment and you're letting it lie. The other person felt nice by saying a nice thing to you. So you're reciprocating by acknowledging they said a nice thing and just agreeing with it. You're validating their assertion without ceding any ground. You're not supplicating yourself. You're not making yourself seem lower. You're not self-deprecating. Thanks. Think this looks nice on me too. I love your shirt. Yeah, looks good. Thanks. And that's just it. So the negative assertions, negative inquiries. The negative inquiry is just kind of, instead of saying it as a statement, you just say it as a question. Oh, you're such an idiot. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, why would you say that? Like, what would you say that about? If you want to take out the passive aggressiveness, and it's like those when you see a Karen and some guy's just saying something, well, why would you say that? What were you thinking? Why would you say that? And the girl doesn't care why you're saying that. They're saying is, I want you to back off. I want you to tell me you're sorry, and I want you to get my forgiveness. But that's a manipulative version of negative inquiry. So instead of that, think of, why would you say that? I don't know. Why would I say that? Again, it's a negative inquiry. Puts it back on him. Well, if you think I'm a jerk, I want you to tell me why. At least give me something to supplicate for if you're gonna make me bow and get forgiveness from you, Karen. You know what I mean? The whole thing's kind of ridiculous. So, getting back to that, 3 tools. Negative inquiry, negative assertion, fogging. These are probably some of the strongest assertion tools. Now, that's the end of the chapter, but I'm going to quickly go off on a small tangent here because alpha males need to hear this. There is something about guys who consider themselves alpha males or wolf pack leaders or, tigers in the savannah or real men or any of that stuff. When they start using this bravado, it belays a huge insecurity. And the reason you can say that is because if somebody makes a critique, their first thought is more bravado, more alpha male, sprinkle a little alpha on it, and that'll solve everything. All you're doing is looking like a giant insecure chode. You may not think it, because you just said, I'm alpha. I just said I work out, I lift, and I read a Vola. Of course I'm alpha. Everybody else just sees you spouting off at the mouth like a giant child. So for these negative inquiries and negative assertions, these are actually a better signal of aloofness. And aloofness is an alpha quality. This is what makes girls wet. This is what makes you look like the leader of men. It's all about the signaling. Social signaling. People don't understand how strong it is. If you don't believe me, ask why the cops didn't start cracking heads when people in Seattle just carved out a 6 square block radius and screwed up a garden. Also ask me why a homeless guy managed to take it over. It's all about the signals. In this case, if somebody insults you and not only, you don't agree with it, obviously. Most people don't agree with critiques on them if they're not right, if they're just a way to flex on you. But not only do you not agree with it, but you're bothered so little about it because you have such a security in your own position, you have that mental point of origin, that you don't even feel the need to defend yourself. You don't feel the need to critique the other person back. You're a beta male. Why am I a beta male? You're the one who's wearing a pink t-shirt. You see what I mean? You're flipping it back on them, and that's when you end up in that pissing match between two omega males over which one of you is more ridiculous. And the answer is, it's this is probably going to kill the language filter, but it's like having it's like having a gold medal in the Special Olympics. Even if you win, you're still handicapped. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but you kind of get the point. You don't want to fight with a moron because all that happens is you end up as the king of the morons, and you don't want that. So you just don't play the game. That's what fogging is. Oh, you're the worst. You're such a beta male. You're such a cuck. Yeah, I can see why you'd say that anyway. I mean, my wife is out right now with Jack Murphy's girl. You know what I mean? But that's just it. And then other people, and here's the thing. This is about the signaling. If some guy's trying to flex on you, of course you don't want a friendship. The kind of guy you want to hang out with doesn't feel the need to embolden himself by using your insecurities as a cudgel. You want to meet a guy who you see as a value proposition. So what you're doing is you're signaling to the crowd writ large. This guy is starting to flex on you. You're signaling to the crowd, yeah, little man says little things. It's pretty funny, isn't it? And that's just it. And this is how understand womanese but speak Manglish comes into play. This guy may still think you're a beta male. This guy may still think you're still a cuck. But you've just signaled to everybody else that, yeah, this stuff doesn't faze you. He's very secure and confident in himself. And if these other people are secure and confident in themselves, they'll see somebody, I'd like to hang out with that guy because I hate having to do status jockeys all day. I hate deal with that at work. I just want to deal with a guy who's switched on. And if the other people are insecure, they're like, it's like a shot across their brow, a warning shot. All right, this is not the soft target that I can emote on. I'm going to pick that guy crying in the corner and screaming about alpha males. So this is just it. It's bigger than just getting laid. This is about self-actualization. This is about being a good man. This is about being socially aware enough of how to survive and thrive in social situations. But that's the point there. So back to the two super chats. I see Shoddy's $5 super chat. And we'll get back to the Bill Burr one. So Shoddy Ramadan says, do you do one-on-ones at all? I would love your opinion on some things. If not, keep up the great content. I do for now. If you check my website, I have it there. It's ryanstone.com. You'll see it in the services or store. I can't remember what it's called. I'm closing those down pretty soon. I'm not going to lie. I love them. I have a lot of good experiences with it. Guys usually come away with a lot more insight than they would. It's that personal connection. And if you're willing to pay for my time, more than happy to. But having said that, I'm busy as hell right now. And so something's got to give. And I find it's a much better use of my time right now to talk to 100 guys or 89 guys right now live and deal with all them than it is one-on-one. So get on it if you want to. Just be aware I'm probably shutting it down sooner rather than later. Plus, I don't. It always ends up a lot of work doubling. I don't like picking up the same rock twice. And while I can give, I mean, I can make ton of value there telling the same sets of strategies to 10 different people on 10 different occasions. I would rather just say it once and then people can have it in perpetuity. So that's the thing there. The next one was the Bill Burr. Is he a beta? Purple pill, if anything. First off, he's not. As an authority, he's not. If I had to break it down, he talks a lot about like having a messed up childhood. I have a feeling his dad was really harsh on him. Mom was maybe a narcissist too. His mom probably used a lot of these manipulative techniques on him growing up, and so did his dad used more physical, more overt techniques. So he probably built, again, from the parent actor or parent adult child model, built a lot of coping strategies involving deferring to his mom and vilifying his dad. She probably complained about dad. He preferred mom over dad because guys prefer women. That's the way it works. So he decided to make himself a promise keeper. And he says that a bunch, where I never want to be like my dad was. We're all improving slightly past that. And he has a wife right now, and he really likes her, and she really likes him. That's kind of what they're supposed to happen. And he's got a kid right now, and he really loves the kid. So why wouldn't he defer to them? Because they're nice people, and he wants to treat them nicely. And so I would argue, so obviously being nice to your family is not a bad thing. But the thing to be aware of is, from a blue pill perspective, if you're deferring to them too much like this at the expense of your own well-being, that's the same manipulation of we've been talking about through all these chapters. The only difference is they're not manipulating you, you're manipulating yourself. And so that selfish asshole mental model, it's vital on this, because if something happens, maybe the girl goes feral, maybe she doesn't love him anymore. You don't want to end up, that's how Will Smith got into his position, basically. She's been such a good woman. I want to reward her by acting unattractive and not acting in the ways that attracted her to me in the first place. Now, it's not always going to happen. Sometimes these end up devolving into situations of dead bedrooms. Like, they'll call each other mom and pop. My grandparents did that. They always called each other mom and dad. They loved each other. They were the best friends ever. But from a sexual perspective, probably not ideal. So, well, I don't want to just automatically dismiss him or praise him. Just be aware there's lessons to take from this if you stop looking at the identity, which pill is he, and you start looking at the behavior sets. Do you think it's good that he's deferring to his wife? Do you think it's good that his wife is using these manipulative techniques to let him know what behavior is right and what behavior is wrong? And he's got hints of it. Like his whole helicopter stories, those let you know exactly what you need to know on this. Well, you know what? He wanted to fly a helicopter. She didn't like it. She thought it made him an irresponsible dad, but he's flying a helicopter. I think that's the kind of stuff you should be taking from it, more so than putting categories. Santa's nice and naughty list. So anyways, on that note, thank you guys for the chat. Thanks for sticking around. I will catch you on the next one. I think we're going to do that tomorrow, and I'll catch you there. Yeah, I gave myself a bowl cut and snuck into the Special Olympics and won. It was awesome. Marty, never change, brother. Never change. Anyways, have yourself a coffee. Hope you guys had fun. I really do appreciate this, by the way. Thanks for being very engaging in the chat. I read all these comments. I can't do it live, but once we're done with it, I always glance through. So stick with it, boys. I'll catch you on the next one. What's up, boys? Thanks for your patience. All right. So, quick thing here. I put it already in a post already because obviously I didn't reschedule the live stream from yesterday like I was supposed to. So, what I'm going to do right now is I got the usernames of everybody that was in chat waiting for me and complaining that I wasn't there, rightfully so. And I'm going to have a raffle. I know it sounds goofy, but you know what? I don't have much to offer. So, I have 2 extra copies of my book that I haven't gifted yet. So I'm going to take one, a signed copy. I'll reach out to the person. I guess I'll try on here. Maybe I'll do a post on it. Anyways, I'll try and do it privately. If I can't, I'll do it publicly. If you're comfortable with that, if you want a signed copy, then just we'll share some details. I'll ship it out to you. Otherwise, we'll pass to the next person on the list. And if nobody wants it, well, then we'll just mea culpa that one. But how's it going, everybody? Welcome. We're on chapter, what is it, 7? Yeah, 7. Prompting people you care about to be more assertive and less manipulative towards you. That gentle reminder. I don't care about the telling people how you want to be treated thing. Morning, everybody. It's more so about negative inquiry, or what you would think of if you were in the PUA circles as a pressure flip. So, like I said, awesome. I would say don't forget to hit like and subscribe, but so far I've got more likes than concurrent viewers right now. So you guys are doing a bang up job, better than I would. Anyways, getting back to it, I just realized this thing is horribly oversized. Let's fix this. Proper sizing. There we go. Much better. Get in there. Where did we leave off? Look at that. So many things in the background. Liking the filter, digging the intro music. Yeah. Honestly, nothing terrifies me more than being a 1984 talking head talking about crap like that. The least I can do is make this a pleasurable experience for everybody. It's not just yapping at people. It's about the aesthetic. He goes over some brief things about negative assertions. He goes into things about fogging. The one thing we kind of touched on, and I know there's a ton of overlap between it, is negative inquiry. So starting off, to understand the concept of negative inquiry, look at the differences between two similar statements in response to criticism. Let's, for example, assume that your wife or husband, as the case may be, I don't judge, whatever. Welcome, Alphabet Mafia. Love seeing you here. Going fishing. So, one, I don't understand. What is it about my fishing that's going bad, or that's bad? Or two, what do you think going fishing, or what makes you think going fishing is bad? So the first statement is an assertive, non-defensive negative inquiry response that is non-critical of the spouse and prompts her to make further critical statements to examine her own structure of right and wrong that she's using to cope with this situation. So you notice that? You make it about you. One of the things here, so we always talk about, like, you got to have irrational self-confidence, make everything about you, and everybody thinks that just means to be a selfish prick. But yeah, even when dealing with criticism with these assertive tools, again, make it all about you. Solipsism, the female strategy adopted to male sensibilities. It's not about fishing, in this case. I don't like it when you go fishing. So what is about me going fishing that's bad? You make it all about you, so that way the other person doesn't feel attacked. And when they don't feel attacked, they're more than happy to be honest. You're going to come into two situations on this. Now, he doesn't talk about it in here, but we're going to use internet slap fights because I think everybody had an example of being called anything under the sun, from a hard R to an F-bomb, whatever, on the internet. So what is it about me going fishing that's such a problem? And if you get this kind of spurgy internet ad hominem kind of attack, it's going to be something to the effect of, like, you're a beta male, you're a cock, whatever you want to throw out there. And then you already know, okay, so as far as conversation goes, this is a closed conversation, and what are you getting back? Insolence. If you look at it from a status position, is the kind of person who's trying to chop me down going to think that they're better than me or worse than me? It's usually worse. People that are better don't feel the need to cut out the people below them unless there's a gripping insecurity about it, in which case they feel lower status. And it's very obvious to see where this is in the harmony spectrum. Do they think they're on the same team as me, or are they against me? So insolence is not only an expression of lower status, it's an expression of anti-harmony. And if you're getting this from the internet, and I could give a personal example if you want on this, or from your wife at home, just realize that it's like a petulant teenager. I hate you, Dad. I just want out of this damn house. And that can let you know so much more about the conversation than the actual words. And I guarantee you in this case, it has nothing to do with fishing. The reason negative inquiry is good is, if you remembered, we talked before about the exchange of free information and disclosures. This is a way to take just a simple inquiry as to why somebody is assaulting you with this certain criticism and peeling back so much information from it that you're able to make a better estimation as to what you're doing in this interaction. Now, I'd argue if it's something you're not invested in, if it's somebody, online, if it's a coworker, if it's just somebody that you have no vested interest in them, if they don't provide value, well, then that lets you know there's nothing to be gained from this. It's a dude who's trying to bite you off at the ankles, and you can just be like, yeah, whatever, get bent. I'll talk to you later. It's nice talking to you again. I'm going fishing. And so he goes on in here. So if the response to your statement of what is it about my fishing, or about me going fishing that's bad, your wife, partner, person you're talking to is generally going to come up with logical or good reasons why fishing is bad, such as it gives you a headache, it makes you smell, it'll tire you out. You can still do negative inquiry to continue on this. It's like, I don't understand. Can you walk me? Like, I'm not the smartest guy on the earth. Let me know what you're talking about. And this gets into something I'm pretty sure anybody who's ever done like a Six Sigma, black belt, green belt, whatever, you'll probably know what I'm talking about here, but it's the 5 whys. And it's the idea that if you want to get to the core of any problem and not that surface level conflict, usually you'll get there by the 5th time you ask a person why. And so if you're in an engagement that you don't want to just walk away from, in this case, wives, girlfriends, long-term relationships, bosses, long-term engagements like this with whatever person, you're more likely to want to use negative inquiry in this case. I think you're an absolute dick. Well, what do you mean I'm a dick? Like, what did I do that was so bad? Well, it's like you stayed up too late, you did this, you did that. Yeah, but we've never had a problem with that before. What's the issue? You see what I mean? Negative inquiry. I've never had an issue with that before. Why is it thing? And then eventually, if you use negative inquiry enough, you get to the core of the issue. And if anybody here has been in a relationship for any length of time, he will tell you, anytime you have an argument about a nail, it's not about the nail. It's always an underlying thing. You never clean up around this house. That could mean anything from I'm frustrated at work and taking my day out on you, to I haven't slept last night, to I'm hungry, to I've cheated on you and I feel guilty about it, so I need something to be your fault so I can feel better. The entire spectrum of things. And you're not going to know which it is unless you start using negative inquiry from a general inquisitive stance. Like I said, this is for people that you're already invested in. If it's a random thought you just met, if it's a third date, if it's 6 months into a short-term relationship, they don't get that much honesty from you. They don't get that much investment. They have to earn that. And they earn that by being on best behavior. So don't start doing this on a Tinder date you just met and start doing negative inquiry, because you're going to look like a weirdo. It's no different than basically simping for girls online, that thirst trap stuff. You don't want a thirst trap in real life. I'm telling you guys. If you do it, don't blame me and don't come telling me you tried it and it didn't work. I met a girl last night off a Hinge and I tried negative inquiry and she told me I was a weirdo and that I should pay for these drinks and get out of here. What did I do wrong? I'm like, well, you did it a little early in the relationship. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, Marty remembers what I'm talking about. It's not about the nail in my head. There's a great YouTube video. Come check it out. But to summarize, so he says here, the end result of the first negative inquiry interaction will, in the best case, be an examination by your wife or of her own arbitrary right and wrong structure. Headaches are wrong, being tired is wrong, being smelly is wrong. The structure she is trying to impose to manipulate you in lieu of asserting her own wishes to do something else besides fishing or staying around the house in the evening. It's a long-winded way of saying she can't just come out and say, I don't like it when you fish because I want to spend time with you on the couch watching Netflix, because that puts the responsibility on her. And if you've been watching this channel for any length of time, you should know the last thing the girls want is responsibility, because responsibility comes with the chance of failure, and the chance of failure comes with the odds of blame. And the odds of blame taps into that caveman Stacy DNA to say, as soon as something is my fault, the tribe's leaving me, and that's not good. You don't want that. Well, I mean, they don't want that. There we go. The OCD in me kicks in. But that's the thing. So she develops, and this is something called the hamster. She develops this convoluted set of right and wrong, rules of the universe, everything that's going on. Why? Not because she actually thinks this thing is right or she thinks this thing is wrong. She feels a certain way and she needs the world to make sense based on her feeling structure. And that is why a girl's rules, and that's why you never listen to them, you have your own frame, because they are changing like the wind. If she feels one day, 1 minute, she feels another day the next minute, or if she feels another way the next minute, you're going to get a different set of unchanging rules. This is where that huge frustration from married guys. How can she slap? I don't get it. This isn't a problem yesterday. Today it's a problem. Yeah, it's completely arbitrary because it has nothing to do with the things you're talking about. It's all to do with them imposing their own worldview on you, which is so flippant. It's as flippant as their feelings. The dishwasher leaked on the floor could be as much a problem to you as you cheated on her with the secretary. I talked about this actually in No More Mr. Nice Guy as well, when I made references to The Last Psychiatrist, where he talks about failed parenting strategies. And a lot of the reason why single parent households, which to that you should mean single mom households, tend to raise such horrible kids. It's because parenting is hard. You have to be consistent. You have to have structure. You got to keep your emotions out of it because your kid is useless and he doesn't know any better. But what a girl will do, because it's very easy to do, is instead of consistently showing ramifications for behavior, actions, and consequences, she'll attack the kid as a form of identity. You're a bad boy. Good boys do this. Don't be a piece of crap like your father. And a kid who's absolutely helpless in life will look at this going, I need this person to love me because otherwise they're going to let me starve and I can't hunt my own meat. So these mental models, they start when people are young. And then as you get older, with extra influence in your life from so many more women in your formative years than what used to be, is that they kind of put this into you as like a standard way of being, your modus operandi. And that's why guys are doing this at 20, 30, 40, 50, sometimes 60 years old. We could say it's not their fault, but I don't know, I'm a guy. I don't like that thing. Yeah, they set you up for failure. Yeah, you performed exactly as you were supposed to, but you want to win or do you want to feel good? So you just have to accept the discomfort that's going to come with rewiring this stuff. And one of the easiest strategies, again, negative inquiry, because it at very least lets you pull back the curtain and see things for the way they really are and not what you're hearing. Turns out you don't actually have to do dishes to make her more comfortable. Turns out she's just stressed at work. Nothing to do with you, not your fault, so you don't have to address it. And the beauty of that is validation seeking. Like by addressing all these complaints and criticisms as real, it's a weird, warped version of validation seeking behavior, where instead of a girl saying, well, I like astrology, and you saying, well, I like astrology too. In that way, it's like a simping way of saying, yeah, if I do this, then she'll give me the love that I want. If I address your criticisms as valid, it's the same thing, only from a negative connotation. But by these negative inquiries, you're going to better able to learn what it is that makes it a good criticism or a bad criticism. And if it's a bad criticism, you can use fogging, for example. So you don't address the criticism. You address her feelings. I can see your feelings are real, or however you want to word that, doesn't sound autistic. But you don't validate them. And by this, you're actually pulling other people into your frame. Just by setting the rules of engagement is a good way to think about it. Carrying on. Negative inquiry assertions do not come about, and the interaction results in only in a stalemate. With the extinction of critical statements, you can attempt to break the stalemate by negative inquiry, prompting of your spouse to assert herself. For example, you might inquire, I really don't understand. There must be something else about this other than me going fishing, tired, smelling up the house, and headaches. That makes no sense. So what else is wrong you don't want to talk about? No, there's a blunt way. The way I tend to do it is just, look, we know this has nothing to do with the dishes. Just tell me what's on your mind. And then it puts it on me, so she can tell me what's on my mind, what's on her mind, and it's no longer a responsibility thing. Hey, you asked. It's not my fault that I told you I didn't like it when you slept with the neighbor. You know what I mean? And that's one of those things. That's, again, leadership, leading through the emotions. Girls aren't able to articulate this stuff. There's something in their DNA that just makes it painful to them. It's like asking you to kick yourself in the nuts. It's just not going to happen. But this is a way of you, as a man, leading the interaction. Now, again, gotta preface this because spot-of-the-tism runs rampant. If a girl hasn't earned this from you, don't give it to her. People always wonder, what does a man offer in a relationship? Well, this is what you offer. You're essentially becoming a girl's pastor, a girl's shrink, a girl's father, and a girl's lover. That's a lot of work. And if you're not getting a girl's best from you, why waste your time with it? In this case, this is why shut the F up is like a key strategy, because guys will start treating this like it's a parlor trick. Well, if I do A, B, and C and work out the mathematics and build the 5 whys and do some negative inquiry, then she's going to love me forever. Tell me that doesn't sound like a covert contract. I dare you. So again, it's all about value. If she doesn't offer value, you don't do any of this stuff because it's not in your wheelhouse to care about somebody and reward good behavior by doing it. But once you're in a good place where you start to get better behavior, this is where you can start treating these things as opposed to just nuking comfort tests, nuking fitness tests, or just nuking criticism in general. Yeah, okay. Like, okay is he didn't mention it here because he's assuming people care about each other, but if you got a really bitchy wife who's going to be a soon-to-be ex-wife, K is the only answer she deserves. Anyways, moving on from that. So in training, people grasp the non-defensive concept behind negative inquiry. I've used the following general training dialogues as a first exercise. In an exercise, non-situational criticism is directed to the learner by myself or another learner, and the learner is coached on appropriate negative inquiry responses to this criticism. As in the fogging exercise, the critic first makes derogatory comments about the learner's dressing habits, a subject which most of us can tolerate with a minimum of distress. After the learner is able to cope with that criticism, though, through negative inquiry, without denial, defensiveness, or aggressive counter-criticism, the critic gradually moves his criticism to the more personal area of physical appearance and then to the personality traits and moral character of the learner. I don't know if anybody's caught on to this yet, and I think it's absolutely brilliant in its simplicity. What I just described is somebody coming into the married red pill or this space for the first time. It's a common critique. Most guys will come in and it's like, dude, I came in, I did my victim puke like you guys asked, and you just called me a giant bundle of sticks. I didn't come here to be like yelled at like I was Xbox in 2007, but that's exactly what this was. If you can't hold frame to a bunch of random morons on the internet, how do we expect that you've done any of this stuff with your actual wife or that you're even capable? So the purpose of that, the purpose of berating a guy when he first get in there is you're testing. In the same way you ask, do you even lift, bro? Post your lifts. We're asking, have you read enough of When I Say No, I Feel Guilty to understand this purpose of criticism to invoke negative inquiry? And it's super creative and it's super clever when you see a guy gets it. He takes this, he realizes it's an act. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? There's a great article. Hipsters on Food Stamps, Part 3. It's probably the best thing this guy's ever written, and it's the stuff that kind of gave him notoriety. Oops, no thanks. Not Thought Catalog. What the hell is that crap? So Hipsters on Food Stamps Part 3. I'm putting the link in the description in the live chat. Feel free to check it out. The part that I'm focusing on here is he makes a reference to the movie Glengarry Glen Ross. If you guys never watched it, it's the only clip that they ever throw up. It's that Always Be closing scene with Alec Baldwin. He mentions a really good point here, and it's something that you can take away from this to understand. Now, I know it's a fiction, it's a written thing, but the language is important so you understand the difference. He asks at one point, are they all here? No, there's one missing. He's like, all right, I'm going to go anyways. And it lets you know that it's this beratement, this is exactly what goes on in the male social matrix when we talk about initial fitness testing and wholehearted acceptance. He berates all of them. You're all fired. Now, if I got your attention, he gives a speech. He basically berates the guys constantly. And then to a smart, switched on guy who understands this criticism, you understand it as a spectacle, as a work. It's theater. Same as like guys who went in basic training. You were yelled at for 10 weeks. And yeah, you understood that too. Okay, I get it. It's part of the game. The point here is to pump me up. And a lot of guys do that. They take that beratement with it like, oh, this is like they feed off of the energy. They feed off the intensity. They feed off the cadence of the conversation. And they understand not to take it personally. This is a way of checking. Are you able to keep your cool in even the slightest bit of criticism, or do you buckle like a child? So give this one a read when you get a chance. I would say the whole part is a good read, but the part that's applicable to this is part 3. Yeah, coffee is for closers. And that's why somebody's dropping an F-bomb on you in chat, why they're calling you a giant bundle of sticks or a British cigarette. Because the kind of guy, and he talks about, yeah, I've been in married red pill and I'm aware for 2 years right now. If the first thing that happens when you throw a criticism off him, basically calling him a, homogenous sexual. I'm trying to do some language thing here. Because I don't want to be offensive. The idea is I want to illustrate a point. And the guy's first response is counter criticism. Who are you to talk to me that way? Or that seething beta male resentment. I'll just quote it the way it was put in here. How cathartic. What's that line? Geez, I hate having this dead air on the thing here. I'll just scroll up to it. I know where it is in the thing here. But So it's an act. It's an act. It doesn't affect their identity. My use of gay as an example is unfortunate because half of you will see gay as bad, but the projected impulse doesn't have to be bad, merely incongruous to the desired identity that you're trying to solidify. If you doubt this, consider the sullen engineering student at the party. I'm not like these superficial sorority girls with their perfect smiles and condomless sex, who then perceives great happiness in these people. You could be happy too, dude, if you weren't so invested in not being happy. If you went to a partial understanding of why 19 to 21 Saudi Egyptian terrorists could live in America and enjoy strip clubs but still want to crumble our architecture, there you go. And that's just it. You start to, instead of looking at an identity you're shooting for, this is why criticism hurts, by the way, because that's somebody not buying into your internal narratives, your narcissistic fuel. They're not buying into it. And that's why criticism tends to work, because you have an insecurity. Now, this is the thing about unhealthy narcissism, is that you don't actually have an identity that's built from the work you've done. You know the saying, you are what you do? You actually invent one. Most common one right now is like alpha males. You can't talk to me that way. I'm an alpha male. How dare you call me this? You must be a complete, wuss. Do you even lift, bro? And that lets you right now know that this guy is invested in a bad identity. And this criticism hits it right where it hurts, which is basically anywhere that doesn't admit that he's a great husband, even though he's getting absolutely horrible results from it. I'm going. So there's a part in here where he describes the speech. I'll skip on that one though, because we're getting off topic. But in the book, Manuel Smith goes through the dialogues, prompting criticism. You can read through that if you want to. Like I said, these are examples from the 70s, so it's about as useful as me telling you how to properly smoke a cigarette. Nobody cares. But the key point is, it's the idea of prompting criticism about yourself from others can also help communications in equal relationships as well as authoritarian ones. So it's not even so much that this is just about sleeping with girls or just about getting your wife out of a dead bedroom. This matters like at the stop with the cops. He starts attacking your identity because maybe the cop had a bad day at work and you look like some guy who slept with his wife that he has to put up with and now he went back to her, whatever. Yeah, what seems to be the problem, officer? Like right there, what did I do wrong? Like that's an example of negative inquiry. Well, you were speeding. Do you know how fast you were going? No, I don't. How fast was I going? And that's just the point. You're not offering him free information that he could use to arrest you. You're using negative inquiry as an example to get him to explain what his moral framework is. What's the right and what's the wrong? Well, I saw you, your tail light is out and God knows that could be an excuse for him to want to beat the tar out of you to get the thing out of his bad day, or maybe it's just a proper traffic stop and he's doing things properly. But by using negative inquiry in that situation, you can ascertain whether this is going to be a just pullover or an unjust pullover, and it lets you know how to react. If it's a just pullover, you make small talk, keep things light. You don't have to act like you're worried about getting George Floyd in this situation, but you find out it's complete BS. Then you already know from we talked about before. Sometimes in power, you have to have tactical assertiveness. In this case, you want to be supplicative. Obviously, this guy's unhinged. He's pulling you over and he's just looking for a reason. Don't give him a reason to escalate and he won't escalate. Then fight like hell in court to get this guy thrown out, make your stink. Because while it may not look as good as being on a YouTube video of you getting the tar beat out of you like Rodney King and then getting validated by suing the courts, I would much rather just go to court and fight this one there without having my eye socket knocked out first. Now, it's up to you how alpha you want to be in this scenario, but I would much rather win than prove my identity true. So you can be an alpha male with an eye patch. That's well and good. Sometimes it's good to take a tactical surrender. And that's, again, this stuff is more. You come here just to learn to sleep with chicks. You leave with self-actualization. So the practiced use of such verbal skills as fogging, negative assertion, and negative inquiry can be helpful in opening up communication by giving you, the learner, an alternate way of prompting your mate to express him or herself. So he ends on this one with, let us turn to what the first half of the book has been leading up to. Assertively coping with the common problems that other people are apt to give us in such generous amounts as we live our everyday lives. The rest of this book, and you're going to love it. So this deals in how do you map the map to the terrain? I'm sure you guys have heard the saying, the map is not the terrain. We can talk about theory till we're blue in the face, but the problem is when your ego invested in a thirst trap, you're not going to be able to use any of these skills. You're going to look autistic if you try. If you're actually in a situation where you're worried the cop might decide to go, Rodney King you, well, you're not going to have the mental state to do this. And this is why practice and repeating this stuff and replication is so important. And that's really the key to red pill in general. Like, if you're just wholeheartedly listening to me because I'm the authority, because I'm wearing the goofy shirt with the flower patterns on it, talking about this stuff, and Rollo vouches for me being a good dude, you're just sheep in search of another shepherd. This is no different than the guys who listen to a guy in a lab coat because he must be correct. No different than listening to a guy at Enron telling you how to invest because, well, he's got a CPA, he must be trustworthy. Do not trust authority on the face of it. These assertive skills are a way of you sussing this stuff out. And if you can't apply this yourself, then I'm just wasting my time here. I'm no different than that guy I was criticizing before, Dr. K's techniques of getting guys to breathe and meditate. Meanwhile, they're still taking themselves out at the end of the day. It's a really tragic situation, and I hate to bring it up, but God knows the Spurgs have come at me in droves, so I figure it's an apt analogy here. At the end of the note, so that's it for this one. Like I said, a nice short chapter, a single concept. Apply this stuff in your real life. Slowly acclimatize yourself to the technique and the strategies of negative inquiry, fogging, and negative assertions. If you don't know how, manufacture situations with your girlfriend. But I guarantee, even if you're single, you're probably going to have enough supplication in your life, if this stuff is resonating, that you're going to have plenty of examples to practice it. Practice it with strangers. Pick it on the most inconsequential thing ever. Pick situations that you have anxiety and you know there's no consequences to it, because if you can do it there, you can start doing it in more serious things. And then when the time comes to do it for real, in a real situation with real consequences, well, it's going to be a natural part of being. Like, you don't have to think your way through it. That cop pulls you over when he's got his hand on his pistol. You know how to do a negative inquiry. You're not sitting there panicking, acting all sketch, which he's probably going to interpret as, this guy's probably hiding weed. Let's search his car. And then you're going to say, no, you don't, I know my rights. And then next thing you know, you're going to be on a world star hip hop video. You don't want that. Actually, I guess I'll tell. So there's one other story with this, and there's the reason. It's going to tie it into Dark Triad. A lot of guys think of Dark Triad as being the absolute evil villain in people's lives, which makes you more attractive. And that's not the case. Dark Triad is a set of attractive qualities in men, a mixture of psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism. So I talked briefly about unhealthy narcissism. This is where the healthy narcissism comes in. An unhealthy narcissist builds an identity and then uses language to manipulate people into buying into that narrative. It's called narcissistic fuel. And the problem is, your ego invested in it. So somebody, if they attacks it, and that's where criticism comes in handy, when criticism attacks that identity's core structure, the person reacts out in a narcissistic rage. And that's where you see guys, we call it spurging out, essentially. But any guy who's emoting like a child about the smallest bit of criticism, oh, you're not an alpha male. What do you mean? I'm an alpha male. I read philosophy and Evola. And you're just like, oh, for crying out loud. Why is he acting like this? Well, now you know. Now you know where the investment comes in. So that's bad narcissism. Good narcissism is that fake it till you make it attitude. Obviously, you want to be a more attractive man. You're going to use alpha tactically when you want to. You're going to use beta behaviors when people have deserved it and earned it. You're going to be assertive when you can, not assertive when you're not. It's a very amalgamous, like a very foggy type of identity. But the beauty of that is that means you're not ego invested into any one narrative script. The only narrative script you'll have that works in your life is, does this make my life better in any way at all? And is this providing value for me? If so, engage it. If not, disengage it. If I have to engage it, opt in as little as I have to in order to suffer as little as I must. It's the age-old master and slave morality, or the Melanian dialogues. The strong do as they can, the weak suffer as they must. The only difference is you don't automatically build an identity about being one of the strong. You're actively working because you know the concept. It's what Dr. Glover calls the integrated man, or what Rollo would refer to as masculine point of origin. So you build the healthy narcissism there. So it's not putting the cart before the horse, you're putting the cart after the horse. Or cart after the horse. At the same time, the Machiavellianism, cunning, all these strategies we're talking about are Machiavellian as anything. Just because it's Machiavellian doesn't mean you have to act like it's Game of Thrones and stab somebody in the neck when he's at a wedding. It just means you're acting with purpose. You're using strategies, you're using tactics. You're basically acting in your own best interest in a calibrated and deliberate way. And that's Machiavellianism. Doesn't sound so, evil and dirty now, does it? Third one is psychopathy, and that, again, you can't train psychopathy because it's based on trauma or brain injury during developmental years. But what you can do is you can practice this stuff till it becomes instinctual. And to an outside perspective, it's going to be, they're not going to be able to tell if you're a psychopath, like if your head has that little bit of attractive psychopathy, or if it's just you being practiced. It's based, and this is based on a very old skill that was developed First World War. It was called killology, and I know the name sounds edgy here, but bear with me. World War I, they had a finding that 75% of people firing weren't actually firing to hit their targets. They had a real aversion to hitting other people on the battlefield. So they'd shoot above, they'd shoot to the left, they'd shoot to the right. It was always warning shots. And they had a study. It's like, okay, so other than the absolute psychopaths that just love doing it, how can we train people to be more effective and project force in a more effective way? The one simple thing they figured out is instead of using like bullseye targets, they use silhouettes. And then people would fire at the silhouettes. And then once you got into like a combat situation, people weren't shooting at other people. They were shooting at silhouettes. It was just instinctual. So they were having the same behaviors that psychopaths did at a very lower cognitive cost. Now, the example there, it's about war. It's obviously very horrible. Human lives are special. You shouldn't want to kill them. I get the thing. I get the moral implications there. But the strategy is sound. And when you can do this stuff, when you can practice it day in and day out in small situations, building up to bigger ones, then you're able to act in your own best interest, even when people would be morally squeamish on it. Because you understand the consequences and you've made a choice to live with them, and you're almost instinctively able to do it without crying about it. Good example for this, if you've ever been raised on a farm, dog gets rabies, you have to put it down. Now, the idea of having to shoot a dog is absolutely abhorrent to most people. I could never do that to my boys, but that's the thing. At the same time, if one of them caught rabies and I didn't have a chance to deal with it first, it's basically a foregone conclusion and you have to put them out of their misery. But it's that certain farm boy attitude, which is that manufactured psychopathy, which you can use with these tools in order to be a healthy, more integrated man. And at the very least, you're not like a nervous rabbit. I'll end off on a Jordan Peterson quote, because I know how much I love him and how much you guys do too. It's that one about the rabbits. A rabbit can't be virtuous because a rabbit is weak and a rabbit is nervous. He just sits there shivering all day. Instead, you want to be, and I hate this example, you want to be like the wolf. A wolf can be moral because if he chooses not to eat you, that's a choice. It's a very dangerous person. Now, I'm not going to say be a wolf because most people who do that do it as like that same negative narcissistic fantasy I was talking about before, where as soon as you call them a wimp, they're going to lose their mind. In fact, it's always a big red flag if you talk to anybody red pill using a wolf analogy, but I hope you understand it. So on that note, this is chapter 7, how to add negative inquiry, how it ties into a fully integrated plan, masculine point of origin. I've added just enough red pill to it so you can understand it at a greater depth than I hope you could have just by reading the book. Anyways, thank you guys. Very busy in the chat. So I talked before briefly about the chat stuff in otherwise. The guys from the chat before, I'm going to get an issue out. So I'm going to make a post. I think I did already on YouTube. Let me pull it up now. We got a couple minutes to wait. On my channel, where I had the names of the guys that were in the chat. So we're going to pick one out of random here. Where does it put my posts? How do you view it? It's community tab. All right, here we go. Oh, I didn't add it. I'm such a chode. Oh, wait, there it is. Read more. Oh, no, I didn't add it. All right, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to put a post up. I'll add the guy's name. Reach out to me. Easiest way is to DM me on Twitter. You can always email me as well if you're in the private community on Patreon. Just don't send me a private message there, but like you'll know how to reach out to me and we'll make the effort and we'll make things work. As far as I know, it was down to like 5 or 6 guys. But if you were chatting in yesterday's stream before I had a chance to cancel it, then just know you're on that list and keep tuned and we'll get on to that one. But I will catch you guys on the next one. Let's do our intro outro thing. One of these guys, Mike here, off topic, but maybe rule 0. 6-year-old Bridger Walker prepared to sacrifice his life and sister from attacking dog. Male disposability, white knight indoctrinated already, 6 years old. Now blue-pilled, cheering crowds. Here's the thing, yeah. Now, I'm not going to say you shouldn't try to save your family. That's a genetic thing. Just don't let that ability be weaponized by perfect strangers that don't really care about you. And that's all I can say on that issue. Cheers, boys. Is the going live thing working? I think it's working. What's going on, guys? How's things? Welcome to YouTube. You know this deal. Smash like, subscribe, the notifications. You're going to like this episode. It's a good one. It's a two-parter. Chapter 8, Chapter 9. Why, do you ask? Because we usually have to spend an hour in a chapter. Does this mean we're doing a 2-hour thing with us? No, no, no. Not at all. It's just that I kind of like that one. Yeah. It's that Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are mostly taking the concepts we've already learned here. Fogging, negative inquiry, negative assertions, and applying them in more of a dialogue format. I like this one. It's a reinforcement of the stuff that we've already learned, that we've already discussed. And because I've been using different examples than the ones he used in there, because I find them to be a little bit dated, kind of more of a boomer generation thing. Makes sense. It was written in the 70s. It's better able for people to map it to their terrain, as well as there's a bunch of insider stuff that I'm going to have in here. A lot of stuff from an old poster from the Married Red Pill, where I got my start, called Jack Ten of Hearts. So he was a marketing type guy, and he was pretty good at wrapping some theory around a lot of the stuff. He's got like 330,000 words. That's like 3 novels worth of content. And so instead of asking somebody to read through War and Peace, the MRP version, it's sometimes nice to find some way of showing how this is connected with the modern situation among men here. But anyways, how's everybody doing in the chat? I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. The reading on this one's going to be fairly straightforward. So Chapter 8 is everyday commercial situations, assertively coping, where money is involved. He talks about in previous chapters the systemic practice of each verbal assertive skill in turn. A brief catch up on that. It's that using these assertive things, you have to be tactical with them. There's going to be situations that have more structure and less structure. Financial ones, like a boss and employee, those ones are fairly rigid and the structure is well defined, so people are much better able to act assertively in that. The idea is the truth will set you free, as opposed to authoritative one, where if it's like a cop versus you, the interaction can be completely fluid and you kind of know the rules, but he has a lot of leeway in his interactions. And acting assertively there can actively cause you some problems, which if you haven't been watching the news last 6 months, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But like I said, sometimes you just have to swallow your pride, and tactical alpha behaviors are the way you survive long enough to be able to be more alpha bro, whatever. Then the third one is very fluid interactions. And this is the one that guys have the most troubles with, where the ground rules aren't known, insecurity kind of runs rampant, and it's a lot of post hoc justification and manipulation. And relationships are a prime example of this. So for a lot of times, what people will do when there's an insecurity about something is they will project a certain set of rules, a way that they want their interactions to make sense. You can think about that in the girls make rules for betas and they make exceptions for alphas. You can mention that in the sexual marketplace, the tradcon ideal of whatever you want. Anyways, that's the point of it. And so some of these tools here to practice being more assertive that allow you to get your feelers out so that way you can act on a more natural level are fogging, or the ability to not give much onto it in order to escalate a situation, being very nebulous, acknowledging that somebody's emotional state happened but not validating it. Negative assertion and negative inquiry, which is mostly just to take what somebody said, reflect it back at them with either making an assertion about what they said or making a question about that, puts the onus on them to justify, or not to justify, but to look inside themselves and their worldview that they're trying to express upon you as a manipulative tactic to see that, is this person being reasonable with me and they're just mistaken? Are they insecure about something? It helps you flush out their motivations. So go back and watch those ones. 4, 5, 6, 7, all very good for it. And so the last part I'll read on this chapter is, although you may emphasize the use of one skill or another, depending on the conflict you find yourself in, the systematic assertion skills of broken record, fogging, negative inquiry, and negative assertion are general coping skills and not limited to use in only certain situations with certain people. Now, I think his examples here, he has like a door-to-door salesman in Dialogue 8, whatever. We'll get to that in a minute. But to sum it up, it's in training learners to deal with commercial situations. Many of them say that they just shut the door in the salesman's face because they don't even want to bother him with his nonsense. I advise the students that assertively coping with situations like this that are not important is a safe, low-risk, real-life method of practicing to be systematically assertive in preparation for the more meaningful conflicts that people have with others. It's like running around a track to get in shape before you run a real race. There's a great, like, I talk about a marriage strategy that I suggest a lot of guys use when they're first on this path. I call it manufactured outrage. It's the idea of taking a more proactive leadership role in a girl's emotions, because girls are gonna feel something. That's just what they do. They have gripes with their mother, they have gripes with their mother-in-law, they have gripes with their co-workers. They love to come home and complain about this stuff. Anybody who's lived with a girl will tell you they love to complain about things. And you'll find, like, case in point, even just on an internet forum, a bunch of dudes talking about swapping notes, trying to be better men in the ways that are important to them. There are internet groups that have come up full of celibate men and middle-aged, sexually frustrated women that are eventually designed around these exact kind of conflicts and want to escalate it. And so it's kind of a neat, like, it's the internet. Nobody cares. None of this stuff is real. It's just people arguing and people bitching. It's just the way it works. But it's a nice little petri dish that you get to practice these skills. And if you can use them on an internet forum, you can use them elsewhere. Again, that's why most guys, when they first get to a red-pilled space, they're getting usually given a lot of grief by some of the more senior members. And that's the point. Like, if you're not able to hold frame with a bunch of random people on the internet who are, sitting at their home in their mom's basements, what chances do you have that your wife, with the possible opportunity to weaponize your kids, is going to be good at it? And so, again, back to manufactured outrage. It's the idea that girls are going to feel, and you can either be reactive to it, so they come home whenever they had a bad day, and then you get fed that bad day. It's very, like, there's no structure to it. It has nothing to do, nothing you do changes whether that happens. And so it creates this weird, from a transactional analysis standpoint, a weird situation where you're constantly put on the defensive. You're constantly living in a fear or a dread of what's coming. And that inconsistency allows you to make more childlike mental models where you're more supplicative and you're more deferential or more submissive to the girl in your life, which is the exact opposite of what you want to do. Now, girls aren't doing this on purpose. That's just what they're hardwired to do. It happens to have the unintended benefit in their perspective of, if there's some guy who can put up with this, then obviously it's the kind of guy that I can be more submissive to. It's a strict power game theory type scenario. Manufactured outrage, on the other hand, is where you actively pick fights over stupid, inconsequential things. Raise up the buying temperature on that, get the little anger, you get that emotional bit out of her system, and then you just drop the subject, whatever, you're moving on. It's like the highs, it's like the lows. It's a very good way to do, because a girl will have so many things they can fight about in a day, and then you get this stuff out of the system in a nice manufactured way. It's safe, it's something you don't care about, so you're not ego invested in it, which means you won't defer to older models that you maybe build in your youth that aren't quite so healthy. And again, use examples here. If there's some guy at the mall that's harassing you about buying a cell phone, if there's a collections agency guy calling you on the phone, if it's one of your coworkers giving you grief on this thing, these are very non-consequential places that you can practice these assertive skills. And so while he has examples here, like I said, in this one, Anne returns a pair of defective boots to a large department store. When was the last time you guys shopped at a large department store? I don't know about you, but for me, it's been forever. The only time I ever had to walk through the Bay in Canada, which is our biggest one, is when I had to go on the subway. So it's not one I'm going to use. Again, 11, Mr. and Mrs. Heath assertively cope with evasive furniture store owner. Have you guys been to the Brick? Like, Sears doesn't even exist anymore. And this is my only problem with the book, is it really does need some more up-to-date stuff. So it really puts the onus on the reader to apply it on actual situations in his life. The one that's kind of nice is Dorothy coping with the public in her civil service job. Anybody who's worked in the service industry is probably used to that. So if you're not aware, these are great situations because you're in a situation where you really have no power in the situation. Sure, you can ask a customer to leave, but for the most part, managers in that want you to de-escalate, and they largely give the customer the power to engage with you as they see fit while you have to be the bigger person. So if you're in one of those positions, a sales job, great opportunity to practice assertive skills, especially if once you've seen the client is definitely not going to be a customer and they're just there to pick a fight or vent about their day, or they just want to return something and unload on the bad day they're having because their wife was too mean to them. Great opportunities there to practice this stuff. Again, Arnold gets his brake fixed. Do millennials even own cars? Like, seriously. Jack gets a refund of $1,800 from a used car dealer. Read through them. They'll help kind of like articulate it in a narrative format, but it's one of the reasons that from a red pill perspective, the onus is on you. We're like, try this stuff out, apply it in your own life. Don't take my word for it. Don't take his word for it. Even though he's a doctor and even though I've got letters after my name because of my military career, don't trust an authority. Literally try this stuff out in ways to find out if they apply to you or not, because maybe you're one of those lucky guys that never has to deal with non-assertive, passive-aggressive people in your life, and I don't know where you live. Let me know so I can move in. But, yeah. If it doesn't work, if it's not replicatable, then it's functionally useless and you have no problems with it, or you have no need to use it. Well, put that aside right now. Chapter 9 is coming next, but here's where I'm going to talk about some Jack Ten of Hearts stuff, which is a great example. One of our Married Red Pill posts. Now, this was before we had the Ask Married Red Pill. We actually had the whole group together. That was guys giving good field reports. That was guys giving theory. And that was guys walking in, not knowing anything, asking a question. So in this one here, it's this guy fitting the bill for his wife's birthday. And this will be an example you can use for fogging and negative inquiry. This guy's a little baffled. His wife's birthday is on Saturday, and she said she'd like to go to a club to get bottle service. We're going to invite all of her friends. I told her we'll get at least 2 bottles, and all she has to do is pay for the first one, and then I'll take care of everything after that, whatever that may be. The reason I'm having her pay first is because I have a budget for the event, and having her pay for a bottle will keep our finances intact without having to dip into other accounts, which I don't want to do. See that? He's already deering. He's already justifying it to himself. And he's not understanding the situation. So he finds a pub that's perfect, great prices, makes the deposit, tells her about everything. She gets mad at him. Talks about his life story, dumps everything on it. Wife says she shouldn't have to pay for anything on her birthday after I just asked her to pay for 1 bottle out of the 3 to 4 I'm going to argue. And then he starts justifying the cost of it, and he's kind of missing the point. And this is where we're going to get to the assertiveness training part. So he's very unassertive. Actually, you know what I should do? I'll put a link to it in the chat. You guys are free to take a read on it yourself. But Jack here, as he talks to the guys, like, I'm sure you're aware by the time you read this comment, we're all a boring bunch of introverts who hate Belvedere, Red Bull, and Calvin Harris. I assume you found the idea of popping bottles in ice like a blizzard and getting slizzard with your wife and her friends appealing. So imagine you showed up to a Super Bowl party and then the host asked you for $11 because that's everybody's share for the pizza. Imagine your boss took you to dinner on his dime but then said, you just pick me up and pay for the valet and I'll handle the rest. The point is, presentation matters. If you're a half autistic social retard like the rest of us on here, then you don't understand this. And I guarantee half the guys were at a friend's house at some point and saw them watching a TV cooking show like Iron Chef saying they didn't get it. Watching people cook food on TV, WTF. And 90% of the comments are just about presentation. In this case, the guy doesn't understand. The girl it's not about the finances for her. The girl wants to be treated special, and that her friends were being there is very important. She wanted to flex on her friends. And so the idea is that somebody she loves on a special day to treat her specially. The guy handled it in a completely non-assertive way. So he has financial concerns over the family, which is real. So you got these two situations. You got somebody who wants to have that like flex in front of her friends. We're doing bottle service. We're living the Thai life. And she wants him to treat her like a queen. It's a flex. The guy doesn't want to do that for this reason, but he's handling it in a non-assertive way. He makes this passive-aggressive comment saying, well, you get the first bottle and I'll handle the rest because I know you're more worried about money than me. And he puts the onus on her to make the assertive call, which is a completely unattractive thing. And that's why he ends up in the boat where he wants to come here and ask these guys about what we should do. In this case, a more assertive approach, and he's kind of dealing more with the presentation part of it, but a more assertive approach to this is if a girl wants to take you out for this bottle service stuff and you can't afford it. Let's say she's been a really good wife this whole time. Not want for nothing, you want to treat her well. Well, there's money in the budget for everything. You just have to make certain sacrifices. So in this case, your assertive thing is make certain sacrifices here, there, or everywhere. Make things happen. If she's not acting like a good wife, well, why are you rewarding good behavior? At this point, you could start a fight. It's not good behavior. No, we're not going to do that. You spent us out of house and home. You just spent $20 on our credit card. We can't afford it, so I'm not doing it. Or I can't afford it. I'm not doing it. She'll give you a bunch of attitude about it. Again, broken record. Look, you spent us out of house and home. I'm not doing it. Now, to be fair on this one, you're technically blaming the girl. So I would probably word it a bit differently here because as soon as you make it blame, you're getting that ego defense from the other person. That's why you kind of may have to not sugarcoat it, but frame it properly. And this is just a way to de-escalate conflict. Again, we can't afford it. The credit card's too high. You use that passive tone with it, which allows you to broken record without attaching it to a girl's ego, which is just going to create a giant fight. Or let's say in this case, you can afford it, but that means you have to go without. Maybe you guys had a vacation planned at the end of the month. That money is going to go towards the bottle service, making it look good for her birthday. That's fine. All right, fine. Instead of going to the Bahamas this year at the end of the month, we're going to do the birthday thing and let's do it right. And that's assertion. You're making a call. She gives you some attitude about it. Well, I feel like we shouldn't do this and I feel like we shouldn't do that. Like, dude, I feel you. I understand. I would love to go to Bermuda, but this is important to you, so let's do it. You see that? That's like a fogging thing. You acknowledge that she feels bad, she's not getting this other thing she wanted, and you've made a call. Or maybe you make the call that, hey, I'd love to take you with your friends to get bottle service. I totally see how you feel with that. Cindy's birthday last month was awesome, and I want to flex on her too. But at the same time, I would rather flex in the Bahamas. What are you talking about? This, that, and the other. I can see how you'd be mad. Dude, I would be pissed too. I want to show that bitch up more than anybody. But you know what? We're going to the Bahamas. You see that? That's like a fogging thing. You get grief on that. You can add negative inquiries. Once you start saying, well, that's just because you're a bad husband. Why can't you earn as much as him? That's where you do negative assertions. That's where you can do negative inquiries. Well, why would you think I'm a better husband than him, or why I'm a worse husband than him? And then you put the onus on her for the where her moral standing coming from. And then you can find out maybe it's just she's not mad at her. And then you can acknowledge the feelings. The whole thing de-escalates. And you're not put into a situation where she has to use her manipulative tools to get you to put yourself in debt so she can flex on her friends like a party, which you don't want to do. It's a neat little situation, and you can kind of find a lot of these ones in your own life, especially if you've been non-assertive for a length of time. That'll come up on your own. Another good one that's here that I absolutely love. Again, I'll put the link in the comments as well. If you guys haven't seen it, do it in live chat if I forget to put it into the description. And this is a guy who says, my wife admits she uses sex to try and control me after months of issues, but I think it's a good sign. And long story. He tells you this whole life story. This is essentially a victim puke. Talks about the things he did do. He doesn't know if it's good or bad. Jack comes in with a great comment. So, dude, can you not read between the lines here? And this is one of those, I want a guy to have more emotions. And this is going to be good because it's going to tie into that where girls want guys to be more expressive with their feelings. Or as Franco talks about in Practical Female Psychology, the betaization of men, the communication stage. It's phase 2 of the betaization. So the quotes that are important are, she wanted me to show more emotion about the events that were happening in our lives, and she's angry because he just does what he wants without asking. She'll ask if she can go out, even though she knows the answer is yes. So with the issue here, and this is where the assertiveness and the fogging is going to come in handy, is that she feels that you can do whatever you want, unencumbered by anxiety and whatever the hell she's hamstering about. So she feels she's dealing with her worries, fears, and concerns on an emotional island. She's going through some bad stuff in her head, and she feels like you just can't empathize. So she thinks maybe if she can convince you to open up, she'll feel better. probably thinking you've been repressing your emotions, so it'll be good for you too. That's the point. Everything a girl says comes through her ego. So she feels anxiety and she feels fear about certain things happening in her life. So naturally, you must be doing the same thing. And if you don't act like it, well, then you must be repressing them. Do you see what I mean there? So a girl think that guys need to have more emotions. They don't care about the guy's emotions. Everything stems from their ego. I have anxiety, and if you don't look like you're acting anxiety, you must be repressing it, because that's the only excuse. Otherwise, it means that not everything reflects my worldview. So she comes at with manipulation. In this case, she's weaponizing sex against the guy in order to get him to do this more. It comes out in chore play. It comes out in not tonight, I have a headache. I just wish you'd talk to me more about your feelings. All that kind of stuff. Again, getting through a negative inquiry is how you'd establish this kind of stuff. You do a fogging thing. I could see why you're anxious about this and you think I do whatever I want. And then you kind of, why would you think I don't have any anxiety? But that's just it. It's a negative inquiry, and it puts the onus on her to justify the moral framework that she's using. Now, since in human interactions, there's no set rules. There's no relationship rule on how these things are handled. So it's very nebulous. And so you kind of have to create the framework as you go. Again, you're using these tools. She'll end up talking her mouth off. And I guarantee you, once you guys learn how to fog negative inquiry and negative assertions better, even broken record when you've set your law down, you're going to find these people open up and they're going to start telling you your feelings, and you're going to get to the core issue, so that the next time you have this insecure fight here, instead of having what is an anxiety ridden fight on your end that turns into a dead bedroom, you find out it's just a girl has anxiety about something and all she needs is a comfort test and reassurance. Like, a lot of guys don't think about that, but there's, I would argue, a decent subset of anxiety-ridden dead bedrooms that really are just a lack of comfort in a relationship. And this is one of those cases where adding alpha to the situation doesn't do you any favors. All it does is create more anxiety and eventually dissolve the relationship. Because that's the thing. You need beta behaviors to form a relationship. Alpha behaviors are great for one-night stands. They're great for plates. They're great if you've been in a dead bedroom because the girl can't stand you. You need to step up your game. But at a certain point, they can be kind of detrimental. And so to carry on with this one, his problem was he heard this. She feels anxious and he thinks he can do everything. And she just wants him to express more. So what does he do? He starts letting you know, by the way, I got anxiety about a ton of stuff. I just don't tell you about it. And it ended up doing more harm than good. So this is the alternative plan you do when you don't have these skills. She says, be more emotive. So he emotes, and then she's freaked out because not only does she have her ball of anxiety, he ends up with his ball of anxiety that he just dumped onto her. And this is here. So like, look, I bet what happened is you spewed a bunch of stuff you were anxious about, which was different than the stuff she was anxious about. And then she started getting anxious about your stuff too. She also resented you for being angry about being anxious about different stuff because it actually made her feel worse. And it made her feel like more of an island, like she's completely alone on her stuff. So maybe you spewed some stuff, maybe somehow you changed it, and the man and all this stuff he rants about, but everybody in my family's getting divorced but me, and this is all you can think about. She essentially pulled the guy into her frame, and this is why these skills are so important. Had he used proper fogging and negative inquiry and negative assertion, he could have got to the core to it, understood it as a simple comfort test, and then just passed the comfort test. At that point, sex life's back on track, everybody's good, the anxiety's gone, you're a good husband, you led your girl, you're acting like the oak. Alternatively, in this case, he doesn't use any of those tools, he doesn't know what a comfort test is, he ends up in a dead bedroom with an anxious wife just because of this. And this is why dead bedrooms, that other subreddit, is such a horrible place. Because guys will end up in situations like this, and then they lurch out, like, what is this? And they blame it on libidos, low libido and high libido. And it's not a low libido, high libido thing. It's that a guy has zero psychological knowledge to have his own frame, to pull a girl into his frame, and deal with any sort of conflict within his relationship. So these skills matter. And it's funny because it looks like it's just, repeating yourself, or it's just acknowledging somebody's feelings. What possible difference could that have? My situation is different. Yeah. Your situation is what happens when you let a small situation of non-assertiveness escalate over time into what could be considered the worst situation in a complete relationship. And that's why this stuff is important. Now, he makes a good reference here for somebody who's autistic so they can understand it. And he uses a great example of guys that are at a company and the company's going through layoffs and how this stuff plays out in a more relatable way to men. I would honestly like using this example in this book if we had to update it, but we'll see. So the guy's concern is, I let her pull me into her frame, let her convince me that it was fine to show feelings, but in the end, both understood it was somehow wrong. So there's a way to handle this. Just realize the vast majority of the time when a wife is asking her husband to open up, it's a comfort test for her. She feels emotionally alone, wants assurances that you're feeling the same way about whatever it is. And his example is, say you have a sales job that pays salary plus commission. The corporate execs announce sales commissions will be cut by 20%, and your boss actually has no commission, but he says this: wow, they're really screwing you guys over. I can't believe they don't realize this. Half of you guys are going to be out the door in a week, and the other half are going to be freaking out trying to figure out how to buy Christmas gifts for the family. This is annoying. I'm going to go do something about this. So that boss, despite this newly reduced commission about having zero impact on him, just echoed exactly what everybody else felt. They feel screwed over. They're anxious on the impact of their families. They're entertaining thoughts of getting a new job. But the boss recognized that, and maybe you'll ride things out. Maybe you'll see if the boss can do something about it. He probably can't. But since your boss did that, you also know that if you interview somebody else and they ask for references, you can give them your current boss, which is a superior reference to your last employer from 4 years ago. So it's not just an emotional blanket. It can actually make you more likely to succeed at whatever actions you take in the future. And that's leadership. There's a reason too. A lot of guys are able to do this at work. Be that perfect boss like that. Reflect the person's emotional insecurities back at them. Pass a comfort test through fogging, negative inquiry. Well, why would you want to leave on this one? Yeah, and they understand all this stuff. But here's the thing. Map that to your relationship, because most guys are like, I have to pretend to be the alpha at work all day. I just want to come home and supplicate and suck on my wife's tittle. And then they end up in these situations. So yeah, it's congruence. You have to do it. And he uses an example of how you screw this up. So in this one, say your boss is an oblivious idiot and pretty much says, I know this is a cut. I wish it was better news. Well, that was pretty emotionless. The guy's a dick. And the executives don't know what's going on. Time to work on your resume. People basically check out. Well, if he doesn't care, why should I care? Even though he said all the right things. So you'd be like, boss, do you not understand our position? You're basically asking him, can you put yourself in my shoes? And that's putting you in the position of that anxious wife who was begging you to pass a comfort test. And fogging and negative inquiry and negative assertion are a way to find out that it's even a comfort test, so you can start passing them more naturally and you no longer need these tools. And then he uses a third scenario, which is the one that the op used. So say your boss does express his own feelings about this and says, this is bad. What if the guys quit for better jobs? Then I'm going to have a smaller sales team. Plus my team will be smaller than that other manager. They may promote him instead of me. I'm really worried about this. This is the problem with opening up your feelings. You essentially did what that boss did. So not only do the employees have a situation in this where they're worried about their sales future? Do they have to find another job? Can they get Christmas presents? But then the boss just dumped his whole set of insecurities onto them. If you're really in charge of the relationship, and it's not an equal relationship, being the oak is kind of your responsibility. That's the value you bring, in the same way that she brings blowies to yours. But that's the point. You not only does you sharing your emotions with the girl sabotage relationships, but it actively goes against that just get it narrative that Rollo talks about. You're supposed to know that she's anxious about stuff. She just wants to have it reflected on her. That's what she's asking, in the same way that you're like, hey, put it in your mouth. That's the female version of that. And so that's why these everyday situations, and here's an example that's both a relationship and a commercial piece of advice. So, like I said, they're great reads. Come on, give them a chance, whatever you say. We're going to get to his last part here, where leadership requires work, and from this work comes authority. But at first, we're going to switch over to the Chapter 9, Everyday Authority Situations, Assertively Coping with Supervision or Expertise. If you haven't done it already, don't forget, smash subscribe, hit the like button. If you like what you see here, leave some comments. Let me know. You know the spiel. You know how to show support for the channel. Like I said, you keep watching, I'll keep pumping these out. So for Chapter 9, learners generally express greater self-doubts in coping with situations that have fewer a priori rules about how things are done. Relationships that have less structure less structure than the formal commercial transactions talked about in the previous chapter. So in commercial situations, all the rules are spelled out, sometimes in the form of a legal contract or even by procedures of common law, and most learners rely heavily on this structure for guidance on what they can or cannot do. And that's why guys who can be alpha at work and then come home and supplicate have that problem, because they are so hooked on the structure, they need that crutch in order to assert themselves. They feel more at ease in asserting themselves when there's a lot of accepted ways of doing things than when other people respond to also. When there are fewer rules, less agreed upon structures that spell how they should be done, the novice learner has more anxiety about asserting themselves. And that's why you'll find a lot of non-assertive, like gamma male types, they love telling everybody what they have to do around them. That's like the tradcon fantasy. A real man does this. A real man does that. My son asked the girlfriend's dad for permission to take her out to a movie. Like, all these structures, all these rules are just there to cover the insecurity of a guy being non-assertive. And this is, if we could sum up the alpha and beta dichotomy in practical psychological terms, this would be it. Alpha being the assertive thing, aloofness, being an asshole, self-interested, selfish, not afraid to go what he wants, risk tolerant. This is all about assertiveness. Assertiveness, add on top of it a little bit of muscles and a killer smile. Beta behaviors, supplicative, empathetic, making up random rules. Girls always make rules for betas and they make exceptions for alphas. Well, this is why they do it. Girls have anxiety as a state of being. And so if you're with a guy who they don't defer to, who they don't consider above them in the social hierarchy, again, I talk about my power games chart, stuff from Venkatesh Rao. Take an interaction, put it on a chart, make 2 grids. The first grid is harmony. Is he for me or is he against me? The second one is status. Is he better than me? Is he worse than me? If you put yourself in a situation where you're not on the same page and you don't, or they don't consider you, or you don't consider yourself above them in the status, well, then you're automatically supplicating at very best. And at worst, you're not on the same page. You're either the smug guy who thinks he's better than her, but he's not, or the supplicative guy that she's against and she has nothing but intolerance for. When you put a girl in that situation where she's kind of forced into the higher status part of this interaction, they start making rules. They make rules to stave off their anxiety, and they stave off their anxiety in order to deal with you. So when you're getting these rules from girls, realize the worst thing you can do, just like that guy we talked about who was told to feel more from his wife, the worst thing you can do then is take a girl's leadership, because they don't know what they're doing. She didn't know how to articulate, I want you to reflect my feelings back at me so I don't feel alone. That fear of abandonment, nice guy stuff in a female body. So he took that at face value and he ended up supplicating, and then she ended up not liking it. So right there, once you kind of understand it, and I swear to God, you guys, if you haven't seen this yet, watch this again, read the stuff I'm talking about, put the connections together. You're going to see this just clicks. And then that's when you're that red pill guy, when you understand these concepts on a more natural level. This is literally the part where you're not thinking pedal with my left pedal, pedal with my right pedal, stare forward, keep your back straight. You're just pointing your bike in a direction and going. You figured it out. You understand these things. And when you can practice this, at first in a manufactured way with the tools like fogging, and eventually in more of a naturalistic way where you don't see fogging anymore. You don't see negative inquiry. You don't see negative assertion. You don't see broken record. You just see comfort test or fitness test, and you act accordingly. And it just comes naturally because you're practiced. So in this case, he's talking about to walk through the risks. And I've talked about this before too. So can he demote you? Can he give you all the lousy jobs? Is it possible the results spelled out in the job structure you're hired onto? One answer to those questions is probably no. So he uses the word authority to describe this partially structured way of interacting with somebody in the broadest meaning. One common meaning of authority is that a person who has the power to tell you what to do, or vice versa. Parent and child, supervisor, employee, cop and person. Those are examples. Another meaning of authority is that of expertise, as in teacher or student and speaker-audience interactions. In these cases, the rules and the structure set up beforehand is that the student learns from the teacher and the teacher grades the student in process of learning. The younger the student, the more the teacher assumes the responsibility of a supervisor, or as we say in the trade, the loco parentis in place of the parent. That one there, now this is going to be a little bit off topic for what we're talking, but this is why I jokingly referred to Jordan Peterson as Dad 2.0 for a lot of guys. If you're in a position here where you have a subject matter expertise, and I'd argue in this case, I do, Rolo does, Rich does, John to an extent as well, Troy, you end up creating an ad hoc structural authority situation where I teach, you guys learn. There's an authority inherent with that, but there's no rules involved. So I can largely make rules. So for example, if you're in my YouTube chat and you're just sitting there calling me names and making fun of this stuff, I just boot you from the channel. That's the rule. It's not a free speech channel, it's my channel. In a relationship situation, it's the same thing. You're not going to have a relationship expertise. There's no relationship degree that you can learn that other people recognize. So what you get instead is you get people to walk through consequences. Again, what is it she's going to do? A lot of the times when you get like anger and other manipulative tools used against you as a way of staving off a girl's anxiety about a situation, or a way to get you to do what she wants to do, live by her Calvin Ball rules, what is she going to do? If she tries to fight you, if you're not going to do this stuff, if she punches you, can she take you in a fight? More often than not, you're the stronger one, so she's not going to fight you. She can't win. Worst case scenario, you put her in a bear hug and lie her down on the sofa. Like, what's she going to do? Sit on her. Can she fight? Can she do a push-up with you on her back? Probably not. So then, yeah, you don't have that physical violence aspect. You don't have to worry about that. Well, what's it? Is she going to divorce you? Well, she could, but, none of her friends are divorced yet, so there's that risk there. Plus, it takes a huge deal, and are you really going to divorce somebody over a single fight? Probably not. So you got that. Once you walk through the consequences of not treating this person as authority and becoming more assertive in these situations, you start to realize life isn't about the parent-adult-child model. It's not just about who's the parent, who's the child, what are my feelings dictate of the consequences here. You actually look through the consequences, and then you make a more deliberate step in your life. I'm going to act this way, and I'm going to get this consequence, and I'm okay with that because I don't care. Again, assertive right. You're allowed not to care about consequences. I'll have that with my girl. We'll be talking about something and, oh, we got to do this. We got to take the dogs to park. We're going to be late or something. Like, look, I don't care. Right now, I'm doing this. And when it's done, I'll go. There's no consequences to it. She's not going to leave me because we were 10 minutes late taking the dogs to the park on an arbitrary thing. Maybe she has anxiety about traffic or something like that. And, back in the day, I could have that. So, like, why are you so stressed out about this? Like, what do you think is going to happen? She'll talk about it's traffic. And then, well, it's Sunday. We have nothing to kill. But then you realize, yeah, her anxieties and her fears are based in irrationality as well. Those same PAC models that we as men were raised with that aren't helping us in our adulthood. Women are no different. Women aren't raised any better than guys are right now. They get a little bit more coddling, but that's about it. So then with these tools, you become that subject matter expert. You're able to lead because you understand, oh, okay, yeah, so she's emotional about this. It's not about the nail. It's about some other anxiety. So just reassure her. Don't worry. Everything will go fine. We got nothing but time. Come on. Like that trust me look about you. And that comes with practice. That comes with experience. If you've been in a horrible relationship for 10 years and you turn around and act assertive once, she's going to assume you're lying. Like you've been a I can't do my quote, but I had an article in it. She already thinks you're an F. What did you think she was going to do? She's going to test you horribly. You're going to have to fight with these non-assertive, assertive tools, with the nice guy behaviors. You're going to establish yourself as the subject matter expert, like the teacher-student thing, being the oak versus being the whammon. You're building yourself up as an authority, and you're not doing it asking her for permission. She's just the springboard. She's just who you're bouncing these skills off, because she's just going to test for any failure in your armor, any insecurity that you may have, any nice guy behavior you're going to possess, any non-assertive skill you're going to have, any non-congruence in your assertive behaviors that you're doing. That's her only role here. She's letting you know if you fail. She's not there to tell you if you've won. And then you act in these ways. You start acting more assertive. Even if you don't like this girl, if you're in a map and you don't like your wife and she's been horrible for you too long, well, this branch swing you're doing, this dread program you're running, is so that way when you're done, you've had her train you to be the absolute monster. You can pass any fitness test. You can pass any comfort test. A girl will be lucky to have you. You've been forged in fire. And then when you move on and you finally ditch her and you go to the next girl, well, there's no chance it's even going to get this far. You know this is a comfort test. You know she just doesn't want feelings. You've become the authority, not only the subject matter expert, but also the authority in the way that your structure is how she fashions her interactions with you. And that's frame. You're basically setting the ground rules for all human interaction around you. That's frame. And people are so attracted to it because they're so insecure about their lives that they're pulling them into your frame. This to the core of it is being attractive, a fully integrated man. And if you learn nothing else from my entire channel and all this stuff, learn that. Anyways, that's got a bit preachy there, didn't it? Anyways, I see you guys in the chat. I saw some stuff, comments here. Yeah, being emotional reflects your emotions back. Am I right? You're exactly right. You're literally being a mirror. Yeah, I can see how you feel that way. Fogging is the perfect example of how to act like that first example. So now to expand on this, we're going to do another Jack 10 thing. Where a guy's talking about his beginnings in the pill and he needs help with comfort test. This is the start of when guys started to have, I've been here for 2 years. I'm fully red pilled. What's a fitness test? And so Jack talks about one of his favorite comments by this guy, Strategos Autocrator. He was one of our older mods. He was before my time. He was been here for a while. We had a lot of good times. Very switched on. Leadership requires work, and from this work comes authority. Again, back to the basics. Ian Ironwood, Praxeology, the dominant male. You take the Lindy effect. What's been working for the most throughout history? That's the male-led monogamous relationship. That's the one we've had for the largest proportion of human history, so that's the model we adopt. At the same time, you have dual income families now. It's an economic necessity. So what do you do when you can no longer establish dominance in a relationship through financial means? If I'm not bringing home the bacon, what do I do that makes me the one running this household? Well, this is it. This is the stuff here, and it's for the low price of $497. But yeah, so you can easily pass comfort or fitness test if you demonstrate that you have other things to do besides, whatever test the girl gives you. And he's going to use some examples here. So examples of passing these fitness tests are identify home improvements that you've been neglecting. Stop neglecting them. Get your hands dirty. Your wife will fitness test you about some mundane task that you're not doing instead. Whatever. I'm doing what I need to do to get the house in the condition I want it to be in. She can do some mundane task. These shelves aren't going to fix themselves. And this is... So we always have disagreements. A lot of guys think of this as chore play, but proactive chore play, and that's not what we're getting at. This is an exercise in frame. So for the example, what a lot of guys say is, my wife is useless. She doesn't do anything around the house. She doesn't even sleep with me. She's a good mother because she takes them to school and brings them back, but that's it. She's useless. What do I do? It's like, all right, well, pretend she's dead and do what you need to do in your house. Fix your chores. Do basically what you would do in chore play, but you're the one dictating terms. And that's the idea. If you had to boot her out tomorrow, what would you be doing anyway? So just do that. And she's going to give you grief because she wants to make some rule for you to build her anxiety. Well, why is he doing this? Why is he fixing the house now? I nagged him for a month about that toilet. Now he's fixing the sink. What is he going to do? And that's an ego thing. He's doing something that doesn't make me comfortable, so he must be, insert the bad thing here that they don't know. That child model of it. I feel anxious about this because I don't know what his motivations are. It could be cheating. It could be jealousy. It could just be that nebulous thing that she feels in her bones, but she doesn't know how to articulate. So she starts throwing out tests at you. Not actually fitness tests. It's more of a congruence test. Well, why aren't you fixing the sink? A real man would do this. You're like, hey, go, you passed this fitness test. Fogging? Yeah, I can see why you think the sink's more important, but I got to take a dump. Or, whatever you want to use in there. These tools are a way to practice this stuff, and it slowly builds frame. And this frame slowly builds dread. And then the dread will slowly pull other people into your frame. If not your wife, then at least the next girl who's younger and tighter. Getting a hold of your household finances. This one is great for conflict management, by the way. The easiest way to do this, put together a long-term financial plan, develop a budget. Now, I don't know if you're beta bucks or just beta, but if you're the former, this is a great step. It makes no sense to make all the money, but have your wife be the one who decides how it's spent. If your wife is used to dictating financial decisions, this will upset her. But this is why you put in the work for that financial plan. You have the high ground here, Anakin. Yeah, she'll fitness test you about not letting her go shopping sprees anymore and that you're a controlling ass. Well, you got a family to care about now, or like a house to manage. So unless her hamster is especially bestial, your discretionary spending cannot be unlimited because we're saving for retirement. Should not be a controversial response. Again, broken record on this one. Yeah, I get you want a Louis Vuitton purse, but I don't want to retire in a cardboard box on the side of the road. Just keep repeating that. Well, I think you're a jerk. You're trying to control me. Like, I can see how you'd think it'd be controlling. Fair enough. Negative inquiry. Why is it you're so hell-bent on spending us into the poorhouse? And then you find out that spending is not about spending. Maybe that spending is about an insecurity. Maybe she's a materialista that we talk about in Practical Female Psychology. There's always a core issue that these tools can get to, which ends up always, again, a fitness test or a comfort test. Do I need more alpha? Do I need more beta reflected back at me? Do I just need comfort? Do I need to get wet? And you're going to see this stuff come out once you learn to practice these assertive tools. Girls actually become more open and more honest with you. And this is why there's a great post by Archwinger. In fact, I'm going to pull it up now. Archwinger Girls Emotional Best. Hopefully I can find it off the top of my head here. There it is. Overview for Archwinger. And he talks about how alpha guys don't just get the best sex from girls either, too, which is a play on Rollo's post about saving the best. Those guys don't just get a girl's physical best. They also get her an emotional best. And this is what he means by that. By using your assertiveness, by building yourself a frame, by having other people want to come into it to stave off their insecurities, by swatting away fitness tests, by swatting away comfort tests, by not being bothered by congruence tests, by having the self-confidence not to have any insecurities based on previous mental models throughout childhood, single moms, whatever. You're actually getting a girl's emotional best too. You'll find, like most guys find this, at first you deal with a crap ton of fitness tests, shit tests everywhere. But then they start passing them, they get better at them, and then once they get to the later stages of their map, they find, my girl just doesn't fitness test, she doesn't shit test me anymore. She gives comfort tests, that's it. And then that's where you kind of get that attitude, like, how do you guys deal with all this stuff? Just deal with a good one, bro. It's like, no. Once you get to the top of the F pile, once you have enough of those alpha characteristics, people test you less. Their insecurity is staved off because they're in your frame, and your frame is a confident oak. It gives people a structure from which they can work within this, again, personal engagement that doesn't have a lot of set of rules. They're playing Calvin ball, and you're Calvin. Let me see if I can... The emotional best. I want to put this one in there too. It'll be some nice reading for people because God knows I haven't had you read enough already. There it is. Women don't just give alpha guys their best sex, they give best emotional intimacy too. Put that one in the chat. Yeah, dude, encyclopedia. Honestly, the thing I'm worried about here, guys, is I'm too many topics at once, so it's going to take like 2 or 3 listens and a bunch of reading to get caught up to me. But like I said, every little pithy comment I throw out there on Twitter, it's based on stuff like this. There's always a 10,000 word essay behind every time I make a snide comment. And it's a good one here. It's not that sinister. Women will be attracted to a particular type of guy, but that's not the guy who's quick to be emotional available, quick to commit, generous with his time and resources, and eager to provide. All these skills eventually tie into that, and it's just perfect. So back to Jack. Oh, where'd I go with it? So getting a hold of the household finances. Find areas of the household the wife is especially annoying about. Go pay somebody else to do that stuff. That's, again, you don't have to fix your house. You just have to solve problems. And that's your way of practicing being on the high ground, being the more assertive one in the relationship, building yourself as the authority. Now, it's mostly in your mind because you don't have to do any of this stuff. But if you're a guy who isn't used to it, these are actually good examples of how you can get there. And then his approach is like, don't worry so much about like the small stuff, which, okay, fine, that works. Now, moving forward here. Again, he has more dialogues in here, but I don't like his as much. Sam tells his employee about an increase in workload. Meh. Boss, Betty copes with the boss who meddles in her personal life. Like, I don't think these things happen anymore. People are too risk averse to talk about personal lives. Milton D practiced to take graduate school and job interviews assertively. We can talk about that, but again, these are very, very old-fashioned examples that don't have a lot of applicability to the modern situation. Carl copes with a manipulative movie producer. You guys really going to learn from that? No. Susan demonstrates how to deal with criticism of her public speaking ability. We've already talked about criticism in a previous episode, so God knows you should have enough examples there. Ron handles the digressive, irrelevant, pertinent, and critical comments during the presentation of a report. Again, that's assertiveness on there. If you're the subject matter expert in these reports, you shouldn't need it. It's probably the most applicable out of these dialogues. Parents and teachers Assertively deal with the complaints of small children. Again, if your 4-year-old calls you a poopy head, what are you going to do? Drop kick her through the wall? Or are you going to pat her on the head and tell her that's sweet and tell her to get out of here? Just put the painting on your fridge. And that's a good frame thing. Think of women as children. It allows you to respond to them as if they are children. We talked a lot about like the PAC model and how parents, adults, and childs deal with things. The children is basically a feeling-based emotional model that you've built from childhood and fears of abandonment. The parent model is how you picture an authority would be without experience yourself. Well, the adult model is one that just understands that kids are just emoting, that kids are just talking, that kids are just trying to flex on you, and you just laugh it off. That's the more healthy and sustainable way of dealing with this stuff. Again, I guess dialogue 24 is a good one. Scotty prompts his teenage daughter to be responsible for her own behavior. I don't know. It's good for a laugh. I'm not going to go over this one, but because it's a long one. It's about his daughter not coming home on time. God knows. There'd be a lot less thoughterry in the world if dads were able to be assertive with their own daughters, but that's something you kind of find in this. Like you come because you hear about picking up women and have a better sex life, or maybe your wife doesn't sleep with you, but guys start to find that like, even though your daughter is your daughter and she's family, she's still a woman. And she still responds to all the same things here that we're talking about with a wife or a girlfriend. So, while you obviously have a platonic relationship with your... and God knows I hope you do. Please tell me you do. And if not, I don't want to know. Don't talk to me. Chris Hansen's channel's over there. Go check it out. But these same skills work in the same way on other people that don't have these same relationships. Just like we said at the beginning of the chapter. It'll work when you're getting pulled over by the cops. It works with your boss. It works with your girlfriend. It works with your plate. It works with your mistress. It works with daughters. It works with children. Exactly. Everything. So I'll end this one off. Oh, where did I leave off? Where did it go? The wife and the anxiety. The tests and things here. So a final field report. It was about a guy talking about his nuclear comfort test, or the main event. And it's a character, he talks about the aftermath in the biggest episode of his 2-year marriage. Essentially, we don't talk about this enough. In fact, I don't even think Rollo or Rich and them know much about it, but it's a situation called the main event. It's the idea of if you're in a dead or dying relationship, you start acting with dread. You have your dread plan in place. You start learning to be more assertive. You start being less of a nice guy, acting more attractive, acting less unattractive. What sometimes happens is girls are stubborn. Some girls don't trust. It's just been too long. There's too much baggage on it. Their daddy issues are too much. They're super anxious, whatever the reasons are, that they become so frustrated and they don't naturally have the tools to fall into place here in a male dominant relationship that they essentially fight, and they switch over to a more overt conversation where the tingles in them sees that this is enough alpha characteristics that attracts them heavily, but they don't have the tools to understand how to be submissive within it. And so what you get is the mother of all comfort tests. I don't know how to handle an alpha male in this relationship. How do I keep you around? How do I not lose you? I don't want to lose my best hypergamous option. And girls get a gigantic anxious event here. We call it the main event. And then the main event is the mother of all comfort tests. And once you pass it, if you want to pass it, you can always nuke it if you don't like her. You end up having a nice reset on the situation. Excuse me. So everything at that point starts at day one. Now you're the dominant one in the relationship. Life just gets easier. It's great. And I've always said a lot of guys think they have it, but they really don't. Like if you don't have snot bubbles, it's not a main event. In this case here, she says that I told her that if she addresses me calmly and nicely, that I'll always listen. She says it's because that she tried it and didn't work. I must have lied to her. She gets irritated, cries, laughs hysterically, calls me names, goes to the bathroom, slams the door. I catch a glimpse of blood on her hands, so I guess she slammed the door in her hand. Some ridiculous stuff there. She's having a nosebleed. Faucet's going off in the bathroom. She's crying, and the guy's like going through it, doing his best for a comfort test. He's kind of, and this was early on, so we didn't know the ins and outs of the main event yet. So he's kind of one of the cases of where, and I guess I'll put the example up there if you guys want to see more on it. It's kind of neat. Some examples of how he hands it. It's not going to be a perfect situation, but it's a good learning one. So he comes out of it with odd positives. On Saturday, I held frame since the blow up. I showed her that immature behavior is not going to have the same effect on me it used to. I use sex to show alpha traits. I have her sign of what she wanted. ears listening, some validation. He controlled his own emotions, responded instead of reacting. I'm getting more and more comfortable with taking charge. Now the negatives, he's still talking too much. So it's not perfect, but it was good enough. This is where Jack notices, like, this is the kind of stuff that's more applicable to when I say no, I feel guilty. Your wife's very emotionally needy, doesn't hesitate to make you feel bad when you don't take responsibility for her feelings. And then the easiest way to handle these situations are like fogging, negative assertions, like negative inquiry and negative assertion. Fogging would be the perfect response here. It's not my fault, but I acknowledge you feel bad. Anyways, we're running short on time here. We're getting to the hour, but it's a great field report. So if you're reading the examples from when I say no, I feel guilty, and you're finding they don't resonate you, try with the ones that I've linked in the live chat here. Again, I'll put all these in the description here when I get around to it when we're done, but it should give you a much better idea of how to handle this stuff. So that's chapter 9, and that's chapter 10, how to apply these tools in real life situations. Next chapter coming up is chapter 10, equal everyday relationships, working out compromises, or just saying no. I'm probably going to lump that with number 11 because there's really not much to it. Again, it's just more dialogues. And chapter 11 goes into, I want to word it properly here. Come on. It's amazing how big these chapters are where it's all just dialogues. It really is most of the filler. Yeah, really close relationships, sex and assertion, and that's going to be the one I think guys are going to have a lot of fun with here, and it's one of the greatest ones for examples. On that note, thank you guys for listening in, checking it out. Again, it should be noon tomorrow. I'll put it out. I made a mention too that I'm going to be offering a free signed copy of the book to one of the guys that was in the live chat last time. I lost it somewhere. I have the list of the names and I just have to pick one out of it. I got to go find where I put that list and I'll do it. So I haven't forgotten about it. We're still going to do it and I'll reach out to you. So stay tuned on this one. As always, check me out on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter. You guys can see where I'm on all there. The website, ryanstone.com. I got a ton of writing, tons of blogs. Smash like, hit subscribe. I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. I hope you enjoyed this. Can't tism be an alpha trait? Oh, you silly boy. Stop making me so angry. But let's call this one. Let's go have ourselves a coffee. Let's do a 24-hour fast. Let's do the Ed Lattimore. Let's have a cup of dark coffee. Stave off the appetite. Get another run in. Call it a day. Did I put the end cards on this? I think I put the end cards. You should be seeing them now. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you later. All right, you guys should be seeing this going live any second now. We're coming on to the conclusion. It's been a wild ride, hasn't it? We got through Dr. Glover. We're getting through Dr. Smith. What's up next? Who's to say? Who won the free book? I don't have the answer for that one yet, but I'm getting to it. But we're going to get to the important part here. You're going to love the thumbnail for this one because chicks on thumbnails sell, and we're talking about intimate relationships, so I threw one on there. Look at that jawline. You can tell she mews in her spare time, doesn't she, boys? I'm just messing with you. Thanks, guys. I know we're on a couple minutes behind schedule. Welcome to the Sidebar Series. When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. Parts 10 and 11. Intimate relationships, the finality of it all. Let's pause this one up here. Hey, Future MD, shout out to Ryan for CP time. I finally made it before the middle of the cast. Love you, bro. Looking forward to it. Awesome. I tried to stall as long as I could to get you down here, but the guys were getting restless, so here we are. That's really bright. Let's see if we can turn this down a touch and just get some... There we go. Some normal levels of light. I don't want to look like this is set up to be a 40-year-old's Tinder account here. You can whitewash the whole thing. This is kind of an interesting set of chapters because it lets you know how dated the material is and how it differs from what you would consider like red pill canon, I guess, because being that this was written and came out in the 70s, it's still kind of having that attitude of equality in relationships and relational equity and communication being the best guide. So there's going to be a couple deviations from stuff that the book is suggesting and stuff that we found in the field that tends to work in the modern day. So when those come up, we'll talk about those and we'll discuss them. As usual, I skip most of the dialogues because they're not very applicable, but there was one in here I kind of wouldn't mind talking about a little later because it seems to have a bit more of a timeless quality to it. I'm going to make an effort now to keep an eye on the chat while we're talking. Normally, I'm so busy staying in the groove here, getting everything going, that I don't pay enough attention to what you guys are chilling and talking about. Hello from Croatia. All right, so let's get to it. What is this? What is the point of learning fogging, negative inquiry, and negative assertions? What's the point of broken record? We've already learned how to use that at work. We've learned how to use that when approaching people. How about when it comes to sex? Because that's what everybody cares about in the end. Nobody needs to worry about it in a hugging relationship. As Dr. Smith puts it, the most difficult situations in which to learn to be assertive are those involving people we truly care about, our equals like friends, partners, lovers, and mates. An equal relationship has at least an a priori structure of any of the interactions you can have with another person. When conflict on an equal arises, you ask, how should you cope with it? Just suppose that your roommate is gay, and only after you learn of it, he or she puts that make on you. What should you do? I'm not sure what he meant by that. I guess, yeah, it's the 70s, whatever. There's a book of rules to tell you how to relate to gay friends properly. Does Emily Post know? An even less threatening example, what do you do if your roommate wants you to date a friend of hers or his, and you just can't work up any enthusiasm for the idea? More commonly, what rules do you follow? What do your friends and roommates keep bugging you about particular actions? The gist of it is, now we've talked about the spectrum of human interaction based on its formality. Obviously, commercial ones are the most. Contracts, employers, employees, sometimes it's subject matter experts. You're going to get a very structured set of rules to follow, and then guys are very good at that. As long as you stay within the rules, like the policy says this, I stick to the policy and I'll be all right. That's easy. Assertiveness on there tends to be just adhering to the rules and getting the other people to adhere to them. The second one is an authoritative set, and that's, cops and people they pull over. That's parents and children. There's an authority there, an ultimate authority and a hard power that you just don't have in the engagement, but it's more nebulous. The rules aren't so certain, so the other person does tend to lean on authority more. Now, from a parenting perspective, if they tend to lean on that too much without creating a set of rules, more like a commercial hierarchy, you're going to get kids who end up becoming nice guys. And so that's the thing of it there. But at the same time, you realize the importance of soft power and the lack of hard power in situations. So you can be persuasive, but at the end of the day, the other person has the ability to veto any type of authority you do. How do you still assert your assertiveness? And that's where you have your tactical assertiveness or tactical alpha characteristics. That's what we've talked about before. This one is specifically about that nebulous zone of relationships. There is no rule book on how to date. There's no rule book on sex. There's no rule book on this. And anytime you're getting rules about dating and relationships, it's somebody covering up their insecurity by trying to control the situation. And that's usually where manipulation comes in. So the first part of this is understanding the nature of the arrangement. It's not a rigid hierarchy. There's no rules. It's people make it up as they go. It's a giant game of Calvin ball. That's Calvin and Hobbes. Calvin would play with his little pet tiger, and he'd always make up the rules as he went to benefit him. So you realize that people are using those for that purpose. And No More Mr. Nice Guy covers it quite well. Here we mostly get to the assertiveness part, where you identify when somebody is doing this based on their certain insecurities, and then use your tools in a non-escalatory way to assert your boundaries without having the other person escalate this to, emotional or physical conflict. It's kind of a neat little superpower. And then use that until you're able to naturally assert your boundaries, naturally have a strong fame, and see through these manipulative attempts to control situations and address the core issues. And that's the idea of being the oak, which we've talked about in depth on this series. Being the oak, the value that you add to relationships, and the obligation you have to offer it to nobody unless they deserve it. So yeah, again, these tools are not for plates. These are relationship tools. These are people that you plan on seeing again. These are people that have earned a place in your life. They've generally shown value, and now you got to deal with all the other BS, because as much as we hate to say it, women have a pretty rough go of things too. Guys have a very rough go and nobody cares. Girls have a rough go of it and everybody cares, but I have a great video where I make a Japanese omelet sandwich. Girls are lied to their whole lives, so it kind of lets you lead the ones that put some effort into the relationship. So we're going to skip a lot more of this one. And here's something else. So here's an additional part onto it. So there's going to be a lot of older people on this channel. I've checked the demographics. I think 20% of you guys are over 45. So it's awesome. I didn't know people that old were on YouTube still, but I'm glad you're here. Older patients that I have seen in conflict with their adult children often have hidden anxiety agendas about being left alone or financially dependent, especially if their own spouse is physically disabled or has passed away. So again, these same tools work very well with family. And this is parents that are getting older and worried that their kids won't help them take care of them when they get sick and old. Parents who still control kids even after they've moved out, very common. In fact, I've found a lot of the Southeast Asian immigrant community has huge problems with controlling parents, basically setting the kids up for failure. So he talks about these hidden anxiety agendas which can sometimes be coped with by the patient with the help of assertive, emotionally supportive adults like the patient's adult offspring. But the hidden anxiety agendas unfortunately are expressed by the most demanding and rigid but kind manipulation of children by early parents. So that's kind of the interesting thing. The parents are the ones that taught the kids these manipulative tricks. Go back to No More Mr. Nice Guy where I talk about the transactional analysis of it. So parents will talk to their children like, you're a bad boy, bad boys don't do this, good boys do this. Children are generally insecure about their safety, so what they do is they do what they have to do to keep that identity of good boy because they have a fear of abandonment when they're helpless as children. Now, because there's a lack of male influence as the kids grow up, this never kind of goes away. In fact, the female teachers reinforce it all the way up to, in this case, like sometimes young adults, sometimes even later. Guy can make it 18 years without a single male influence on his life. That's not, and it's a very lazy parenting and teaching strategy to attack identity like this and tap into those fears of abandonment. So a lot of these assertive tools are really about hardwiring or changing the hardwiring of the mental models you learned when you were a child and have reinforced for the last, 18, 19, 20, 30 years of your life. Again, the irony of it is that as parents get older and they kind of have a more helpless position, the kids adopt the exact same style. I talk about the parent, adult, and child models of the transaction analysis. So when kids start to have this manipulative way of basically tapping into the parent's old age fear of abandonment, they're adopting the parent model, and the adults are adopting, the former parents were adopting the child model, as opposed to the adult model, which again is generally positive assertiveness, rational self-egoism, the kind of stuff that we would equate with being red-pilled. So because of the possibility of hidden anxiety agendas operating with close relationships, I suggest to learners that they be assertive with empathy when dealing with the people they care for, with the emphasis on being assertive. This makes reference to something we call the benevolent dictator. I've talked before, Ian Ironwood in the Praxeology of the Dominant Male. I'll put that one in the chat here too. So Praxeology of the Dominant Male. Where's the chat? Oh, there she is. Give it a read when you get a sec. But you'll see here he talks about male-dominated relationships, and the idea of being in a male-dominant relationship is that of like a benevolent dictator. You are the final say, you're the captain of the ship, you're the one who's ultimately the dominant figure in the relationship, taking the lead, the leadership, the oak, all the stuff we talk about here. But you do it with a benevolence. Like, you're not there just to control other people and, be a tyrant. It's a benevolent dictator. If you've been watching politics on the news for the last election year for the States, and I don't know why you have, but if you have, you'll kind of notice that a lot of the push from the female side of demographics down there are pushing for this exact kind of arrangement with their political figures. Whether that's related, I don't know. I just found the parallels kind of interesting. So he goes through some examples in here. I'm going to skip a lot of them, and there's a lot of examples here. Like opening up to a neighbor who wants to cut down the gum trees, asking a good friend for a business loan. And by the way, don't ask a friend for money and don't loan money to a friend. If you give it, it's a gift, or you don't do it at all because that'll ruin your relationship. But the one I like here, because this is anybody in a relationship will kind of relate to this. It's dialogue 28. Sandy gradually changes the relationship between herself and her parents from an authoritarian one to an interaction between equals. Everybody here, anybody who's got a girlfriend or a wife in the chat, throw some ones in the chat if she has arguments all the time with her mother. Some kind of adversarial relationship with her mother. Twos if you don't see it and they're actually perfectly friendly together. I'd like to see this one. I'm betting it's a lot of ones, or it's a bunch of single guys, but that's fine. He goes on to say, in all my assertive classes and therapy groups, more than half the learners have failed to establish an equity relationship between themselves and their parents. They live away from mom and dad, sometimes for many years, yet their parents still keep the mantle of ultimate authority over their children. In most cases, these parents do not tell their children what to do, but somehow reserve the ultimate approval or disapproval of their now adult offspring. Look at that. One's already popping up. Passive-aggressive, one-sided. And that's the thing. If you hear it from the wife's mouth, she's going to say that, mom is passive-aggressive and evil. Your dad-in-law is talking to the mom, and she's like saying the same thing back. And really all it is two parties have a horrible ability to set boundaries and a power struggle between them. There's actually been a fair amount of field reports from guys who have, this is their initial problem, is that they went from their wife adopting the parent model and them adopting the child model to getting married to doing the same thing with their wife. And then the conflict comes when the wife and the mother interact, because they're both basically fighting over who gets to have their son simp over them, who gets to have the guy simping. And right there, guys have a hard time with this because they're afraid of conflict and they're afraid of being assertive. These two women will have a huge fight over extended periods of time over the heart of their boy. Meanwhile, if he just takes the lead on both of them, acts assertively, shuts this stuff down, not only do you end up having it where you're not having two women who probably both aren't sleeping with you fighting over your validation, but you're actually going to make their lives a bit better, and your father-in-law, who clearly isn't able to shut this down on his end, will most likely thank you as well. So in the example they go here, Sandy is learning to assert herself in interactions with her parents to stop doing the fights. I don't know how applicable this is, because I find most girls kind of like the fighting. Like, they prefer to fight with their parents. It gives that emotional high to them, especially if they have very drama-free lives. And if you're a good man, you probably should have one. So I'm not saying you should encourage your girl to do this. She has to want to do it. Don't try and red pill your wife. She won't care. You just lead by example. Make sure you're not adding to the problem. And if she wants to pick fights with her mom or her mother-in-law all the time to get that out of her system, then that's fine. Just set some strong boundaries for yourself. A good one we have is we set a time limit on the complaining and the bitching. So, for example, in my life, when my girl and I were both working downtown, so we'd walk to work. It's like a 30, 40-minute walk. And we had the time from when we met up at my office, which was closer to our house, from that time until we'd walk through the door. If she wants to bitch about her mom or a coworker or whatever, that's your time. Once we walk through this door, no more. And by putting a structure on it like that, by establishing a boundary, and that was the boundary I liked. It could have been anything. You set up 5 minutes, phone call at lunch, whatever you want to use. You give it enough structure that people end up being confident inside of your frame, and that gives them the structure that they need to live much better lives. Because, like I said, benevolent dictator. People love having the strongest person in the room tell them what to do. It allows them to ignore their insecurities. It allows them to enjoy their time without worries about rejection or abandonment. It's like, there's your Calvin Ball rules. As long as you stick to them, even if you lose the game, you're playing the game, and it's always going to be there. Thank God for that. So in this case, because of her anxiety in dealing with her mom, Sandy requires a lot of practice before she began to change her style of responding to her parents' manipulation of her behavior. As things turned out, when she began asserting herself towards mom and dad, Sandy went through a half dozen assertive encounters similar to the early parts of this dialogue before she noticed her change in mom's behavior and attitude. I won't read the examples here. Like I said, read the book. You'll find them yourself. I'll just tell you the story about my dog. I've mentioned it before. Hitchens. He's the biggest of the Italian Greyhounds. He's actually a monster. He's almost 20 pounds. And what he'll do is he can reach on my counters. So my kitchen counters, if there's anything within the first 4 inches of the counter, he can jump up and grab it and swipe it off, throw it on the floor. Stole a loaf of bread once, so now every chance he gets, and every time we're not watching him, he'll go over there and try and look for something at the top of the counters. I'll go to the bathroom, I'll come back, I'll see him in the kitchen trying to do it, I'll scoot him out of there. So he'll try that 100 times, not get anything. But there's always that one time where the girl and I forget, and he does it all over again. So we literally have to be 100% on the ball for an extended period of time to train that out of them. And unfortunately, we're human beings, so we're not perfect. So what does this story have to do with assertiveness training with the girl and her mom? It's that you spent years with these horrible, non-assertive behaviors. You start asserting them for 1 week, you can't expect everything to turn around overnight. I've always been talking about neuroplasticity, or the ability of the brain to absorb new information. Brains in general are plastic. They don't change. Once they've got something set and it works, they just stick with it. They put it on autopilot and you don't even think about it. That's why instinct works the way it does. It takes less cognitive energy, it takes less calories to run, and in general, it's a good survival trait. However, when it comes to these mental models, these non-assertive mental models, these manipulative mental models, once you start pushing against the grain, it attacks people's ego or their intrinsic mental models. And so what they do is they don't change to adapt to the new way of doing things. They double down on it and they get worse. Another example, like the dog. If you've ever seen a single mom in like a toy store with the kid and the kid starts screaming, and then the mom sits there trying to beg with him, trying to plead with him, trying to reason with him, and he keeps screaming and he's throwing stuff on the floor, and then he buys her a candy bar and the kid shuts up. That kid knows that if he just screams that little bit louder and that little bit longer, mom will acquiesce to him. So you literally, and so it's not just kids, it's adults, it's everybody. It's your girlfriend, it's your wife. If she nags you and she finds that 5 minutes of nagging gets what she wants out of you, well then the first time you try to put up with her nagging with some assertive stuff, she's going to nag for 6 minutes and then 7 minutes. So it gets worse before it gets better. And you really need to articulate this to people who start acting assertively. The same way you have to articulate to a guy who just started working out. I've been working out a month. Why am I not jacked? It's like, dude, it took you years to be this couch potato. It's going to take a while to get out of it. And so the married red pill thing is you suggest 1 month for every year that you've been a schlub in your relationship. It's a rule of thumb. Sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's quicker, but it sets guys' sights on a long-term horizon of this. So the point is consistency. The point's not winning your wife back. The point is learning these skills, building up your alpha characteristics, becoming more attractive, becoming less unattractive. That's a lot more ones than I thought it was going to be, not going to lie, guys. But yeah, and this guy here, my wife and mother get along just fine. Oh no, wait, it's her mother that sucks. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's not just a female to parent thing too. It's also a male thing. I've noticed, like I said, Southeast Asia tends to have it the worst for a lot of those kids. But in this case, it's this guy, Paul. And his parents very much wanted for Paul to do things their way and for Paul to be the kind of son that they wanted him to be. This is that helicopter parent, hockey dad, yelling at the coach, living vicariously through their children stuff. That's all too common now for kids nowadays who have now become adults. And now you're here watching me ramble on about hypergamy. So all this meddling in Paul's affairs was done in an altruistic family way, with the end result that Paul was quite dependent on his parents, even after he became an adult in the chronological and legal sense. Twice during his 10 years of marriage to Connie, Paul had separated from her. Both times, Dad intervened and talked Paul into taking her back, even though Paul said he was utterly miserable living with her. Paul and Connie never had any significant marital battles, even though there was a lot of conflict over them, over money, religion, the raising of the kids, how Paul should spend his relaxation time for himself, or doing things that Connie wanted him to do. So Connie's style of controlling Paul was to cut him up manipulatively without getting angry, and Paul responded to Connie in the same way that he dealt with his parents. He quietly argued back, did not cut Connie up verbally the way she did him, but gave in most of the time. So in this case, the parents probably had very high expectations. They wanted him to be the best, but again, he's not a human being in their eyes, even though they love him. They see him as an extension of their own ego, which is, again, it's a narcissistic fantasy that a lot of parents do with their kids. There's a quote I've used on here where it's, do you want to be a good parent or do you want to raise good kids? Because they're not the same thing. And if you don't understand what that means, ask your kids, they'll know. The idea is it's very easy to parent when you're living vicariously through your children, because you're as hard on them as you would be on yourself without having that attack to your ego. You want your kids to basically be you. You yell at everybody who gets in their way. Anybody who doesn't rattle on about that narrative about how special her little boy is, or how he's the greatest guy in the world because he's me. He's everything that I wanted to do but couldn't. So when these kids grow up, they're messed. And all it takes is one manipulative woman and just ruins their life. In this case, same thing. So tell me about this. And here's the thing. Because the family wanted that perfect family of like the grandkids and that, they were willing to tell the guy to go back to his woman who drove him absolutely miserable. I think even on the examples here, she like cheats on him, constantly berating him, a battle axe of a wife. And this is why it's important. So if you go on to it, Paul got very drunk, and his smoldering anger and resentment built up over years by Connie's pussy whipping finally exploded into a drunken act. After 2 hours of her nagging him to stop drinking so much, he walked over to the bucket, picked up the anniversary cake his mother had baked for them, walked back to Connie, told her to go screw herself, and dropped the cake over her head. Paul then walked out of the party and drove to a motel for the night. When he sobered up, he came home and told Connie that he was sorry he ruined the party, but if that she didn't stop nagging him in the future, he was gonna belt her one right in the mouth. You can tell this is the 70s. That's a 70s thing to say. Don't do that. That's an ultimatum, because he's not going to do it. But to be fair, this isn't anger. This isn't frame. This is pure desperation on his part. This is him saying, I don't have the tools to get out of this. So the only thing I know how to do is give out this violent ultimatum. That's the only thing I have left. So a good benefit of adopting these skills, I mean, not to mention from a societal level, you're going to drop down. A lot less spousal abuse is happening because guys will have tools to deal with these things, to deal with conflict and manipulation. And we've always said there is no greater loss of frame than having to resort to violence. And this is a good example of why. So after a verbal fight that lasted several hours, Connie told Paul that he was mentally sick and he should get treatment. That part made me laugh. Like, picture this scenario. Let's look at it from the top down. You got a guy that's been helicopter parented his whole life to the point where he's a mushy sack of meat. His wife gets him. She's a battle axe. She berates him. She critiques him. She manipulates him. She basically makes her the center of his life, and he goes along with all of this. He's a weak shell of a man, afraid to assert himself, afraid to stand up for himself. He gets to the point where he's so desperate, and every person in his entire support network is pro-team woman and anti-team him, that he finally has his one desperate freakout. It's essentially a cry for help saying, I need you people to stop treating me like a piece of trash or I'm probably going to snap. And what's their answer? Oh, why is he so angry? What's wrong with him? Everybody else is happy. It's like, women don't get it. Men aren't happy. Speaking of which, here's another article for you. Archwinger. I always love talking about him. I actually put a copy of this one on my site before I did the thing there because I like talking about it on a meta level. So I'll link to that one. The original one's on Reddit anyway, and we all hate Reddit. But it's men are not happy. And so when he describes it, every month or two, there's a post somewhere on Reddit by a woman saying something like, my boyfriend started doing red pill stuff, and now I want out, followed by 4 to 6 paragraphs explaining how her boyfriend is now a controlling, abusive ass who works out and wants sex because, you know, those traits are unique to the red pill. Any guy who exhibits them obviously went online, found us, and we ruined him. Anyways, these threads get seized on by every detractor, the ex-red pillars, the purple pillars, the blue pillars, who eagerly point out, see, it doesn't work. It just ends relationships and turns guys into douchebags. So independent of what is and is not red pill behavior, situations like these are based on a bad assumption. Simply put, the examples of this, the girl complaining that is angry that her man's changes, assume that the relationship was already good and that he was not, and that he was actually happy and that it was ruined. But the thing they forget, and this begs the question, if this relationship was fine before the boyfriend went all red pill on his woman, why is he trying to change? Why, out of pure desperation, did he go on the internet and seek out the sphere, talk to a bunch of random assholes on the net who have, let's face it, we don't have the best reputation. People thinking we're basement-dwelling neckbeards for the most part. So why is he there? And that's because men aren't happy. They don't want to be sweet and sensitive and do things for women all day long and be the perfect boyfriend. Meanwhile, they get nothing out of it. While having subpar sex every 6 weeks, paying out the ass for expensive gifts and dates, sacrificing personal time, getting bitched at, threatened with a breakup if any of this perfect behavior ever dips so slightly. Sure, everything's hunky-dory with the girlfriends, everything's hunky-dory with the parents, with the job. Everybody's happy but this guy, and nobody cares, even though they all love him. It's a good read. I would suggest give this one a read too. I don't want to get too off topic because it's a lot about it, but the key point here is realize nobody gives a shit about you. You ain't shit. And that's okay. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Your entire social network can be happy and you're not happy. And not only do people not care, irregardless of whether they love you or not, as soon as you start trying to assert yourself, they'll assume something's wrong with you because why are you rocking the boat? So he starts doing some of the same sessions, dealing with the stuff we're talking about here. And after discussing why he wanted Connie to see him, and that was the thing, he asked if he could bring Connie in to see the therapist as well. It became apparent that Paul wanted me to be the referee for their interactions. I told Paul that I would see him and Connie together if she was willing to take part in the marital counseling, but experience had taught me that this would serve no therapeutic purpose for me to be a referee. Marriage counseling does not work, and that's why. I'm going to pull out all kinds of articles for you guys today. Marriage counseling, from a female perspective, usually she suggests it when she's already checked out of the relationship. And this is that final straw. Sometimes, for the process of divorce, you have to have seen marriage counseling, some way to establish to the courts that you've tried everything and it doesn't work. Girls that doing it out of pure desperation, they just treat the therapist like he's a referee. I need you to tell him that I'm right, he's wrong, and treat the therapist as the authority. Now let me ask you this. Put a pin in this article, by the way, or coming back to it. Let me ask you this. Knowing what you know of about hypergamy, girl looking up to only one man at a time, being extremely loyal to that one man so long as he's the top option in her life, what benefit does it serve to create an authority out of a third party in your relationship, and how does that help the relationship get better? It's not a rhetorical question. The answer is it doesn't. Again, you're deferring hypergamy to a third party, and all that's doing is lowering yourself, even though on paper it sounds good. Well, we're talking about it. We got a professional here. He's good at this stuff, and unfortunately, that's not his role. His role is not to handle conflict and manage expectations and to be the oak and to be the referee. You are the only judge that matters, and you need to be the dominant person in this relationship. So you need to be the therapist. You need to be the referee. Your way or the highway goes. Set strong boundaries, live up to strong boundaries, be valuable enough that the other person is invested in adhering to those boundaries, and everything falls into place. And if it doesn't, well, it's better to learn that now as opposed to 12 years down the line when you're going to have a ton of alimony payments and you're pretty much willing to put a bullet in yourself for it. You know what I mean? Can't save everybody, but if she's got potential, you pulling your life around usually brings girls around. The only question is it too late for you to actually care about that when it does? But that's not my job to tell you. That's your job to know what you want to do. So Paul agreed on this one that his request was only for a manipulative attempt to get me to tell Connie that her behavior towards him was wrong, and he still thought the counseling was good for them and for both of them and a good idea. Good for you, Paul. They go into it again. How does it end? I think it ends here after they do another dialogue. They do love their dialogues. There we go. So when Paul and I later discussed his assertive interaction with his father, and he was kind of going through this afterwards, it became apparent to me that Paul had accomplished much for himself in that one session. He still had, what seemed to me at least, a problem in relating to his father. Now in this case, this could be the wife, this could be the father. They're all going to have the same kind of like relationship pathway to them. Here, one sec. The one predominant feeling in Paul's interaction evoked was a heavy sadness. And the doctor was touched. I felt sad for Paul because the type of relationship he had with his father, and I also felt sad for his father who possibly out of anxiety over a lot of things had used his son's life to cope with those anxieties. In being touched, I had committed the classic cardinal sin of the therapist, countertransference. I had personally identified too much with the patient problems. Worse yet, he told Paul about his feelings in the following dialogue, and he talks about it again. Again, a lot of the empathy that comes with psychologists or psychotherapists or whatever, the talk therapy, once they start empathizing with you, they're kind of doing bad therapy. Like, they're not supposed to empathize with you. They're supposed to help you work through these problems. They're supposed to be giving you these tools that I'm giving you now. And a lot of them don't. A lot of them just listen to your problems, say everything's okay and whatever. But it's going to be the process a lot of guys find. So in this case, there was a sadness with his dad. You're going to find... Actually, let's go Jordan Peterson here. Remember that belly of the whale thing? Jonah goes in the belly of the whale and saves his father. There's some truth to that. I actually have a post on my blog called Replacing Our Fathers. I think it's my old one. Yeah, it's on the old one. So whatever, read it if you want to. We're going to get to that chump lady one in a minute. But for the most part, you're going to have a situation with your parents. Like my stepdad was the guy, you're not a man until you fight your old man. And so we kind of got into a fight when I was 18. He never liked me, but then he kind of got over it. And I kind of realized a lot of the stuff, that promise keeper stuff that Rollo Tomassi talks about, the mom is so angry because dad has a lot of unhealthy, non-assertive coping strategies. She will complain about you as the emotional tampon about your dad. And so you, because of those same reasons I talked about before, you're helpless. This is the most important person in your life and your safety is dependent on her taking care of you. So out of a fear of abandonment, you adopt this promise keeper attitude that I'm never going to be like that guy that hurt my mom's feelings because you're a kid and you don't know any better. So then you grow up, you have this eventual conflict and resolution with your father if you had it, or your mother or your wife, whatever. And then you kind of learn, and this is part of the acceptance stage of the red pill. Like you'll have your anger stage when you realize you've been screwed over your whole life. You get very angry, you get sad, you get depressed. The acceptance phase, you realize that, yeah, okay, so dad was forcing me to be this. He was the helicopter parent, but they were insecure about their life and very, very sad about opportunities they missed. Maybe some moms even go so far as to say that they were going to have a great life, but you as a kid, when she gave birth to you, ruined it all. Pretty messed up thing to say to your kids, but it's very common. As you grow up, part of that and part of like red pilling and learning these tools is you kind of learn they did the best they had. They have certain faults, and your parents' generation just didn't have the tools to deal with this stuff. Yeah, it's here in this book, but nobody read books back then. It was the 70s. They were too busy doing, weed or whatever they do. I don't know what people did in the 70s, but they weren't doing this. And so you kind of understand, like, I get it. Guys kind of figured it out with the wives. Once they get past the anger phase and they become self-actualized and red-pilled, they realize, okay, she was acting like that because, like, I basically left a power vacuum. I kept submitting to her, and so she took up the reins of the leader of the family, and she's horrible at it. She doesn't have the skills. They kind of treat it like a dog who got rabies. Even if you leave her, like, even if you have to put the dog down, it's like, it wasn't his fault. He did the best he could. He just got bit. Yeah, you do it. You're not happy about it. You just deal with it. So it's a neat thing that you're going to learn. And this is kind of, I don't see it often because this is advanced stuff. This isn't stuff you're going to see on a YouTube video about 7 ways to be more alpha. This is not going to be a YouTube video on how to win your girlfriend back. This is a guy who's been at it for like a couple years. He's kind of processed all his demons. He's attractive. He's less unattractive. For the most part, he's either got his family under control or he's removed the people in his life that he doesn't want there, so he has them in control. And they have this certain self-reflection and this certain coming to terms with like the fallibility of human beings. And it's a very rewarding thing when you see guys hit this because you realize they really got it. They really, really got it. And I would argue until you're at that point, you're not really red-pilled. So that's my thought on that one. Another one here they're going to be talking about is learning to say no. And this is like from the female perspective. I kind of like it because, well, I'll let you know why when we talk about it here. Before I move on, though, that Chump Lady article I just put in there, it's a great article, especially when guys get cheated on or when there's conflict like this in a relationship. Do they actually feel bad about this conflict? And that's real remorse or genuine imitation Naugahyde remorse. I also have a video on my channel. I think it's one of the omelet ones. Oh no, a red pilled coffee about I don't have time for your cheating whoring ways, I think it was called. But it's a little checklist, and I run through this back when I was still taking on clients, where it's a 6-point checklist. So yeah, she cheated on you and she feels really bad about it and she wants to make things work out. Well, let's run through the checklist. Does she actually feel bad? Because again, we lie to ourselves, and that's how we can lie to others. So we want to believe that she's remorseful and we want to take her back and everything will be better, but you look through this, humility. Cheating's about entitlement. So does she actually have humility? And most of the time the guys will find, yeah, the girl ends up getting very dismissive and tells me to get over it. So like, that's not very humble. Like that comes with the understanding that you've broken a sacred trust with somebody who's committed to you and they have to heal on their terms, not yours. Second is initiative. And this is the one that's applicable here. Real remorse books their own appointments. They go to their own things. They aren't late. If you have to drag somebody kicking and screaming to the stuff that you need to have done to, forgive them, well then that lets you know right now they don't feel bad for doing it. They feel bad for getting caught. Third one is honesty. If you start getting trickle truth, right there you know they aren't having honesty. Because if, and this is common, when most time a guy will get cheated on or a guy gets berated and henpecked, it's always trickle truth. It's like, yeah, well, like, he's just a friend of mine. Well, I mean, he was at the thing, but we didn't do anything. Well, we made out a little bit, but we didn't sleep together. Well, we slept together, but it was just the one time. Well, we slept together a bunch, but it didn't mean anything. And then like, hey, it's really your baby. I swear to God, I just know. That little trickle truth tells you, again, you're not getting remorse. You're just getting somebody trying to get the bad feelings of breaking something go away. So once you start getting trickle truth, that tells you exactly what you need to know. Next one is patience. They have to understand that, yeah, they don't have the high ground for a long time. And so you may have moments where you're acting kind of petty about it, but, patience on their end. You're having patience with them doing all the crap they did. And if they aren't showing some back, then why should you invest more than them? They're the one that broke the trust. Fifth one is ownership. And then again, that ties in with honesty. They wear the shame. One of the worst things, I think, when it comes to cheating, you'll hear is, well, don't tell my family or don't tell my friends. Asking you to hide the lie. That's not an ownership thing. An ownership thing is them being honest about it and accepting the consequences. And this is why most girls hate accepting responsibility. So this is why most of the time, once this is done, there's really no point to it. But the last one is recompense. You get to call the terms. What is it I have to do to win back your heart? If they don't want to do it, then that lets you know what you got to do. You're setting terms. And you should be anyways, but now it's just kind of obvious. I have yet to see a guy who's been cheated on, who's been battle axe wifed, who's been berated for years, who's in that point of desperation where they're willing to talk to some random asshole on the internet. I have never seen a guy get through that checklist and say, yeah, they're doing all this stuff. They really do want forgiveness. Never. It's always been, now that you mention it, she didn't do any of this stuff. Yeah, she doesn't really care, does she? I'm like, yeah, welcome to the anger phase, bro. Back to the topic, though. So this is about girls putting out in relationships, and this is the part that's going to kind of differ substantially from a red-pilled lens. So in clinically working with women of all ages and circumstances, single, divorced, widowed, I have observed that such structured beliefs and the new sexual expectations are used by some as an excuse for not getting involved in other meaningful activities. Activities which must produce growth and change them into more interesting to new men other than just on a sexual basis. Forming a relationship primarily on the basis of sexual intercourse is a cheap shot and quite easy to do. The only difficult is that such a relationship doesn't last long, at least for the women, and men too, whom I see clinically. The problem for many of them is they want an instant, close relationship and don't want to have to go through the doubt, uncertainty, hard work of the slow and sometimes painful building of such a close relationship. This is why it's dated, because this is the norm now. This is normalized to a level that's unheard of, that they would not have thought about in the 70s. Yeah, this instant connection, quick sex thing, that's the norm. And it's been devalued in such a level over the past 50 years that without sex, there is no relationship. Like, sex really doesn't mean anything. Getting a phone number means nothing now. You'll still get ghosted. Just kissing a girl, ghosted. Anything short of actually going to Pound Town is not going to get you what you need to get. So while every time I see a lot of the trad dudes talking about, I want something more meaningful, I want something better than sex, higher than sex, just realize they're talking about stuff that's 50 years too old. They might as well talk about taking the girl to the ballroom dance or whatever else they did in the 40s. Take her to the malt shoppy for a milkshake. It's like, dude, way too early for that. You might as well just take up leeching if you're going to talk about this old stuff. They do another dialogue. I won't go into it, but in their interaction, Dana communicated her problem to John and supported her attempt to cope with her own mixed feelings about their relationship. I'll give you a hint. He played at her. If, on the other hand, John was not John, but somebody else less mature and less sure of his open personal machismo or sexual masculinity, he might have ignored Dana's request for an exploration of their relationship based on things besides sex, common interests, intellect, personality styles, long-term goals, likes and dislikes. If he was less sure of his ability to attract women sexually, John may have wanted to try to verbally manipulate or seduce, I find that a very clever choice of words, and titillate Diana or Dana into bedding down again in spite of her mixed feelings about it. You could argue he's talking about last-minute resistance on this, which, the way it was done here, too much talking. I guess I'll address that one quickly. So last minute resistance is when a girl has her anti-slut defense, so she starts feeling like, I'm not a slut, I'm not just here to get laid, and she kind of puts the brakes on the romantic interaction. Most guys kind of get pushy, sets the whole thing south, everybody goes home, blue balls all around. In general, what you do is they sell something called a freeze out. You're like, okay, if you don't want to have sex, that's fine. Like, it's yes means yes. We're that culture now, and I'm fine with that. That's probably a pretty noble way of doing things. So yeah, okay, fine. No sex on the table, and then you pull validation, because that's what matters for you. You want sex, she wants validation. It's like an instant trade. So you don't give one without getting the other. That's how we establish a good boundary. So you do what's called a freeze out. You go, start doing something else. Pick it up later. If it still doesn't work, all right, take you out later. This almost never comes up, by the way. By the time you get this far into the interaction, you have to screw up pretty bad to get the brakes put on you, especially nowadays. But that's what he's referring to there. He calls it manipulation, and it is, but everything is manipulation, so I wouldn't stress about it too much. As far as the personal machismo thing in the talk, here is the issue. This girl is having the talk, and I'm going to post, this is going to be a good thing. It's actually from a whisper. Oh, for crying out loud. Talk. All right, it turns out there's too many articles on that one. Essentially, it's the talk is ridiculous. Clever choice of words there. Don't do it. And it's the idea that women talk with subtext. Women infer, women subtextually talk about. Women don't overtly talk. When a woman is being overt, that's her version of an ultimatum. She has no idea how to communicate other than to be direct. And you know that's a huge jump for women because that tacks into that possible rejection. So it's a very sensitive place for a girl to be. Having said that, we know ultimatums are the ultimate expression of powerlessness. So if you get at a point where a girl has that where are we talk, like the I want a relationship, but I don't know how to encourage you to do it with my normal tools, it's not going to work because it establishes that the guy has the power in the situation. The girl is desperate and it just rubs the wrong way. And for the most part, if you have to ask, you kind of know the answer. In this case, John didn't want a relationship. He was open about it. Like maybe I'll open to it. I don't know. But right now, I like what we have right now. And that's the thing. From a guy's perspective, those are your boundaries. This is just a sexual relationship for me. A girl can latch on to a guy for years thinking that he'll change his mind, but that's not your problem. You're very upfront and clear with your intentions. In fact, a good way to articulate this is, do you know that saying from Rational Male where girls would rather share an alpha than be saddled with a beta? Or share a top tier man rather than be saddled with it? A lot of guys think that's ridiculous. That's stupid. No girl would ever put up with that. My girl would never do that. Well, picture the scenario of a guy who's got a wife at home and he's got a mistress. And that mistress is sticking around for years because he says, yeah, I'll leave my wife for you, soon. I just got to finish this or I got to finish that. That right there is a perfect example that everybody has some experience with. A mistress is that sharing an alpha. So once you start getting that talk, it's not effective. Girls need to understand. Now, there's other girl strategies and they don't work. And I'm not the best at this and it's very off topic for the channel, so I'll just touch on it briefly. The idea of women using sex to get a relationship, it doesn't work because sex is such a low value commodity nowadays that anybody can give it away. I can get it from anybody. What do you offer? So they essentially have to do non-sexual things. They have to essentially lead from the relationship standpoint because while girls do control the sexual market, guys ultimately control the relationship market. Commitment is our currency. And this is where girls have to start doing things. So by the time you get to the point where you want to talk about your feelings and what you expect out of a relationship, you should have been spending that time, doing the things that feminists hate having guys say they enjoy. The cooking for him thing, the cleaning his house when he's out thing. In fact, if you know your girl wants a relationship, the one telltale sign you have is that when you're sleeping in after you've had her over, she cleans your house for you. As soon as she cleans your house, you know she wants to keep you, leaving stuff at your place. But that's the point. Non-sexual things that you find valuable. Not things that she thinks you'll find valuable, things that you find valuable. Putting efforts into gifts. All that beta behavior you're thinking of, girls doing that show that they're open for a relationship, and you catch the signal and you either don't say no and just let things happen, or you cut it off. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because when it comes to sex, girls have a bunch of decision points, and all they have to do is not make a decision and let things happen, and things will flow into sex. It's the same with relationships. Girls invest in the relationship, and a guy doesn't kick her to the curb. The decision is non-decision, which is kind of interesting, because most of our stuff is based on acting the way you want. But in this case, it's one of those exceptions. It's actually something one of the moderators when I talked about, Yui McGill. It was, guys were asking, how did you know to upgrade your girl? And I came up with the story, like, I never really dated her. We never had the talk. We were just dating, and I was looking for an excuse to dump her. And after like 12 months, she never gave me one. She was nothing but the greatest girl ever. And then UEM chimed in the same thing, man. I was out there slamming girls left and right. This one, just like for a straight year, was just great. And never did anything to cross any of my boundaries. And just kind of nestled into a relationship after that, which is kind of the way it has to work. That's why you have to wait. Because they can keep on a good girl persona for a while. They can act like the good girlfriend, but if it's just a mask, if they're not invested and they have an ulterior motive based on anxiety or whatever, or self-interest, they can't keep it up for long. After about a year, you're going to see who the girl is. And if you are the hypergamous best option, well, by the 12th month, you're going to see it. So in this case, his advice to women, absolutely horrible. The assertive stuff is good, but applying it to intimate relationships for them is horrible. And like I said, back to my Tamago sandwich video, women are lied to their entire lives. And this, even a well-intentioned book, giving girls the absolute worst advice they could give. And here, he even admits at the end it didn't work. So although this demonstration was carried to the worst possible extreme for any future dating relationship, you can see that if possible male sexual partner had listened to his date's assertive but empathic no earlier in the piece, he might have been in a position to date her again, and if she had changed her mind. Essentially, he just nuked the thing. Like, if you're going to be like this, I'm out. Or he pissed her off and said that she was being a tease and she kicked him out. But that's the point. You make this stuff an ultimatum and it's going to blow up in your face. Like, guys will call this bluff. It's just one of those interesting things. Now, skipping past, they got another assertive thing on how you can handle it a little bit better. Get into another one with this guy, Ted. So Ted was more manipulative than the dialogue shows. Again, same situation. The interaction took place over several weeks, but it worked out the compromise of living together to see how compatible Beth and Ted really were. As it turns out, Beth's doubts about Ted as a long-term partner were proved true. Yeah, he just wanted a plate. After 6 months of living together, they both decided to separate, go their own ways. As you might have guessed from Ted's responses in the dialogue, the separation was amicable. Actually, it's a pretty good one, too, when you look through it, because I can bet... You know what? Read through this one. If you read through all of them. What is this? Dialogue number 28? Where's the number? Anyways, that's on page 271. But it's good. This is the guy who's so conflict averse that he was actually trying to have her move in. Again, iron rule of Tomasi. Don't move in if you're not planning on settling down with the girl in 6 months. But, oh, here we go. Here was the juicy stuff that I was trying to find. So what could have been a very messy, emotional, and legal situation was avoided at the start by Beth listening to her own inner feelings and thoughts and assertively acting upon them. Part of these feelings were doubts based on Ted's hidden agenda for proposing marriage. Being married to Beth was supposed to give him the right to make her stop flirting with other men. Beth's flirting behavior was a behavior which activated Ted's self-doubts about his own sexual attractiveness to women and his ability to keep Beth sexually interested in himself. That's the one that resonates. So many guys want to create these Calvin Ball rules. Well, once we're married, you're not allowed to flirt with other guys. You're not allowed to flirt. You can't do this. We're in a relationship. You can't do this. All these guys telling these rules as to why a girl can't be hypergamous outside of the relationship. And it's not how it works. Again, that's always a deep-seated insecurity about your status in the relationship or your abundance mentality. His goal here, instead of actually being assertive, was just to propose marriage, to build up additional rules, and it blows up in your face every time. So in general, I don't really care about Beth's behavior because Beth's a big tease and she's going to do what she does. Ted's behavior would just be very simple. She wants to have a girls' night out, or she wants to go flirt with dudes. Like, yeah, I don't date girls that do that kind of stuff. And that's it. You're not saying it angry. You're not saying it stoically. You're just saying it. It's like a law of the universe. The same way you're talking about how gravity works on that apple in your hand. I don't hate girls who pull that thoughterry out. And then she makes the choice. She does it because whatever, you're just insecure and doesn't do it. Or she doesn't do it because she sees you as her best option and losing you would terrify her. And that slight insecurity actually is what drives Dread Game along and builds you up as a hypergamous best option. It's a very mild form of something called hysteric bonding, which I'll touch on in a minute. But yeah, you set these boundaries off as what you will and will not put up with. And right there, you have your answer. Is she hypergamous? Always. Are you the best option? Well, that'll let you know the next time she goes to take a girl's night out because you can't control her or tell her what to do. And how you act on that matters so much more than what these guys did, which was 6 months of living together in hell just to realize I probably should have said something the first time you started thirst trapping people online. So that's it for this book. It's really great. I would say, oh no, wait, that's chapter 10. Never mind. Really close equal relationships, sex and assertion. Again, a lot of this stuff is going to tie into that relationship equity thing, and communication is always good. It's the part that kind of bothers me about the book, and the part that's least applicable is because he spends the entire first 9 chapters talking about how to properly set boundaries, how to be assertive. And then as soon as he gets to a girl in the mix, it's open communication, doing your own things and paying lip service. But the one thing that's good to take out of it, and I'll tell you why in a second, there's 3 basic treatment models for sexual problems, and the therapists most associated with their use are the anxiety model, and that's Dr. Joseph Wolpe, Dr. Zev, and the anger model, and a mixed model. So in plain language, the anxiety model says you aren't built to enjoy yourself sexually and worry about things like your income tax return at the same time. If you're going to see people talking about avoidant behavior, this is going to be talking about the anxiety model. I consider it to be absolute crap, complete pseudoscience nonsense. The idea of chore play, of if you did more chores around the house, I'd be more comfortable, less anxiety, and we would have sex. That's how that falls under this. It's ridiculous because anxiety is the best aphrodisiac. Dread Game is built upon the fear of loss, rekindling any feelings that were in a relationship. Like, you're already checked out. But from the female perspective, that's usually what happens. And that's why they consider it super manipulative, because you're just trying to make me feel anxious, so I'll want to get back together with you. You're like, no, you're going to feel anxious because I've checked out and I'm going to replace you, and you don't want to lose a good man. But again, that's built in the anxiety model, saying you shouldn't do that, and relationships are healthier when you don't. And I can just tell you from hundreds of examples that that's absolute crap. It does not work that way. Like, unfortunately, anxiety is just built into the system. Anxiety is an aphrodisiac, and you just have to accept it. From a guy's standpoint, it works though. Like, you can't be anxious about things. And he goes into erectile dysfunction, all kinds of stuff there. I would argue that the one example that's good to relieve anxiety from a female perspective, is religious indoctrination. A lot of those super hardcore sects of Christianity or Islam and that have that sex equals bad drilled into a girl's head, which can make her very, very prudish to an extreme degree. Now, I would argue don't even get into a relationship with that girl. And that's why I hate the guys who want their virginal good girl wife, because if you find one in this day and age, chances are that somebody's gaslit her brain and just ruined her for everybody. So yeah, she won't cheat on you, but she won't sleep with you either. So congratulations. If you can't have her, nobody will. Or if nobody can't have her, neither will you. Again, that's a whole topic on its own, so we're just going to go on that. So during this time, the typical patient anticipated further failure, and in being sensitive to the slightest sign of failure during the next sexual act, induced further anxiety to him or herself, thereby producing the complete failure he or she was looking for, a self-fulfilling prophecy. In the cases where their sexual partners were quite unsympathetic with such failure and put pressure on them to perform, the patient's own worries made initial anxiety even more intense and guaranteed failure. 2 things there. 1, the feedback loop of anxiety. I've talked about it a lot. When you get anxiety in any situation, whether it's sexual like this or just generally in life, the one thing that people will do is, as they feel anxiety, they feel bad, they go, what's wrong with me? Why am I feeling bad right here? And then the anxiety amplifies because you're no longer anxious about you in this sexual situation, or you like having nervousness about approaching. Now there's something wrong with you as a person, and so your 2 out of 10 panic turned into a 10 out of 10 panic attack. As soon as you normalize this, like I said, my parents messed up raising me. I haven't seen a guy since I was 18. Of course I'm going to be anxious around talking to girls. I've never done this before. I've never been good at it, and I have fears of rejection. That's what you're supposed to feel like. Once you normalize it, you're like, okay, now that I know I'm supposed to feel anxious, I can go do it anyway and tap into that. Pretend that this feeling is a good feeling, like working out and feeling muscle soreness. The second part of it is about talking about your insecurities and your feelings. So we talked about that yesterday with the Jack 10 of Heart stuff, so I won't go into that too much, other than to say she doesn't care. She's just mad you're not performing. Girls take sexual rejection horribly, and because it can't be her fault, it has to be yours. And this is why guys who talk about their inadequacies to women usually get berated for it, because they don't want to hear it. So yeah, don't do either of those things. That's about as good a set of information as you get from the anxiety model. So unlike the anxiety model with all of its diagnostic clues indicating a psychological inability to have sexual relations, sometimes with a very rapid onset, the anger model has only one clear indication that a sexual difficulty exists. A gradual decrease in the frequency of sex with a spouse over a long period of time, perhaps months, maybe years. Although sexual frequency in couples is a sexual problem described by the anger model, often reaches zero for significant periods of time, frequency invariably bounces back and forth between periods of no sex and periods of low frequency sex. During these periods of low frequency intercourse, none of the sexual types of difficulties described in the anxiety model is observed. The male patients have no significant problems with anything physical. And the anger model assumes, like the anxiety model, that the low frequency is a result of problems besides things in the bedroom. Typically, one of the partners may hold hidden grudges against the other. He or she has a lot of unexpressed anger, and the anger may be denied. The fact that it's a sexual problem even exists may be denied. Dude, Karen is a perfect example of the anger model. Sexually frustrated housewives taking their anger out on the world by wanting to see the manager. It's not just them, though. Guys, too. Put a guy in the red pill, get him into his anger phase, start building some value out of himself, and you'll get something called the 1,000-foot tow rope. The 1,000-foot tow rope is the understanding that even though you're improving yourself and removing all your unattractive behaviors, your partner takes a long time to get caught up. They're still caught in seeing you as the waste of space. And so it's like a 1,000-foot tow rope. You pull. It's going to take a long time before it gets taut. We usually say a good 6 months. And when you see your girl over that 6-month period, you don't actually see her and you're not angry at her, but you're harboring a hidden grudge towards yourself. How did I let things get this bad? But your ego prevents you from blaming yourself for it, so you dump all that guilt onto her, and that's why that anger phase, I hate my wife stuff comes up. Again, it passes, because after that 6 months is over, the tow rope goes tight, and either she pulls away or she starts getting in line. Either way, your go plan is the same as the stay plan, and everything works out. A lot of time, too, what guys end up doing is they want to teach their girl a lesson. So if your goal in a relationship is more sexual frequency and better enthusiasm, none of that duty sex, no starfish sex, that's one thing. But what happens is guys start improving themselves, and then the girl starts throwing themselves at her, or throwing herself at him a bit more. But what he does is, because he wants to teach her what it's like to get shot down, he starts rejecting her. And that's like an ego defense from the anger model right there. And most guys end up ripping the guy a new one. It's like, dude, the sexual strategy here is never turn your girl down, ever. Well, why is that? Well, she's been so mean all these years. It's like, dude, your goal is to set a boundary here. And your boundary is that as a couple, like this is the narrative. As a couple, we don't turn each other down. We don't say no. And how is she supposed to follow your lead if you're not leading that? So suck it up, buttercup. Even if you're in your refractory period, sometimes you got to just bite the bullet and go to town. You know what I mean? But yeah, these hidden grudges and this hidden anger can manifest in so many different ways. You're never going to be fully actualized or red-pilled or an integrated man until you deal with these anger issues on the side. And again, once you realize that you're not angry at the other person, but you're angry at yourself for what you're willing to put up with for so long, and you see your failures on other people's behavior, until you're past that, you're never going to end up getting into a good relationship. Or even good plates. Plates actually have it worse because those tend to be more extreme examples of what I'm talking about here. But I won't get into that because we're not going to talk about struggle hugging or any of that crap. And the mixed model of treatment for sexual dysfunction assumes that both anxiety and anger components are involved in the history of the problem. It's the one we kind of most relate with. But it's good. So you can read on this. He talks about kinks. He has some dialogues. I would ignore the dialogues. Oh, the one I said before was dialogue 30 because this one's 31. But this dialogue here tells his wife that the sex is routine and he seeks some change. Dude, don't talk. Talking will dry her out faster than anything. Just throw sand in her vagina while you're at it. Don't even bother. If you want things kinkier, act kinkier. Ragdoll your girl a little bit. Make some experiments. You can usually, like, you're already at the point where you're doing OODA loops. Observe, orient, decide, act. You're repeating these as fast as possible so you can get into a better place faster. Sexually, it's the same thing. Try some kink. If you don't know how to kink, like for an example, some people are into choking. If you don't know how to do choking, the easiest thing to do is just take your hand, place it on a girl's clavicle like this, and just hold it there as if you're trying to keep her from sitting up. It's a very mild thing, and you test. You observe, you orient, you decide, you act. Okay, then you look. Is it the kind of thing that's turning her on? Is this working? You orient. Okay, so I'll try and escalate it and do something more kinky. You decide to do it, or maybe you keep it there, and then you act, and you keep going through this, and you will automatically, there's a term like building your own personal slut. But this stuff comes with practice, and you can't talk about it. Women don't want to talk about it. Just trust them. Look in their eyes, listen to their mouth, listen to their sounds, watch what their hands are doing, see how much enthusiasm they get, and you'll do far better than talking your way through it. Do you like it like that? Do you like this? Do you think 3 degrees more to the left will work? She's like, get off me. I'm going to watch Oprah. I'm done. I'd rather pet the dog. And this practice dialogue is only one of real-life situation learners have dealt with by being assertive with their mates and working out sexual compromises they can both feel better about. These compromises are as simple as sharing a sexual position preference within one act of intercourse or alternating them on different occasions. The one thing I will say here is verbal reinforcement is your friend. If she does something and she's trying new things because she sees you trying new things and it's something you like, well, afterwards, praise. Praise, praise, praise. Oh, what was that thing you did there? That was awesome. I loved that. Or maybe play up a little bit of play acting when she's doing it in the bedroom. Maybe you start moaning. Maybe you grunt like a caveman. Whatever it is you guys do. This is a Christian channel, so I'm not going to talk about it here, but verbal and non-verbal praise you can give is a great way to encourage good behavior. And just don't do it if you want to discourage bad behavior. He talks later on in the next dialogues. He has women learners practice assertively coping with the sexual difficulty often reported in clinical settings, an act of love without much loving, although this behavior could be an expression of complete indifference of the husband towards his mate or ignorance of what her wants. The quick start habit is also a frequent pattern of secret behavior where male patents are clinically treated for difficulty in maintaining physical stamina over extended period of time. It's a whole female thing. It's good to read over the wham bam thank you man stuff. Like, they want to be wooed, they want foreplay. If I have to tell you to do foreplay at this point, then I don't know what to tell you. And he kind of admits here it takes several weeks to several months of doing this, being non-critical, non-defensive. Basically all the things we say about don't be secure, be attractive, don't be unattractive, and then just be patient. Some more dialogues. Again, read those if you want. And that, for the most part, is the end of When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. I hope you guys enjoyed it, taking on this long. It's a bit of a slog. It's a lot of a denser read than No More Mr. Nice Guy, but I would argue for most people, you're probably, like, once you've developed the No More Mr. Nice Guy behaviors that you need to stop being a nice guy, this is a force amplifier like you've never heard of. Again, take from it the very simple tools. Broken record, fogging, negative inquiries, negative assertions. On top of that, good boundary enforcement. Realize communication doesn't work and just applying these wholesale. You'll improve your love life. You'll improve your relationships. You'll improve your work life. The only other thing to take of it is you actually become better able to compartmentalize your relationships, like your boss and you versus the cops and you versus your wife and you versus everybody and you. And you're going to stop treating informal relationships as if they were formalized one with random rules, because you've shed your insecurity and you're perfectly happy saying, no, like I said, the girls' night out one. Well, I don't date girls that go out with their slutty girlfriends to go pick up dudes. Right there, that's a perfect assertion of your own boundary. I don't like it. There's no reason for it. That's not what good girlfriends do. You're not going to act like a crappy single mom with your girlfriend. There's no, don't do that. It'll make you a whore or a hooker or a thought or whatever. It's none of that. It's just, I don't like it and I don't put up with it. Do what you like. And right there, it puts the onus on the other person. And that's what we talk about with abundance. Like, there's an abundant mentality behind that to know you can go out and do this stuff. I'll replace you after I bounce your shoes off your ass on the way out the door. But you're not angry about it. You're not insecure about it. It's not an ultimatum. You're just letting them know, hey, gravity works, and so does me not simping for you. That's all there has to be. And you know what? You're going to have a cool, collected, more strategic level of alpha behaviors in your life that's not going to make you sound like one of these online brands that manned better than any man has ever manned before in the masculine mannery of the man. You know what I mean? None of that crap. So thank you for tuning in this much. Going to start a new series. Again, it's a tie between Esther Villa's Manipulated Man and James Franco's Practical Female Psychology. I'm probably going to put a couple one-offs in between there. Just stay tuned. Smash like. Hit subscribe. Oh yeah, hit like if you like the channel first off. If I've been delivering you guys good content, please do. It really helps support the channel, and these little pings of engagement allow us to reach more people. And let's face it, these thumbnails aren't full of like thoughts doing weird stuff. It's not the most clickbaity topics, but it's very important. So the better engagement we get, the more people who may not know they need this can actually find it and end up in a great actual sexual relationship and life. On that note, I'm going to put the links to all the articles I talked about in the description, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Oh, before I forget, don't forget Patreon on Friday. We're doing the Q&As. Check it out. Link to that's in the description. See if you like it. It's a lot like this stuff, but it's more personalized and way less of a filter. And in the mornings between 9 and 10, I do streams on Twitch. We talk about this stuff. It's more like a scrapbook. We answer questions. We just ping ideas off each other. It's a very casual environment. If you like this stuff, but you don't feel like being preached at, that might be more up your alley. I will catch you guys on the next one, though. I like seeing you guys in the chat. Marty, I'm looking. I don't see a single sincere comment out of you, but they're all pretty funny. Logic behind bars with yours, biding your time, doing your due diligence. That's true. Like I said, you're not doing this for her. You're doing this to build these skills you need to be more attractive. And if that's what you have to do, then that's what you have to do. Have her as your sparring partner. Anyways, cheers, fellas.